At 6, Ryan Higgins now, well, he'll be at number 5 for Middlesex until the day I assume that he decides to retire. He's the mainstay of the side, the player of the year the last couple of years, as Patterson bowls just full of a length. Again, hints that might just start to swing away from the left-hander from right arm over. Nothing too much though, just a little hint of it. As you say, whether it's any moisture in the ground still just burning off in the morning sun here at Cardiff as it is now.
Well, we desperately needed some rain. We had a little bit of it. When was it? Wednesday morning. Probably not enough to keep the ducks afloat.
Driest spring on record, is that right? Driest April on record. It is Patterson bowls, and this is eased away off the back foot by Ul Hassan for a single, just in front of point. Brings Tribe onto strike, 2 without loss.
Yeah, looking through the Met Office forecast, it's coming in around about tea time tomorrow, so as you say, we might get most of a day's play. Sunday is sort of 40% rain chance all day, so that might go either way. Monday, looking a bit grim at the moment, light showers all day.
Oh, you do wonder, do Middlesex look at the green grass that's out there at the moment, look at the weather forecast and think, best chance is that something happens on this grassy surface on the first morning.
Yeah.
Get out there and bat big and potentially bat once if things go well enough this first day to put pressure on them with the bat. But that's all to come, and well, we'll just hope that by the time we reach Monday, the forecast has been proved wrong. Here is Patterson past the umpire, he bowls, and just full of length, that's left alone by a walking Tribe. Who leaves it, sounds quite menacing, that, doesn't it, a walking Tribe. Outside the off stump, he lifts the bat up in the air and allows it through to Davies. So,
could be a confrontation that will be repeated in the World Test Championship final fairly shortly.
Middlesex versus Glamorgan. A Division 2.
Patterson and Labuschagne.
Yes. And Kuhneman.
Kuhneman, yes. That's a bit of a left field one from Glamorgan.
Patterson past the umpire, he bowls and forward goes. The right-handed Tribe pushing up to mid-on. Roland Jones collects. End of the second over, 2 without loss. They might not be battling for the Test Championship, but they are battling for promotion, these two.
Yes.
7 points between them. I think 17 points to third spot off the top of my head for Middlesex. To Derbyshire in second. Long old way to Leicestershire at the top. The Flying Foxes.
Yes. Will they last? Will they hold out and keep going as they have been? But Glamorgan really played quite poorly for the first 3 matches of the season. 2 defeats and the wrong end of a draw, and then since then 2 wins and just about the right end of a draw. Can they keep it going? Here's Roland Jones from the River Taff end. Bowls, Ul Hassan forward, just dead batting it out on the offside. And there is no run, but from the vagaries of those results, we tend to think from the Welsh point of view that most people could beat most people in this Division 2 at the moment.
Yeah. It's well, you look at Lancashire, and that's going to change, isn't it? They'll soon get going at some point.
Derbyshire hanging on for a draw the other evening, as Ul Hassan checks his drive out on the offside, and the scampering Max Holden comes in busily.
But it's good to see, isn't it? Middlesex and Lancashire were the bookies' favourites. Kent, having come down, were then thrown into the mix to go back up. And Kent are a good side. Dudgeon, they're overseas, got picked up an injury, didn't he? Which
yes, they weren't a good side against Glamorgan, I can assure you.
No. Yeah, they've got a little bit of work to do, haven't they?
As Roland Jones bowls down leg side, no contact made. Davies makes a diving stop.
But on paper.
Yeah, on paper. On grass, though, they were about 5 bowlers and a couple of batters short when they faced Glamorgan from their squad, so they didn't have an awful lot to.
How were the injuries for that? It was Stewart, Dudgeon, Gilchrist?
Stewart did play. Gilchrist was out with concussion.
Dudgeon's still out.
Dudgeon's gone, I think, hasn't he? He's
he done by that point?
I think, yeah. As Next delivery. Al Hassan up on his toes, very careful and watchful in defending. Sturgeon had disappeared by then. Jazz Singh, young bowler, out all year with an ankle injury. Joey Everson missed that game with a side strain. Joe Denley, arm injury. Jaden Denley was ill. So they didn't have an awful lot to pick from, to be honest. And of course they recruited 2 Somerset Seamers for their squad for the following game. Roland Jones is on his way in again with 4 slips and bowls. Al Hassan drives, didn't really time it, but will get a run or 2 out of it. They turn. Tribe is coming back for the second. I thought for a moment he'd have to hurry, but it's Al Hassan who has to hurry as the throw comes into the keeper's end. That just sort of got back past the bowler for a couple of runs halfway to the boundary. 4 without loss.
Yes, they recruited in Jamal Richards on loan from Essex for the match at Lord's, Kent.
And then left him out to play Glamorgan, he was around, but he wasn't playing.
Yeah, there was somebody came. It was Stewart came back, wasn't
it?
Yeah. But they were unlucky. They were missing a lot of players injured in that game. Middlesex missed a couple as well. They were missing Deploy and Tom Helm, who's back in the squad for this one.
As Roland Jones bowls, and Al Hassan sends it back in the same direction, through mid-off, this time rather better timed, and will pick up the first boundary of the match up to the River Taff end. And Glamorgan move on to 8 without loss after 3 overs here on BBC Sport Online.
Yeah, they played well down at Canterbury, and they got Grant Stewarted again. He always does well against Middlesex. Adam Holyoke on his side. Well, the pitch was an interesting one there because it flattened out on the final day, and they chased. Well, it was the third day, the final day, I think. Yes, it was the third day of the game. 313 they chased on that. 16 wickets fell on day one, but that was including a bit of a fight back from Kent, which Middlesex felt they let them off slightly on that first day. Stewart and Finch got at them. Finch was missing for the game at Lord's as well. So they've had a few injury problems, haven't they, Kent? But Lancashire have been the really surprise one that they've dropped off so much at the start of the year. But you do fancy they'll get a run together at some point. Here is Patterson. Speaking of running, he's on his way in. Right arm over the wicket, he bowls to Tribe, a beaut. Squares up the right-hander.
England have lost Ollie Pope for 171. They've collapsed to 507 for 4.
I thought you were going to put a full stop at the end of that. England have lost. They've done well. So who's that this morning?
Ben Stokes has joined Harry Brook at the crease. Things liable to happen quickly with the England captain then.
Yes. Just saw a replay of the Patterson delivery from behind. That was tighter than I perhaps first realised. On beating the bat and only just beating the off stump. He's in again and right in behind this one. Tribe defends his last game, Patterson, before he heads off to that World Test Championship.
Is he liable to rejoin Middlesex this summer or no?
Well, they've got Kane Williamson coming in,
course,
so yeah, budget-wise, it's.
Is it that tight that they can't? Once they've paid for Williamson, they can't afford anything else?
Yeah, I think that, at the moment there's no plans for him to come back, and I don't know. Maybe there is budget to bring him back if needs be. That was for me. That was the reason Middlesex didn't go up last year. They just didn't have enough depth supporting Roland Jones in the seam attack. As this ball does check back in from outside the off stump, that'll be an interesting one to have a look at again from behind. Tribe leave him well alone. It's a long way outside the off stump, but that was the first one where really it felt as though. When we see the replay, we'll know whether it was just a little bit of late swing or whether it was off the surface. But it really felt as though that one moved.
Yes, these are going to be a difficult couple of hours for Glamorgan, you feel?
Well, you'd hope if you're a Middlesex fan.
They'll do well to survive relatively intact.
Patterson again. Bowls and Tribe forward defence. 4 slips behind him, so gives you an idea of what Middlesex expect.
But we have seen quite a lot of insertions go wrong in the county championship this season.
Yeah, Middlesex been done by it up at Derbyshire. On a hybrid surface, there was a little bit of grass. But
Glamorgan won the toss and bowled at Bristol, but bowled very badly on the first day.
There goes Patterson. Cathedral Road end here in Cardiff. He bowls. Lovely length delivery. Beats the edge of Tribe's bat. Just dragged slightly forward and a long way across to that one. I'd suggest that he potentially could have left that on line, but equally the ball that seemed back in or swung back in. We'll have to wait and see a replay on that one just to see whether it was late swing or not. But
he's another young man with university commitments at the moment. Asa Tribe has been going through quite a lot of assignment and coursework.
Generally studying.
It's something like sports analysis and performance, maybe with management chucked in there somewhere. He did tell me, but I didn't write it down.
He's thinking long term, the lad. He's got his post-cricketing career sorted out already. Patterson in bowls outside the off stump, and again a little bit of shape back into the right hander, but starting very wide and a comfortable leave on the front foot. End of the fourth over here on BBC Radio Wales, BBC Radio London, live on the BBC Sport website and app, 8 without loss.
If you are just joining us here on BBC Sport Online, Middlesex unchanged. So the 3 extra players added, Eskenazi, Brooks and Helm, will all be available for drinks carting.
I didn't finish the lineup. My apologies.
Oh, sorry.
Thank you. No. You've reminded me by saying that. Davies, the wicket keeper. You're talking about the changed side. Much change. Safa Gohar, Roland Jones, and Dane Patterson would have played, but Navia Sharma.
Yes, new name to me.
Was a debutant last week.
As Roland Jones is in and bowls, and Ul Hassan forward with the deadest of dead bats, and Holden, who does the best impression of suggesting that a perfectly routine piece of fielding at cover is a matter of joie de vivre and that he's happy to be here.
Why wouldn't he be?
Well, it was Max Holden, I think, took over one of our commentaries, didn't he, once? With
Quite probably.
Nathan Souter, possibly?
Oh, goodness me.
At Radlett, I seem to remember that we were both, I think, as the match petered out to a draw. Roland Jones bowls, Ul Hassan drives nicely into the covers, might not reach the boundary. He should pick up 2. It is hauled up just inside the ropes by Holden, and they are back for 3 runs. 11 without loss, all of them to Ul Hassan. Yeah, I seem to remember the match petering out to a draw, and Holden and Souter had either batted or were spare players, and I think they took over a late spell of the game while we sat back and had a laugh.
Yes. As I say, I think if we'd have let Souter loose with the mic, I'm surprised either of us allowed near a mic ourselves anymore. He's up at Durham now, isn't he?
Yep. Roland Jones into Tribe, who's slightly squared up by that one. He was looking to play on the leg side. The ball trickled up to mid-off.
Imagine
no run.
Imagine Souter and Emerson on the mic together. They wouldn't understand a word either was saying to each other, would they? Very rugged Australian, Nathan Souter. Did he have a stint here? Or was it, maybe it was Welsh Fire, was it?
Souter?
Yeah.
Yeah, might have been in the Welsh Fire squad briefly. As Roland Jones is on his way in and bowls, and Tribe is hit on the pad. Pushing forward, no run.
Did the Wrexham boys ever buy Welsh Fire? They were in for them, weren't they? Who ended up buying them?
No, it's Welsh Fire is half owned by an American-based Indian-Canadian gentleman who also is responsible for Washington Freedom, which of course is the same initials as Welsh Fire.
Oh.
And you get a free Steve Smith for your money. As in comes Roland Jones, and Tribe is defending this one out on the onside, and there's no run. So
we're not going to see a spin-off series of Welcome to Wrexham starring Nick Webb then? That was great. I thought it'd be great if they'd have bought. If we're to have these franchises and these owners, then that would have been a good one.
I think so, but I think it was more that Glamorgan might have initiated some initial contact, which I suspect possibly didn't go hugely far. They're busy enough dealing with life in the Championship, aren't they, next season, I guess. Reynolds and his mate. As Tribe edges this one, and he's off the mark with a lucky 4 down to third man, wide of the slips. There is no third man at this early stage of proceedings, and Tribe finally gets going, but his heart must have been in his mouth for a while there, because he was squared up again by that one. It was played down, to be fair. I don't think it would have carried to the slipcord, and it ran away to the ropes.
Well, that was one of the first episodes of Welcome to Wrexham, wasn't it? That the pair of them, the Hollywood stars, went out and, well, let's put it this way, they had a lock-in, didn't they, at the local pub with some of the regulars at Wrexham to win them over. I reckon Ed Bevan would have been put forward. Can you imagine that? Ryan Reynolds and Ed Bevan having a lock-in together.
There we are. We'll ask Ed about it if we see him later in the match. He's scheduled to work on Monday.
Ed Bevan and Deadpool. Not quite Wolverine and Deadpool, is it? But here's Patterson starting the 6th over, 15 without loss. He's in now. Bozdal Hassan, left-hander, leaves alone a lifting ball outside off, which is angled across him. 4 slips, points, cover, mid-off, mid-on. Middle wicket is a round to square leg and a long leg, so the cover's on offer for Ul Hassan should he decide to dabble. Patterson will be keen to be poised on the top of that off stump. The pitch is there for them, you'd fancy, this morning. There's a decent bit of zip in it, it would appear. That green grass on the top is... it's going to offer something, surely, isn't it, in the early stages at least. How long for, we'll see. Is on the back foot. Hassan eases into the onside, fielded by Roland Jones at mid-on. But yeah, Navia Sharma, he's the one that you didn't see. He made his debut last week. And that, in terms of the squad, you mentioned Eskenazi and Fernandez having played in the match at Lords against Glamorgan. In terms of the team, the biggest team selection dilemma would have been who's the third seamer, or fourth seamer indeed, because you've got Higgins will come on as first change, and whether it would be Brooks, who was in the squad with a Cullen return, Helm in the squad as well. As in comes Patterson, bowls, and forward goes Ul Hassan, a fuller ball. I was just wondering whether he was going to get the bat down in time. He did.
I suppose if Sharma made a reasonable impression last week, it would be a little callous to drop him straight away.
Yeah, I don't think he did much wrong. Put the ball on the spot impressively, especially at Lords, where as a young bowler you've never bowled before. you don't get to play a second 11 game at Lords before you make your debut. You're straight into the first team, and there you go and work the slope out for yourself. So it's pretty tough for a youngster, but he did well. Patterson in now, bowls, and forward goes Ul Hassan, and there's no run. I'd be surprised if they would have gone with Helm, because he has got that broken finger. It's the top of his little finger on his bowling hand, so it doesn't really affect him in terms of bowling. But obviously with the blast coming up, and he is the gun bowler in T20 cricket for Middlesex at the start and indeed at the death, so I'm sure they're very keen to make sure that he'll spearhead that attack. Bearing in mind they had Brooks as an option for this game as well. I assume it was just to get him in and around the squad on the match day again, ahead of the blast for Helm. As Patterson's in, bowls, and rapping on the pads. This ball falls away into the onside. Pitched a long way outside leg though, on to come with the 6th. They've got quite the tribe down here actually, Middlesex. Tim Murtagh, the bowling coach. Rory Coots, the club coach. The head coach is Richard Johnson. Alan Coleman, the director of cricket.
Gosh. All Cardiff lovers, obviously.
Missing Ian Salisbury, who's unless I missed him out there this morning, I didn't see him. But yeah, quite the gang. Not down for this one. As here's Patterson, bowls, and just outside off, it's left alone through to the keeper. 6 bowled, 15 without loss. But it is a big game, because were Middlesex to lose this one, they're starting 7 points behind Glamorgan. Obviously got a 17-point gap to Derbyshire. Then it just cranks up the pressure a little bit, doesn't it? So they'll be very, very keen to at least come away with a draw from this match, especially with that forecast that you've relayed, Webby. But
Ben Bonney wondering about the batting order. Bevan at 7. Toss up really. Bevan or Cook 6 and 7. Callaway's been batting 6. Bevan obviously is capable of batting top order. Roland Jones on his way into bowl to Tribe, who works it away on the leg side, down to fine leg. That's Tribe's first proper runs, really, because the opening boundary was an edge. He adds a single to that. Glamorgan 16 without loss. Morning to Emyr Evans. Interesting team selection. Tim van der Hoogten playing his 7th game in this first batch of championship fixtures with such focus on workload. The chat I had with James Harris the other day, it's on the BBC Sport website, asking Fernando to go again would have made more sense and rest Tim, as Ul Hassan plays forward out on the offside and there is no run. Reflection, says Emyr, to see selection based more on second team performances with Bevan included. Indeed, he's been had a couple of big innings and been fairly regularly in the wickets, Tom Bevan, for the second, so he will be the second spinner, you would have thought, Bevan, with his off breaks. 16 for naught. Roland Jones in. Bowls. Ul Hassan is caught behind, pushing forward, and didn't quite get to the pitch of it. Roland Jones has the breakthrough. Jack Davis a routine catch. 16 for 1. Ul Hassan gone for 11.
Yeah, it's a lovely ball that, wasn't it? Just full of a length, drawing him forward on the off stump, leaving him. I saw one of his first deliveries do exactly this one. Could he have left it alone? I think he could. I think that was tight to the off stump there. And,
yeah, you don't blame him for playing it. He just didn't get quite far enough across.
Yeah, I'm wondering actually, did it ever so slightly come back into him? In that, was he playing the line of the off stump? We saw one really sweetly slide across him, didn't we? Just on first look. Wondered did it ever so slightly come back in, which meant he was tucked up then on that off stump. But 16 for 1, and the early wicket Middlesex would have wanted.
Emyr also says, don't think I've known a captain with as poor a toss record as Sam Northeast. Yes, he has won it once in the 7 games so far. Sam Northeast, you could say he was useless at this operation.
Very well navigated, Mr.
Good morning to Gerontius.
Your broadcasting career flashed before my eyes.
Well, I've survived 30 odd years so far. Morning to Gerontius, who's chosen to ignore the imminent England collapse at Trent Bridge in favour of Glamorgan's next 3-day victory. Thank you, sir. Yes, England against Zimbabwe, 533 for 4. And Ben Stokes has faced 11 balls and only hit 1 boundary. He must be in defensive mode.
I was going to say maybe he had a heavy night, but he's off the booze now.
He's off the booze, yeah. Hopefully that'll have some impact on the various strains and knocks that Stokes has been known to pick up. Right, here we go. Roland Jones to Labuschagne, the second and final of his Glamorgan matches this season.
Maybe that's where we've been going wrong, Webby. Off the booze, all these niggles that have been keeping us out of the first 11. 16
for 1 as Roland Jones bowls to Labuschagne very shortly. Labuschagne out for 0 and 4 in the last match, and boy did he look jittery at the crease. Didn't survive very long in either innings, but was beaten several times in both of them, and I'm sure he'll have been netting even more intensively than usual this week as Labuschagne faces up to Roland Jones. In now bowls, and while he's in behind his first ball carefully enough. So in the match against Northants, Labuschagne was almost the only player not to contribute, really. Caught it slip off Harry Conway, his fellow Aussie, in the first innings without scoring, and then caught it slip again by Broad off Sanderson in the second innings, having survived a very loud LBW appeal. Roland Jones is into Labuschagne, who drives into the offside. Well stopped at cover, no run.
Does Conway get a fine from Cricket Australia for taking that catch at the World Test Championship final?
Yes, Australia desperate for him to get some match practice. Even saw suggested that his place in the side might be at risk with Cam Green coming good, but obviously they'd have to...
Marnus.
Well, he's been a fixture ever since really that breakthrough year of 2019. As Labuschagne faces up to Roland Jones, defends that one back down the pitch. No run, end the over, 16-4-1. Kevin Hand will be back with us in half an hour's time, and Kenneth Davis will drop in alongside me. If you are just joining us, Middlesex winning the toss, choosing to bowl first, and Roland Jones getting the breakthrough, getting Zain ul Hassan out, caught behind for 11. And Glamorgan bringing in the left-arm Australian spinner Matt Kuhnemann, 28-year-old, played 5 tests, including the recent 2-test series against Sri Lanka in Sri Lanka, where he took 16 wickets in the 2 games, which is quite the haul. So no surprise that he's still in the Aussies lineup.
In comes Patterson, who continues from the Cathedral Road end, 16-1. Borodanik. Everybody else was saying Boroda, so I thought I'd join in.
And you're the one who can pronounce it properly. Single the tribe there, Labuschagne on strike.
So the changes have been met. I've had a few messages on X, formerly Twitter, from Glamorgan fans. A few grumblings, saying why the change. Well, we know why the change, but does it not threaten the momentum gained in the last 2 championship victories, with Patterson starting his run-up, right arm over the wicket to the Australian Marnus Labuschagne, who comes forward and prods it into the offside. The changes, incidentally, are Tom Bevan for Callaway and the Australian 28-year-old spinner Matt Kuhnemann in place of Asitha Fernando. Of course, Labuschagne was already a replacement for Colin Ingram, who sat out the last 2 games. You can see their point.
Yeah, I saw the point of our correspondence that having played Fernando signed him for 2 months, you might as well play him for all of those 2 months and rest Van der Hoogten if anyone was to be rested.
Yes, as Patterson comes in, and that's left on length by Marnus Labuschagne outside off stump, and flies through to the keeper Jack Davis for no run. Well, if he's going back anyway, yes, which he is, he might be coming back on the tail end of the campaign. We're not sure.
I suppose.
But he was starting to come good as well.
Actually, 3 wickets in each innings last week, and not many runs conceded, something like 6 for 70 across the match, and you'd have thought that you'd have kept him going for this week and rested Van der Hoogten ahead of T20.
Patterson coming into Marnus Labuschagne, who leaves it on length once more, but a zip and climbs through to keeper Jack Davis, who took a catch of the bowling of Toby Rowland-Jones. The only wicket to fall this morning so far was that of Zain ul Hassan, and it was a decent ball. You have to say, I think he had to play at it, to be honest.
Yep.
Having seen the replay, just outside off stump, and went through for an easy take by Jack Davis, the keeper. 17-1. We're in the 8th over. Middlesex, of course, 5th coming into this game, as Patterson charges down, and that again is left outside off stump, and there's no run. Yeah, one Morgan supporter saying, why are we accommodating these Australians to prepare them for the World Test Championship, which is going to be played between the 11th and 15th of June against South Africa?
Well, it's not against England. I mean, if it were against England, you could see the more of that. But Patterson, of course, is preparing for it himself. You might say Middlesex are preparing Patterson for it, for the Saffers.
Yeah, South Africa against Australia, which is what is happening now. That squared the Labuschagne up, and that was streaky. That's gone through the vacant third man area, and it really did square Labuschagne up. It is 4 runs off the bat of the Australian, but good bowling from Patterson. Didn't know he was trying to play that through the onside of the offside. It was safe all along the ground for 4.
Yes, at least it was reasonably controlled as Labuschagne got the angle of the bat on top of it.
I think the subsequent point to that, Nick, means that Glamorgan are a seamer light because of the change.
Yes, they've got 4 seamers instead of the 5 that they've had in the last few games. And they've got back to double spin, which didn't work in the first 3 games for them when England's Shoaib Bashir was on loan. As Roland Jones is in to bowl to Tribe, who drives nicely. That's really well stopped by Roland Jones in his follow through. It's a long way down for anyone of Roland Jones's height of 6'5" or thereabouts, especially at the age of 37. But he did well.
Good line this morning from Toby Rowland-Jones. Of course, the wily old fox, 4 test matches, 1 ODI international.
Yes, maybe should have been...
Shouldn't have used the word old. 37 isn't old at all.
As Roland Jones bowls to Tribe, who's driving nicely back past the bowler and will get 4 runs through long on. The ball running up the advertising hoardings at the River Taff end. Thankfully for the fielder, it doesn't pop over them and under the hover cover, but nicely timed firm push by Tribe, who moves on to 10.
He's in good nick, isn't he? In Ace of Tribe, top score of 94 against Kent. He's had a few 50s as well, and he's starting to look the part.
That'll be the kiss of death. Roland Jones is in to bowl to Tribe, who's defending that one. But yes, a young man with basically a good, correct technique. I'm not sure whether he will be in the T20 squad. So far, what we've seen of him suggests that he's a correct red ball batter rather than necessarily a one-day dasher. But... we will see. As Roland Jones, still with the 4 slips, is into bowl, and Tribe off the back foot plays that one nicely through the covers. It's a chase for Holden. He should haul this one in and keeps them down to just a couple of runs.
Well, the T20 will start in earnest. These 2 sides will meet at Merchant Taylor School next week Sunday on June the 1st. And then they come thick and fast after that.
Yes, I have a well-known budget hotel booked in Rickmansworth the night before, which I think was in a Douglas Adams novel, Hitchhiker's Guide. I can't quite remember what, but I'm sure Rickmansworth was used as the epitome of suburbia, if you like. Roland Jones bowls. Tribe drives into the offside. No run there as he's picked out the point fielder.
I think Toby Rowland-Jones was interested in that because he sort of just tempted Tribe into a false shot, and he's just saying, yeah, might have left that on length.
27 for 1. Labuschagne watching on. Bit of pressure on him this week to justify his place
in the first game
in the Australian side and justify his recall to Glamorgan supporters. As Roland Jones bowls, Tribe nudges this one away on the leg side. There's no run. End the over. 27 for 1 Glamorgan. We are through 9 overs here on BBC Sport Online. Labuschagne has 4. Tribe has 12. Ul Hassan has departed for 11.
If you're just joining us on BBC Sport Online, BBC Wales, BBC Radio London, the news is that Middlesex won the toss and elected to put Glamorgan into bat. And Glamorgan are 27 for 1 after 9 overs. And the wicket to fall this morning was that of Zain Ul Hassan, caught by Jack Davis off the bowling of Toby Rowland-Jones. So it is going to be Dane Patterson, the South African, to continue from the Cathedral Road end with 4 slips behind, and that's a decent ball, and that's been put down, has it, or has it dropped short? We'll have to have a look at that again. Labuschagne just feeling his way in at the moment. Had a streaky boundary in the previous over. Yeah. I might have dropped short of third slip as we look at the replay. Great ball by Patterson. Yes, it did.
Yeah.
Well short in the end.
Well stopped by Ryan Higgins, who might have got a knock on the hand in the
just
process.
Shaking his hand as you do when that happens, as Patterson comes in, right arm over the wicket, and then it's a decent ball again to Barnes Labuschagne, who leaves on length outside off stump, and there's no run.
Yeah,
so it's a bit of a battle between these two at the moment.
Yes, might be a rehearsal for what goes on at Lord's next month, but not sure Labuschagne can afford to leave too much on length here compared to Australia. With the bounce in the UK being typically somewhat lower than in Oz.
Middlesex still on the attack, 4 slips here at Sophia Gardens, which is slightly overcast this morning. Coming in is Patterson, bowls, and again that's a peach of a ball. And this is cracking bowling at the moment from Patterson.
Well, he's got Labuschagne on toast at the moment, hasn't he? Playing, missing, edging, all over the shop. His only runs have come from a thick edge.
Didn't trouble the scorers, Manus Labuschagne, in the first innings against Northants. Scored 4 in the second. So he's out of touch at the moment as the Australians arrive for that game against South Africa next month. One of them that will be playing for South Africa. Patterson bowling, and that is left once more. This is a good over from Dane Patterson.
Yeah, I mean, it's not too long since Labuschagne's most recent game, Queensland against Australia, at the back end of March. So, he shouldn't be too much out of touch, and he's worked on adapting to British conditions more quickly than when he first arrived. And as I say, he's usually obsessive in the nets, asking for more and more time at the crease and nets.
Patterson coming in again and bowls, and forward is Labuschagne. Defensively to long on, and there's no run. So apparently there might be some rain about in the next few days, which is a bit of a rarity in the UK in the last 6 weeks. We haven't seen much at all.
Yeah, I mean, as a nation, we could probably do with it.
The rivers are low again.
Cricket supporters.
It's always the news item. Yeah,
yes.
when there's no, hasn't been rain. Hosepipe ban, rivers are low.
As cricket supporters, it could wait till Tuesday.
Patterson coming in and bowls, and of course, by winter, then normal service resumes, and there are floods everywhere.
Yes, and
not that that's a laughing matter, but and it's at all. I may add,
especially not in Ponty.
No,
just up the road from here.
No, they do get trouble just behind the Club Bont, which was adjacent to Ynys Park, where the Eisteddfod was last year.
I wonder whether the bonuses will flow as much for the water company executives these days.
Talking of Eisteddfod, it is the Urdd Eisteddfod next week at Margam Park, which I have the pleasure of going to because my daughter's competing.
As Roland Jones continues, bowls to Tribe, who defends. When does that run between them?
It will start... the competition starts Monday, and then it's through until a week Saturday.
Oh,
so it's the
take it as school half term then, yeah.
It is school half term. So I would avoid Margam and Port Talbot area on Monday morning.
Good advice. Traffic news from Kenneth Davis. Traffic predictions. As in comes Roland Jones, bowls to Tribe, no shot played.
But the point regarding the weather, it may obviously affect a positive result either way, because obviously we had a result in Glamorgan's favour against Northants. Derbyshire probably could have gone Glamorgan's way. That went back and forth on the final day, which was a surprise.
Cracking game, wasn't it, in the end? Glamorgan having dominated the first two, Derbyshire fought back well. As Roland Jones is in to bowl, and that's forced by Tribe straight to cover And there's no run. Perhaps you've got it into a new industry. Can we have weather forecasts, but traffic reports? Perhaps we sort of have traffic forecasts where the jams are going to be on Monday.
All right. Okay. Well, I'm multi-talented, Nick. A fortnight ago, I was Radio Derby, Radio Wales, and Radio Cymru. So on the same day.
As long as you didn't treat Radio Derby to a blast of Cymraeg.
No.
As Roland Jones bowls and beats the outside edge as Tribe drives that one. Didn't quite have his foot to the pitch. No. One hand off the bat through to keeper.
No, I didn't want to bamboozle the listeners. And they would have mistaken me for... They would have thought, Dave Fletcher picked up a bit of Welsh language.
The other task is, of course, when you're doing reports for both sides to... a Welsh and a local station in England, and you have to remember which side you're meant to be favouring. Great news, terrible news for the same event.
Indeed.
Roland Jones in to bowl to Tribe edges and is caught low down at slip, and Middlesex have their second. It's 27 for 2 and they've got rid of both openers, and Roland Jones has both wickets to fall.
Fine delivery once more. Deploy in to the action. And he's really on song in terms of his line this morning is Roland Jones, causing all sorts of problem. Decent line once more. Just going away as well. Caught a second slip. He probably lulled it. He might have been able to leave, and this is why he is frustrated with himself. But it was a decent line, Nick.
And it was a good grab as well from Deploy, going forward and slightly sideways, because it probably wouldn't have carried to first slip. Second slip standing slightly in advance, and Roland Jones is doing what he does.
Yes, indeed. Just a good line. There was a bit of outward swing there as well. Just to tempt Tribe into the shot. But a good grab low at second slip by Deploy, which brings the next batter into the action, and that will be Mr. Northeast.
Sam Northeast averages gone up slightly to 30, moving slightly up. He had an innings of 67, provided the anchor for more dashing innings by Carlson and Callaway last week, and also helped steer Glamorgan to victory alongside Tribe when they were 6 for 2 against Northants, chasing just 66, but needed a calm head nonetheless, and Northeast, as ever, provided it. And these are two men who've probably battled against each other many a time in the championship over the years, Northeast and Roland Jones. Northeast aged 35, Roland Jones aged 37, so plenty of miles on the clock for both of them. But it's Roland Jones in the ascendancy at the moment, having won the toss and led from the front with the 2 wickets. Glamorgan wobbling, 27 for 2, Labuschagne looking a bit edgy as Roland Jones is in to bowl, and Northeast is off the mark first ball with a push just wide of mid-on to settle any nerves that he might have. That prevents it from being a maiden, but Roland Jones still has 2 for 22 off 6, and may well see one more from him, possibly 2 more from Patterson, who's been economical, 0 for 6 off 5 overs, and Glamorgan will be maybe relieved to see the back of these two in a few minutes' time, but then they'll have Ryan Higgins coming at them, who's in decent nick as well, 13 wickets at 33, and the youngster Navir Sharma, whom they won't have faced before.
So, great figures for Roland Jones, 2 for 22, but the man who's about to bowl has been economical, no wicket for 6 runs. That is Dane Patterson, still going with 4 slips. Point mid-off, mid-on. Mid-on is slightly deeper than mid-off. Mid-off wide-ish as Patterson comes in and bowls. Good length delivery once more, and North East just flirts with that one outside off stump. Probably does leave it. Man at mid-wicket and fine leg as well.
England have declared against Zimbabwe on 565 for 6. Harry Brook made 58 off 50 balls. Ben Stokes was out for 9. Musram Bani ended up with 3 for 143, poor chap. With one of the Zimbabwean seamers having got injured earlier on yesterday.
Patterson is in and bowls to North East once more. This is a fine spell from Dane Patterson, who's really posing an awful lot of problems for batters in this opening session. He hasn't had any reward so far. 0 for 6. However, you feel at the moment it's a matter of when, not if.
Well, or if Glamorgan can see out another
Over
and a bit. Probably 7 might be their limit for these two.
Wheels round does Patterson, coming in from the Cathedral Road end, and bowls. Good length delivery as well, and that's jabbed down by Sam North East. Thought about a quick single, thought otherwise. And the wickets to fall have justified, so far in any case, Toby Rowland-Jones's decision to put Glamorgan in, because to be quite frank, you haven't been able to second guess the wicket here at Sapphire Gardens this season, because Northants won the toss last week and elected to bat. Derbyshire put Glamorgan in 3 weeks before, and that's full that time, and to the pitch of the ball is North East. But they were probably lulled, and they did say they were lulled by the green tinge on the wicket. There is some green tinge today. Well, Northants last week at lunch were 99 for 1, going great guns. They had barely any problems at all to negotiate in the morning, and then fell apart in the afternoon. Probably through batter error more so than anything untoward from the pitch, as Patterson comes in once more, bangs that one in short. I think 8 of those dismissals were slip catches, which gives you an indication that probably batter error was a factor.
Yeah, and the pitch doing a little bit, just enough. Freddie and Mumbles wondering whether there's some choice Afrikaans going on.
Oh, there's always
in
some
the
choice
middle
Afrikaans.
with Dane Patterson and Manus Labuschagne, who of course, albeit playing for Australia, is South African born. Maybe we need the full Labuschagne to help him on his way.
Yes. As the Afrikaner comes in and bowls, that's driven firmly for no run towards mid-off. Well, that is the end of the over. Glamorgan at 28 for 2. That might be the end of Patterson's spell. We shall see. Labuschagne is 4, North East is 1. Well, having been out in South Africa, it is a scary proposition being in the middle of many Afrikaners when the Springboks are on top, I can tell you. I once did commentary at Kings Park, and there was a burly Afrikaner to the left of me giving me jip throughout.
All right. Yes, last time I encountered the South African rugby fans was at the World Cup semi-final. I had a ticket out in Paris when they were playing England, and we were packed in a metro train with an awful lot of South Africans. Rowland-Jones continues to Labuschagne, who drives back to the bowler, who half fields. No
Fine
run.
place to visit. However, you do have to have your wits about you in certain places out there.
Indeed.
So to speak.
But yes, it was absolutely pouring down in Paris that evening for the South Africa-England game, and unfortunately we had a ticket towards the front part of the stand and got absolutely drenched during the course of several hours. As Rowland-Jones bowls, Labuschagne leaves outside off stump.
That
through
was
to
an
Davis.
extravagant leave, that was, by Labuschagne.
Yes, he's developed the rather florid leaves, hasn't he, Labuschagne? There's the... that was...
You either have the flowery leaves or the frustrating Jack Russell leave, and he used to bring the bat back on himself all the time.
Yes, we've talked a lot about Eddie Byron being a master of the almost imperceptible leave. Glamorgan batter. Roland Jones into Labuschagne. Leg glances will get runs here. 4 of them down to fine leg as the ball clatters into the ropes ahead of young Navya Sharma, the 19-year-old England under-19 player, but couldn't get to that one at fine leg as Labuschagne played a correct leg glance. Moves on to 8, 32 for 2.
Talking of age grade cricket with England, I wonder, well, it's not age grade, but I wonder if Kellaway, given his scores, is working himself into England Lions discussion, or will be before long.
Roland Jones is in. Bowls turned on the leg side by Labuschagne. No run. Oh, overthrows, completely unnecessary. And 4 of them as the ball races away to the fence. Well, that was a bonus for Labuschagne. He'll go down as having scored 4 runs with a defensive push there. And somehow the return from mid-wicket, neither batter was running, and somehow the throw soared over the keeper's head and ran away for 4. 36 for 2. All contributions gratefully received for Labuschagne in his 32nd first-class game for Glamorgan, leaving that one through outside off stump. And there's no run. And to be fair, last season was a fairly brief championship visit. Only played the 4 matches, but still managed to average 58, as well as being a mainstay of the T20 side. This year, no T20, it would seem, for Marnus Labuschagne, but given events of the last couple of weeks, with Kuhnemann coming in for this one-off game, we knew he was here in nets. Is Roland Jones bowling. Labuschagne gets the bat very high indeed. Threw low to Jack Davis. And the overs 36 for 2. Labuschagne 12. Northeast 1. Because we did discuss the fact that Kuhnemann was here and netting with Glamorgan during last week's match.
I didn't think that playing was on the agenda.
Well, we weren't aware at the time. I mean, presumably the club was aware of Callaway's exams.
Yes, and good luck to Mr. Callaway as well, sitting his exams at Cardiff Uni.
Indeed. But Kuhnemann, the one-off appearance.
Well, given that Crane hasn't played either.
Well, yes, he's only played T20. Maybe they were slightly reluctant to put him into a 4-day game, I'm not sure. Patterson continues.
Coming in from the Cathedral Road end is Patterson, who's struck a great line this morning, really been consistent, probing outside off stump. That's another one that flies through. A bit of lift as well to keeper Jack Davis. Did have a nibble, did Northeast there. Northeast, who, as Nick said, scored 63 against Derby. Of course, had that mammoth triple century against Middlesex last year in the opening game, which ended in a draw. Wheeling round is Patterson with 32 on his back, coming in, bowls fullish that time, and that's driven towards mid-on, and there's no run.
Yeah, Northeast at least has got out of that run of poor scores at home that he had last season, scoring big runs away from home on 3 occasions, in particular triple century and 2 big centuries, but didn't get a 50 at home until the last game. At least he has runs at home as well as away this season, even if not quite as many as he would have liked.
He was injured, wasn't he? Partly last year. He didn't play certainly some of the T20 as Patterson comes in, bowls. Of course, Kieran Carlson is the captain as they take a quick single. The white ball T20 captain, that is.
Yes, Glamorgan beginning their official campaign a week Sunday against Middlesex at Northwood, the Merchant Taylors ground. which is the opening game for both teams.
First home game is the 3rd of June against Surrey on the 3rd. So Patterson with 4 slips. Glamorgan still wobbly this morning in this opening session. Patterson in, bangs that one in short, and that's defended resolutely by Marlis Labuschagne for no run. 2 balls to go, and it's been tight from Middlesex this morning. Not much has been on offer at all.
It has, hasn't it? Fine bowling from Roland Jones and Patterson, and with Higgins in particular to come, he's likely to keep the pressure on as Kevin Hand will. Well, it's past noon, isn't it? Time for a gin and tonic and all that.
Can you check if the milk's okay as well? There were a few bits on the top of my coffee earlier as well, Nick. Patterson coming in, bowls, and that's wide and left. You know, when you get those spots of white stuff on the top of your coffee, it doesn't look greatly appealing. So if there is anybody out there that can replenish the stock, so to speak. Good morning to Mr. Hand once more.
My dear sir, how are you?
I'm very well, thank you very much. Still good conditions, although I've gone with the short still. I might be regretting that.
Yes.
In the afternoon as Patterson comes into bowl. Down leg side, just a bit wayward from Patterson that side. That's played square and they'll come back for an easy 2. Well, it's been the norm the last 6 weeks.
I stepped outside a moment ago in a t-shirt.
It is breezy, is it?
Yes.
Yes. I've got a jumper.
I came quickly back inside.
I've got the jumper.
Yeah. Mind you, I was at the bottom of the stand, and there is a bit of a.
Well, this is a
tunnel.
bit of a wind tunnel. You need to go to the other side to catch the sun. That is the sun trap. And people have been caught out there many a time.
Without enough sunblock.
Yes.
Yes.
So that was the end of Patterson's over. Maybe the end of Patterson's spell. It is the end of Toby Rowland-Jones' spell. There's going to be a change.
Well, Ryan Higgins, fortunately, that hit on the hand that he had stopping the ball from Patterson's delivery to Labuschagne earlier hasn't done too much damage because he's coming on to replace Roland Jones. 7 overs for the skipper. Good to see him. He made during a comeback spell, he bowled beautifully here. Nick alluded to it earlier. He picked up something ridiculous, like 26 wickets in 3 games, of which a match here at Cardiff was one of those 3. It may have been the final 3 of those, actually. He was in tremendous form. It's 2021, making his comeback from injury. Here's Higgins, right arm over from the River End. It's pushed away into the offside, and there's no one going to tell me it was 2022 now, are you?
Well, funnily you should say that, because I have. It was 8 wickets he picked up in 2022, and in 2019 he picked up 9 wickets. So they won by Middlesex won by 256 runs in that year. So he's been on song at Sapphire Gardens.
Yeah, he had a 10 for just before that game at Sapphire Gardens as well that year in 22. Here's Higgins to northeast and beats him. Forward defence. The big guns for Glamorgan, I think it's fair to say, but certainly from the outside looking in, northeast and Labuschagne. Northeast with a triple century at the start of last season. At Lords, the high score at Lords indeed, against Middlesex in the season opener.
Well, Middlesex have won on their last 3 visits to Sapphire Gardens, and you have to go back to 91 for Glamorgan's last championship win.
Stop it.
Against Glamorgan here.
Here's Higgins past the umpire at bowls, and this is pushed away into the offside for a single.
Of course, it does depend where the teams are in their respective divisions, so that's a factor. And as well, of course, there were more outgrounds
I was going to say,
played at that time.
Well, there was a washout at Colwyn Bay. I remember Ed Bevan and I spent most of the 4 days in the snooker hall at Colwyn Bay.
Did you take his money in at
He
snooker?
called me, what do you call it when somebody's...
hustler.
Yeah. It is. Slanderous from Bevan.
We will be hearing Edwards' dulcet tones on day 4, if there is any cricket on day 4.
Well, the weather may push it that way, mightn't it?
could
But then
be.
equally, this start, 40 for 2, the grass on top. Although there's enough in it for the bowlers here, isn't there? There's something happening out there, and
Yes, indeed.
this is a man usually, Ryan Higgins, flipping the ball from hand to hand at the top of his mark that will extract everything that he can through the air and out of a surface as he's in bowls, and that's worked away, backward a point. Lovely shot that by Labuschagne, and a slip and a slide and a throw back in from Holman. They've taken 3. It was a fierce arm from Holman back to Davies a couple of overs ago, wasn't it? Went over the keeper and away
Yes.
for the 4 overthrows. He's got a vested interest in this game, Holman. Well, many a vested interest. He'd like it to be a 3-day finish.
And why?
On Monday,
Yes.
the League 2 playoff final.
Right, okay.
His beloved AFC Wimbledon.
Ah, right, the Dons.
This is Higgins. Lengthy run up. Medium fast bowler as he's in bowls, and this is pushed away into the offside, and there's no run from afar. So many call him a medium pacer. He's not. He's certainly medium fast at least, and can on occasion be the quickest of the Middlesex quartet on display, depending on who the 3rd or 4th seamer may be. Patterson in this one, obviously sharp. But, yes,
It's that time of the year, the playoffs.
well, I mean, the biggest conundrum might be for his dad, Pete, who's a massive AFC Wimbledon fan as well. And if Luke's 40 not out on the 4th morning here, Middlesex on the way to a tricky chase, this ball's full of a length, driven up to mid-off.
So are they new AFC Wimbledon? I presume his father was the old
Crazy
Wimbledon,
Gang.
the Crazy
Yeah.
Gang Wimbledon as well.
Yeah. Islington by birth, actually, Luke Holman, so he's no glory hunter, yeah. He's overlooked Arsenal.
Yes.
For AFC Wimbledon, his dad's team. So yeah, Monday. What'll they do, the Holmans? Will they be here watching Luke? Will Luke be at Wembley with them?
Well, my first memory of football was the Crazy Gang winning the FA Cup in '88
Yeah,
when
me
they
too.
beat Wimbledon,
Yeah, me too.
courtesy of a Laurie Sanchez goal. And John Aldridge missed the penalty that day. Although there was a goal chalked off, needlessly so, by the referee. I think Peter Beardsley scored, if memory serves me correct. There is going to be a change as we chatter football.
Oh, there's a vested interest for you, I've just remembered. Yeah,
There
sorry,
is.
bringing up the Crazy Gang. Do you still need to go and have a lie down in a dark room over that day?
Well, quite. Sharma is going to be the change. I thought it was going to be the end of Patterson for the time being. 43 for 2 will be coming in. Right arm over from the media centre end, the Cathedral Road end. Bowls fullish, and that's through to the keeper. It's left. Yeah, 1-0. That was Dave Besant's save from John Aldridge that year, 1988.
Dave Besson.
Yeah. But I have a vested interest this weekend as well. I'll be going up to watch my beloved Liverpool.
Precursor for the Community Shield.
It
this
is.
weekend.
It is. Well, both teams are on the beach anyway, aren't they? So, we could get all sorts in that game. Sharma coming in. And Bowles, slightly shortish of a length that time. It's left by Marnus Labuschagne, who's still there on 17. He's had to negotiate a sticky patch this morning, mainly from Patterson, from this side. Northeast, who's come in, is on 3.
I feel like I got a better view of Sharma here than I had at Lord's in the media centre watching him last week. Was it me, or was it just a little bit more nip in that than we've seen from any of the other bowlers this morning?
Probably. But it has been doing a bit this morning. Plenty on offer for the bowlers. Here comes Sharma to Marnus Labuschagne. Full, and that's whipped through square. They run the first one fast, and Labuschagne scampers home very quick through. Between the wickets is Marnus Labuschagne. And that probably was a single for many, but Labuschagne was off immediately, targeting a return and he got home.
Having just said the ball before seemed to really hit the gloves hard, that one kind of floated onto the legs of Labuschagne, didn't it?
Yes. So Marnus Labuschagne, his second game this season as he prepares for the World Test Championship. Sharma coming in and bowls, full delivery, and that's played to the offside, and there's no run off the bat of Labuschagne. Still good conditions. A bit of cloud cover on offer in the Welsh capital. There will be some disruption, we're told, over the course of the next 4 days, so we'll see how this one plays out. Middlesex in 5th, of course, coming into this game, 2 wins, as a Glamorgan 3rd on 75. It just shows how quickly things can change in this division, and I think we were discussing earlier that teams are going to be able to beat each other, and there's going to be probably a lot happening between now and the end of September, one would think. Bit of a conflab going on.
Did he just put on a wristband? Did he have that wristband on already, or maybe he was just adjusting it? What was the umpire looking at it? The umpire got involved first, then mid-wicket to have a go, huh?
3 slips in for Sharma, who comes in and bowls. That's cut nicely to the vacant third man area, and it's going to run all the way down to the River Taff end for 4.
Fair old baptism of fire, this, isn't it? First away game, Labuschagne and North East. Off you go, youngster.
That's delightfully played. Just opened the face. It was the pace of the ball and ran it down for a boundary, which takes Glamorgan to 49. Labuschagne on 23.
Had a drop in his first over in first-class cricket last week at Lord's. Yeah.
Targeting another wicket, full, and that's left by Marnus Labuschagne. And that is the end of Sharma's opening over, with Labuschagne on 23, North East just on 3, Glamorgan 49 for 2.
Guilty himself indeed of putting one down. Budinger it was at mid-on, put one down, and then Robson put one down off his bowling at second slip. It was a missed opportunity off Hanscom as well when he was just past 50. Went on to 87, and that was I think that was probably the big difference in that first innings, that otherwise it would have been a tighter first innings. Middlesex then all of a sudden had a deficit to knock off against Leicestershire, and it all went wrong for them. And a 3-day defeat at Lord's. Foxes,
on song,
top of the table. 4 slips go down. Davies is standing up, and Higgins is right arm over. He bowls to North East. The right-hander eases a defensive push to mid-on, and there's no run. But yeah, Sharma impressed last week, and clearly did, because he's in the side again this. So keeping Brooks out. I'll say Helm in the squad. I don't know whether we should read too much into that, whether he would have really had a chance of playing in this game with the blast coming up next week. Would they want him just to focus his skills on the white ball game? Higgins in bowls, and forward goes North East, pushing back up the track once more. Again, Blake Cullen maybe just being held back at the moment with the
no Eskenazi either.
No, but Holman's century has pushed Eskenazi out of the side, really. I think Holden, fabulous start to the season, 50 and a big century against Lancashire in that first game at Lord's. Got a century in the second game at Lord's as well, which indeed was against Glamorgan, wasn't it, in the first innings. Higgins in, bowls, and this ball's clipped to mid-on. It was only in that 4th innings against Glamorgan that he was finally dismissed for below 50 in an innings at Lord's, and that was when he went out trying to thump the ball around the park because Middlesex was so worried about the bad light on that 4th evening. Right, what we could all see from the media centre was that away in the distance it was glorious blue skies, but we're the only ones at Lord's that I suppose the top of the Compton and Edgeridge get that similar view now as well. They can peer off over the top of the pavilion and see away in the horizon where generally the weather comes from at Lord's. Here's Higgins with Davies standing back now for the upright North East who awaits, and this is left alone outside of the off stump. 49 for 2 it remains.
Well, it would stand to reason that the weather changes with the T20 upon us. That is the payday for a lot of these counties.
Yes.
There's a few Friday night games for Glamorgan, and I seem to remember a few were disrupted last year. Might have been Middlesex, might have been one of them actually. I think you might have been here on a Friday last year. But we'll be hoping for some big crowds over the course of the next month and a bit.
Higgins in bowls and just tucks up northeast. He looks to defend. He's halfway forward. The ball trickles away towards the offside.
Glamorgan home to Essex on the 6th. That is a Friday. And to Somerset, where that was the scene of carnage last year. Carlson hitting 135 in 64 balls. That was an innings and a half from Kieran Carlson.
Higgins, last ball of the over, 5 dots so far, and he finishes with the maiden as that's clipped sweetly but straight to mid-wicket by northeast on 3. Labuschagne will have strike on 23. Glamorgan put in 49 for 2. Yeah, Middlesex got a hammering from Gloucestershire and Glamorgan at Merchant Taylor's School.
When was the Cook innings, Nick? Was that? No, that was the year before, wasn't it? Yeah.
Yeah, that was the year where back-to-back weeks at... I say back-to-back weeks, I'm sure it was back-to-back games at Merchant Taylor's. Something like 75 scored off the last 3 overs, something... I'm just trying to remember actually now whether that was the Glamorgan or the Gloucestershire game off the top of my head, that one, but... Yeah, it all starts again next week, the Blasts.
Sharma, who had a decent first over, comes in, bowls, full-length delivery, and that's sweetly struck, but it's cut off by mid-on, and there's no run. So a bit of a rear-guard action here from Glamorgan after losing Zain ul Hassan. Caught Jack Davis, bowled Toby Rowland-Jones for 11. Asa Tribe, the other batter to depart, caught Deploy at second slip. Good snap chance, low, taken off the bowling of Rowland-Jones also. And there have been a few whizzing past the outside of the bat as Sharma comes in. Good length deliveries left by Labuschagne.
As much as excited as I am for the start of the Blast, and I am, I do remember this stage last season, finishing this particular round where you've had 6-7 games last week of May, and you realise 2 months into the summer's barely begun, has it? But the season's halfway done in the Championship already. I remember having quite a melancholy feeling at the end of May last year, thinking, goodness me, that's half the season. You wait all winter for it, and it's half the season's gone in a flash in April and May.
It is Sharma coming in and bowls. And there's an appeal for something or other.
Did he get his glove out of the way? Was the question?
I think they were appealing for a tickle on Labuschagne's glove, but nothing doing, according to the umpire, was disinterested. As we look at the replay, I can see why.
Well, I wonder behind the stumps, were they just following Sharma's appeal? I think maybe he was going for LBW, not offering a shot, but it's hit him on the back hip, hasn't it, on the way through? Well over the top.
3-dot balls. Well, we're into this situation where it's mix and match time now with T20s and smattering of championship games in the middle, which doesn't help anybody. As Sharma comes in, right arm over, bowls, and that's a squared Labuschagne. That's a Jaffa of a ball from Sharma, lifts through to keeper Jack Davis. Labuschagne's been in some bother this morning as he does some gardening, as everybody does. There doesn't need to be any gardening, it's green anyway out there.
So in South Africa we've got some scouts here. Are they watching online?
I would presume so, somewhere.
But isn't it? Nick said he might not play. Or was it yourself said he might not play?
Labuschagne, yeah, there's a possibility. As Sharma starts his run-up and bowls, and that is left outside off stump.
Speaking of sports documentaries, as we were earlier, welcome to Wrexham. It's tough to beat the Test, isn't it? What a docu.
Oh, that's a brilliant
Marnus
documentary.
and his ham and cheese sandwiches.
Yeah, I did enjoy the Test, I have to say. And what's the England version
Well, there was the Edge, wasn't there?
The Edge, that's it. Yeah, that's a good one
Have
as
they
well.
done another one? I mean, that was pretty powerful, that one, wasn't it? 'Cause it was
No,
really...
that was the Edge and the Test. Very good. Very good. Sharma in and bowls, and that's prodded and to the offside. There's no run. What's good about it, of course, is the access. That's what makes sport documentaries, as we've seen. Is it Win at All Costs? Is the Amazon series? Is that correct?
Which one's that?
Where they follow
various different teams.
Yes.
Oh, yeah. What's that one called?
No, it's not Win at All Costs. It is something of that nature. I will get the right title.
Yeah, I never used to watch sports documentaries because of that access all areas business. Well, you don't really see the full story, do you? So I never really bothered with them. But I think it was The Last Dance, the Michael Jordan one.
Oh, that was
Chicago
brilliant.
Bulls.
He's
Higgins. He's in bowls and length delivery outside the off stump.
All or nothing.
All or nothing. There we go.
Apologies.
It was the Michael Jordan one.
That was brilliant.
That was so good. That, and after that, it was left with the void. I was like, I'm going to have to start watching more sports documentaries. But
well, what was brilliant about The Last Dance, the footage was obviously kept in a basement somewhere for years before they compiled it into a documentary.
Well, I'm wondering, they must have aired before, mustn't it? A lot of this stuff somewhere. So here's Higgins in bowls, and this ball's pushed back up. But then it was the current interviews with the players now. Michael Jordan, that retrospect of was he too hard on his teammates, and was he too much this, and was he
possibly? But what it did show is, quite simply, he was a winner, wasn't he?
Because, but I mean, in terms of the footage, because there was probably a time, wasn't there? There was probably a tipping point where actually, if you stuck a camera down at the training ground, they probably wouldn't have blocked. But then all of a sudden, clubs became media savvy, didn't they? Like, hold on a minute, no filming. Here's Higgins, bowls, and forward goes Northeast. Just a little stuck in the crease on that one again. I was worried he was going to get squared up and be trapped in front. Because there was even a team talk video of Sir Alex Ferguson giving the 1999 team a dressing down. It's like, wow, where did that come from? You know, you can go and watch that one. But yeah, once we were into the new millennia.
Well, every media officer thought they were Alistair Campbell then, didn't they?
Yes.
And thought that was the way to work. Nothing against Alistair Campbell.
Is Higgins pushing back, and there's no one. I thought you were going to say nothing against the media officers, but
if you go back to the Living with Lions in '97, which was the last, it was professional in terms of the time, but the last amateurish kind of tour, where access wasn't a problem. And since then, all those fly-in-the-wall docs have become the same, unfortunately. They've become very, very samey with the advent of the professional age.
Higgins bowls. This is punched away into the offside, just wide of mid-off. They have a single, there's 50 up. They've been stuck on 49 for a while, actually. Racking up the dot balls. Well done to Sharma as well, playing his part in that. Yeah, they... Because even the all or nothing, I think, got a little bit of that, didn't it? That it wasn't quite full media. Because I quite enjoyed the Tottenham one. I thought you got a lot more. I mean, a lot of people said, you didn't really get the good stuff. I thought you got a lot more than you expected to.
Yeah, and there have been a few American sport teams on that series. I think the Toronto Maple Leafs is a good one. I remember watching that.
Higgins to Labuschagne. He's in bowls, and Labuschagne leaves ball. Really does dart through outside the off stump at a good pace. Zipped away off the surface, that one, and that was the cry that you may have heard from out in the middle, the ooh, the ah from the teams. 50 for 2 the score here. Labuschagne 23, Northeast has 4.
Any rugby fans in your abode for the next 4 days? Because obviously we have 2 finals at Cardiff. One this evening between Bath and Lyon in the European Challenge Cup final, which I'll be darting off to
Is that the big one, or is that
No,
like
that's
UEFA Cup?
that's the precursor.
Oh.
That's the UEFA Cup,
That's the
Europa
Europa
League.
League,
Yeah, if you want to.
Is it the Europa League or the Europa Conference?
No, it's the Europa League.
Okay.
Yeah, there's no Europa Conference equivalent. And then tomorrow, the big one, the Champions League, if you will, between Northampton and Bordeaux-Bègles of France. So there'll be a fair few in the capital as Sharma continues from the Cathedral Road end, just slightly short of a length, but it's prodded by Sam Northeast, the captain, into the offside at short cover. There's no run.
Wait, it's a double header, is it?
No, there's one this evening and one tomorrow.
But sorry, they both in Cardiff.
Oh yes, they're both in
Finals.
Cardiff. Yeah, yeah. For a number of years now, they've played both in the same city.
I'm not going out tonight in Cardiff. Though.
Oh no, it'd be like the Wild West down at St Mary Street and down there.
Northampton,
Northampton
Bath.
tomorrow. Oh, Bath, Lyon this evening. Northampton, Bordeaux-Bègles tomorrow as Sharma comes in, and Northeast tried to whip that through the onside, wrapped him on the pads and didn't get anywhere. There's no run. I'm sure the hoteliers and various establishments would have liked to have seen Leinster in the final for various reasons, but Northampton put pay to the Dubliners.
What are the French rugby fans like? Have they got a reputation? Are they good? Are they bad? Are they indifferent?
Oh, they're very jovial, I'm sure. As Sharma comes in,
Well, no, it's not like football, is it?
I'm not as
Not quite
familiar.
Marseille's football fans on the
No,
road.
no, less ultras. I'm not as familiar, I have to say, with Bordeaux and Lyon's fans as I would be with the more accustomed Toulouse and Clermont Auvergnes of the world. However,
Well,
sure there'll be a few in the city centre this evening.
Following Glamorgan, I'm sure you're well accustomed to lose.
Oh, boom, boom. Yes. As Sharma comes in, Voles, and that's whipped down to fine leg, and there's a single.
Where are the Glammy Ultras, by the way?
Oh, they are perched over the far side.
He's at home in Swansea, isn't he?
You're okay.
Is it Swansea, Bevan?
Yeah, the
Is he
village.
tuned in this morning? Have we heard from him yet?
He does tune in. He probably does tune in more so. He doesn't play golf these days, does Edward? So he'll be tuning in from the village of Trebanos, outside Swansea. As Sharma starts his run-up. Penultimate ball of the over. That's worked through the onside, but it's stopped. It's mid-wicket. There's no run. 51 for 2. So runs have been hard to come by from a Glamorgan perspective. 2 wickets have fallen. They've steadied the ship, so to speak, these two. Labuschagne, a workmanlike innings. 23 from 38. Northeast, only 5 from 30 balls. Toby Rowland-Jones taking the wickets this morning. Flag of Middlesex in the distance, fluttering in the breeze at Sophia Gardens. Sharma coming in past the umpire, bowls. Wayward down leg side taken by Jack Davis. So that is the end of the over. Glamorgan steadily going about the business. A 51 for 2, Labuschagne 23. Northeast is on 5.
Yeah, it's glorious out there now, isn't it? As you mentioned, it was a bit overcast first thing. A few of those thicker clouds have rolled off into the distance.
Yeah, rolling towards the Caerphilly Mountains in the distance.
Speaking of the distance, I've spotted for the first time looking over the stand towards the city centre there. What is that building creeping up? Is it the City Hall or...?
Well, that is yes. The City Hall by the you've got the museum part of the same building.
Higgins bowls and up on his toes is Northeast punch, a single just in front of Gohar at point. Yeah, it's
Cathays Park. It is.
What, the building?
It's in.
Or it's in the park?
It's called Cathays Park. The Welsh office used to be over there.
It's quite a ornate top, isn't it? You know, you think of a steeple, which is quite...
That's where all the graduation photos will take place in about a month's time.
Higgins' slip is noticeably deeper than the rest. As here is a full ball to
At
Labuschagne
one
when she defends.
time, that was where the proposed National Assembly was going to be placed, but then is obviously down in Cardiff Bay now.
And it does look quite ornate, the top of that, doesn't it? Must pay closer attention. I've got Nick Webb's curiosity going now. He's thinking, what on earth building am I talking about? Never noticed it before over there. This is Webby's chair, though, isn't it? So I'm never usually in this one. Here's Higgins.
Well, Nick can come into...
Bowles edged and taken at second slip. That is the end of Labuschagne, gone for 23. A little dabble just outside off stump. Higgins strikes in his fourth over. 21 into the piece on this first morning, and they have both openers and the big name as well. Labuschagne goes for 23, his 41st delivery, and he's just had a little push at a ball that's straightened on him, to be fair. That's a fine ball, and a very good catch at second by Elias Deploy, tumbling away to his right-hand side. Just going to have a look one more time at that. And well, he tried to get everything in behind it, but squared up somewhat, and a thick edge, well taken by Deploy. And Glamorgan, a 52 for 3.
Yes, well, it's an immediate problem for Glamorgan, but it might be a bit of a problem for Labuschagne, in that he seems to be getting squared up and caught it slip a couple of times in the last match, and he's gone for just 23, so only one last chance now in the second innings to make an impact before that World Test final.
Yes, Zimbabwe-born Ryan Higgins picking up the wicket. Zimbabwe in action, of course, at the moment against England.
Yes.
At Trent Bridge, but it is all eyes really at the moment. The Test arena on that championship final for sure. Here's Kieran Carlson coming out to join Sam Northeast. We've got half an hour until lunch, and Middlesex's decision to bowl first, I'd suggest, is very near. I think half an hour out from lunch. Labuschagne back in the shed. If you'd have said this to Middlesex on winning the toss, 21st over, you got both openers and Labuschagne. You'd be happy with that half an hour before lunch? Oh, yes, please.
Yep. 3 wickets is justified, isn't it?
I think so,
lunch.
yeah. 4, they'll walk off happy as Larry, won't they?
Yeah, absolutely.
Or 4 or more, indeed. So the onus is on Glamorgan now, isn't it? Head down, get to lunch.
Yes, a lot of rebuilding to do for the home side, if they're to get any sort of total. The in-form Ben Callaway is missing from the middle order because of university exams. So a lot of work to do, as you say.
4 slips still in place. Robson, as I say, is noticeably deeper. The reason why he's so noticeably deeper is because of how far advanced Deploy is at second. It was Deploy who did take that catch. Usually the staggering of the slips would have the line looking a little bit different, but you could almost draw a perfect line between the keeper Davies and Holden at 4th, but 4 slip, who's considerably deeper, as here's Higgins, left alone outside off, and through it goes. Carlson's first ball. I say considerably deeper because Deploy is more advanced at second. It makes Robson look that much deeper at slip.
Yeah, Kieran Carlson, the highest scorer in this side with 374 runs in the season, average of 37.4, which leads you to deduce that he's been out 10 times because Callaway, who was ahead of him, is missing. Higgins
to Carlson, drops the single just in front of Roland Jones at mid-off.
And so is Ingram, who's also ahead of him. So Glamorgan, for different reasons, without their 2 leading scorers. Ingram being rested, Callaway busy at his studies.
Are you happy with that building I've been questioning now over the top there, which peeks over the back of the stand to our right?
Yeah, it's not Cathays Park though.
What is it? All controversy here. The locals. Here's Higgins in, bowls, and this ball's pushed up to mid-on, there's no run. The locals are restless here.
But the whole Welsh office is called...
Oh yes, a Welsh office bill. Well, I wouldn't call that Cathays Park. It's nowhere near Cathays Park. It might be the top of the building that the Welsh office is in these days. Possibly opposite the BBC. Anyway.
Top of the building that the Welsh office is in these days. What was it originally built as, that? Because, I mean, it must be 100 120 years old or so, or by the looks of the top of it anyway. It's a...
No, wouldn't be that old. I thought that was relatively new, because the Welsh office was previously
Nick,
next to City Hall.
Are we looking at the same building here? I'm talking about the very ornate, old-looking building in the distance over there.
Oh, ooh.
Lovely-looking thing. I've never spotted it before. No, there's the big old office block
Yeah,
thing
I
that
thought
you're
you were
talking
talking
about.
about
No,
the
that's
office block.
just one of the monstrosities you see in any city now, isn't it?
Here comes Sharma into bowl, and that is punched out on the offside by Carlson. And there is no run.
Just by the top of it, you could almost be forgiven that you were in Old Deer Park, Richmond, looking at the pagoda over the back of the pagoda end, indeed. Glamorgan were regular visitors, weren't they, to Old Deer Park?
Yes, I used to enjoy those days.
No, you didn't. You were usually having to sort out all my technical problems for me. Bringing half of BBC Radio Wales technical crew to sort it out.
As Sharma is in and bowls wide and chopped down by Carlson through gully for a single. Had to stretch for that one, really.
You never trusted us, you lot. You always used to bring a van and do an OB from there. It was, I mean, you were right not to trust us. But
It's the only place, I must say, where the commentary team has had to include the specialist job of fielder, whoever's was,
Oh,
as
yeah.
we were so
Yeah.
close to the boundary edge at long off,
Yeah.
whoever was off air at any specific time had to sit in front and have the reverse hands ready
Yeah.
to stop anything being belted low. As Sharma is into bowl. Ooh, that's mistimed by North East. Looking to play through cover. Has dragged it up to mid-off, no run.
there was a Kent game at Uxbridge, and Dave Fulton was part of the BBC Radio Kent commentary team on the table next to me, and I thought, that's fine. You got, Matt or Ben, who'd be an absolute waste of time the other side of Fultz, but Fultz was next to me, and I thought, that's all right. If a ball comes here, Fultz will be the one that will dive in for cover every time the ball came anywhere near us. Absolute waste.
Oh dear.
Absolute waste. Actually, I think Ed Bevan, didn't Ed get hit on the... Or was it... No, it might have been Dick Davis, actually. It was an Essex game, got hit on the leg by a ball that ricocheted around off all the posts.
As that's played nicely into the offside by North East, but doesn't beat cover, and there's no run.
Best memory of the over Richmond Glamorgan fixture, though, was when... Do you remember Sean Tate got put onto the pavilion roof by Darvin Milan? It was cute. I mean, it's not the biggest of grounds, obviously, but nonetheless, putting him onto the pavilion roof was pretty good.
At Old Deer Park, and remember the young mascot being wiped out by a throw in the pre-match warm-up.
Yes.
Poor little so-and-so.
Yeah.
Carted off. Dear, hit on the chest.
Yeah.
Nasty one. 54 for 3. Sharma in to bowl. North East glances down to fine leg for a single. 55 for 3. North East to 7.
I think Fultz was doing the pre-game presentation that day as well, wasn't he, for the big screen? Good old Fultz. He's been on with me recently.
I can give you a list of Edward Bevan being struck.
Yes, of course.
Taunton.
Yeah. Well, fortunately, he wasn't struck. Oh, was he? Did the ball actually hit him once?
Yes, it did.
Crashed through all that glass.
Croft to Trigo. Here it comes. Crash bang wallop.
It's still coming. It's on the way. It was at JMO with him that day.
Carlson on strike. Nice square drive by Carlson through the offside, racing away through point, and will beat the pursuing fielders as one of the rare boundaries off the middle of the bat this morning. 59 for 3. Carlson to 6.
Was it Steve James?
It was Steve James who was in the back box alongside Edwards. It was such a small box that the other commentators, Mike Powell and myself, were outside and.
Oh, you were there on the day?
Yes, dashed in. I took over. Dashed in, visualising all sorts of potential carnage, but thankfully the injuries were limited.
Ended up on Have I Got News For You, that clip, didn't
Yes.
it? I mean, I always thought one of you boys would end up on Have I Got News For You. Not for that reason, but...
We also had a ball through the window of the BBC box down at the river end from... I think it was Richard Grant.
Goodness me, that sounds
all-rounder.
painful. Here's Higgins. He's in, bowls, and this is pushed up to mid-off.
And
North East, there's no run.
in the old days, before I was working for the BBC, but I was there watching, and Edward and Don were commentating when Courtney Walsh stuck one through the window, albeit on the bounce. They had a very low box of the BBC in those days, and Walsh hit one sort of first bounce through the window Or smashed the window there.
He was a cracking tail-ender, wasn't he? Courtney Walsh. I used to love watching him bat. Here's Higgins bowls, and this ball's pushed up to mid-on. I mentioned Jack Russell's leave. Walsh had an extravagant leave, didn't he, as well? Even more extravagant swing of the bat when he did decide to hit it.
Yes, Labuschagne's, is left the crease rather than leaving the ball. And, as I say, 3 low scores. And only 1 chance left.
.59 for 3. Higgins is in, bowls, and a forward defence from North East meets him. Digging in for lunch.
Yes, well, Glamorgan needs someone to dig in.
Any ideas what lunch is today yet? Have we had any
No idea.
news from the mark?
No idea.
Rumours? What's been the best you've had so far this year, the best dish?
Well, Sunday lunch is not bad. Sunday roast.
Are we going to get a roast on Sunday?
Well, it'll be...
Who's going to do the commentary in the afternoon session?
You're not having time off, Kevin.
Won't be awake if I have a Sunday roast. Higgins in bowls, and another beaut to North East beats him. We did say that Higgins may well be the man to get the most out of this ball and this surface.
Definitely Middlesex's session, unlike the first one in Lords, says Duncan in Sevenoaks. And Graham in Merthyr says Sophia Gardens pitches more sporty since the better weather and offering more chance of a result. Green does not always equal mean movement, says Graham. Bounce and pace.
In comes Higgins, bowls, and that's turned just fine of mid-wicket. Holman is the fielder who retreats, and they take 2.
So thank you for your contributions. Nick Webb 2017 on X, on Blue Sky, and for the emails, gmail.com. Kenneth Davis and Kevin Hand Sport on X. Any other methods, or are you sticking to X?
I'm not even on that anymore, to be honest.
Right.
Still an account
I
there.
saw your name was there.
Still an account there.
Okay.
Social media.
Anti-social media.
Yes. Here's Higgins, he's in, bowls, and forward goes North East. It's tickled away, backward a square on the leg side, and they have a single. North East on to 10. 62 for 3 end of the over.
It's all right as you stick to the people you're following. If you have a dip into the wider pool, it can get murky fairly quickly.
Oh, it's the pool I'm following that I don't like. Enough of them.
62 for 3. As we get the usual announcement about you can go out, but don't take food or drink out there.
Or else.
There
He's
we
so
are.
cuddly though, Mr. Hignall, though, isn't he? He's not very threatening.
Well, I don't know. He used to be in the classroom, so I'm sure he can exert some authority when needed. Right, we're going to get a second blast from Patterson. We're going to get a second one from Roland Jones as well before lunch.
I don't know. I mean, Higgins is... how many overs has he had now? 5? Roland Jones had 7 to begin. He's bowling well at the moment, Higgins. I'd suggested probably keep going.
Sharma 0 for 13 in 4.
Roland Jones will be on next over now, isn't he?
In comes Patterson then from the Cathedral Road end and bowls to North East. 2 pushes at that one and is beaten by it. And yes, all the Glamorgan batters so far have been struggling slightly.
7.1 overs, 4 maidens, none for 9, Patterson. Higgins, by contrast, is extremely expensive with 1 for 10 from 5.
Well, 4 of those 9 was the thick edge from Labuschagne with which he got off the mark.
Yeah, well, I'm just thinking even Higgins' 10. I'm trying to think where they came from now. He served up a couple of cuts, I think, didn't he?
As Patterson bowls, North East is forward, pushing up towards mid-on, and there's no run in the Test match. Zimbabwe 58 for 1, so
that's not bad.
Quite a rapid reply. Ben Curran provided a first Test victim for Sam Cook. Court Brook bowls Cook, which has a certain ring to it. But
is there any chance of his brothers playing for Zimbabwe maybe one day. I think they were guests on Test Match Special yesterday, weren't they?
Okay.
At tea.
As that is a leave from Northeast, outside off stump. No shot required.
Sam's still in the T20 England squad, isn't he?
Well, he's thereabouts, isn't he?
Tom's not anymore,
really.
is he?
I presume Tom could switch off the suitable interval, whatever it is these days. Should know that, shouldn't I?
It seems relatively shorter than it used to be anyway.
It's gone longer in rugby union, 5 years qualifying by residence, and then I think 3 years switching between nations. As forward is Northeast and pressing up to mid-on, there's no run. England 5-6-5 for 6 declared. Zimbabwe 58 for 1 in response. But tell me how to look at the other championship games in Division 2. This is a full round of matches. Derbyshire 99 for 1 against Kent. David Lloyd made exactly 50 before being legged before to Gilchrist. There's Patterson on his way, and Northeast beaten again outside off stump. These are torrid times for Glamorgan. Kent again playing Jake Ball on loan from Somerset, but Alfie Ogborn, who went along with him, hasn't got a game in the 2 games for which they were on loan. Bog-off offer from Somerset, obviously. So Lloyd goes after an opening partnership of 99 for Derbyshire, who are now 100 for 1. Lancashire making good progress at Leicester, 73 without loss. Wells and Jennings the openers. Patterson bowls, and that's run down by Northeast. A sharp intake of breath from my Middlesex colleague here, but that was pretty much under control, I'd suggest, from Northeast, even if he might not have intended it to go quite that fine, as it beat fourth slip and ran away for 4 runs.
Yeah, he angled his back quite nicely there, actually, didn't he, looking at the replay. But where's the fourth slip gone, though? He's only going at... Well, had he have gone at that, that would have been a fifth maiden, had there been a fourth slip there. Whether it would have carried or not, but the fourth slip was at cover, and they've conceded 4 runs.
As stream viewers treated to some fairly trenchant political views on from a newspaper there.
Worst ever, was it?
I don't think it was a sporting story, so we'll pass it by.
Could have been worse. Here's Higgins in bowls, and a flash at that. That was Norsey from Carlson. His 6th ball, and he has 6 runs to his name. Higgins also has a word for Carlson.
Yes, Carlson has talked about selling his wicket more dearly, but he was tempted by that one. That was a little trace of old Carlson throw the kitchen sink at everything approach.
Ken's gone early on the lunch, hasn't he? He's just disappeared out the back of the box.
Naughty so-and-so.
Do you reckon he's going to come back and tease us with the smell of it and eat it behind us? Here's Higgins. He still has 4 slips, and he needs all 4 of them because he's beaten Carlson with that. Carlson jabbed at it, didn't he? Whether you could say he's actually played the shot or not, but the bat was halfway down.
Yes, may have played inside the line on purpose. Northants against Gloucestershire. Northants in early trouble as well. 57 for 4 against the Gloucesters.
Who's going up this year, Nick? Who's going up? Northants, Gloucestershire.
Any 2 from 8.
Yeah. Here's Higgins, bowls outside the off stump through to the keeper. It's left alone, which you wouldn't have thought you were saying about Glamorgan early season.
No, they were plumb last after 3 rounds. 2 wins and a decent draw, and they're up to 3rd.
Harris was injured for the game at Lords, wasn't he? Missed Harry up there, so I'll have to make sure I say hello to him over the next few days here.
Yeah, he missed the first 4.
Bones, as he's known. Skin and bones, is that what it was when he broke through as a 16-year-old? He was all skin and bones. Here's Higgins bowls, and this is pushed back up the track. It's funny how nicknames stick, isn't it? Because he's turned himself into a prime athlete, hasn't he? In terms of his cycling and all the other things he does, but
He is very
Still called Bones.
keen on his physical conditioning, and
Much like us, Webby.
only with considerably better results in his case, anyway.
I've been told I have to lose a stone by the doctor. Can you believe it? Stone.
Well,
I said, I'm not going to lose that in the cricket season, am I?
so only fault for visiting the doctor.
Cakes and biscuits were top of the list to cut
Yes.
out. Cakes and biscuits.
6 or 7 hours sitting on your rear and
Yeah.
talking.
Higgins in, bowls. Oh, and another flash on the back foot from Carlson. Through it goes.
Yeah, batting to come. Well, next will be either Chris Cook or Tom Bevan. And then Van der Hoogten at 8. You would have thought Gorvin 9, Harris 10 and Koeneman 11. I know Koeneman has batted up to 9, but probably 11 in this particular lineup, I would suggest. Probably a better 11 than Fernando.
Last ball of Higgins' 6th over. He's in, bowls, and on the back foot. He's up on his toes, Carlson to defend. 66 for 3. I did manage to cut out the cake one. It might have been over 2 years at Lords, and I kept counting it every day. Actually, I did it on Twitter. Every day it was up 1-0, 2-0, 3-0. I think I was up to 44-0, me versus the Lords cake, until I finally caved one day and I needed to. But this
Fell
year,
off the wagon,
well,
did you?
exactly. But this year, cut out the cakes and biscuits, lose a stone. This year, they've brought in a ginger cake. It's phenomenal. It's the best cake they've ever had at Lords. And not only that, one day they served a red velvet cheesecake.
Oh, it was gorgeous, wasn't
Oh,
it?
it was at the Glamorgan game, a red
Yes.
velvet cheesecake.
The red velvet.
Oh.
So well, was it?
Yeah,
cheesecake?
it was.
Yeah.
Red velvet cheesecake. Now, that was the best, but that wasn't a regular. Of the regulars, they've got this cheesecake now. They've got the ginger cake.
Patterson is in to bowl, and North East defends to mid-off, and there is no run. Holden the fielder.
But they're two things that perhaps separately I could have resisted. They've got a red velvet or a cheesecake. No, I can probably resist. Put them together, I couldn't. That was amazing. We haven't had it since. Woody Glamorgan's come back to Lords, clearly, so we can have the
Yes.
red velvet cheesecake again.
Well, I could have resisted the ginger one.
Oh, it's
I'm-
good.
I'm not- I'm not
Once
a
you
huge
tasted
ginger
it,
fan.
yeah, it was so good. So good, that ginger cake.
66 for 1, 8 minutes until we can leave for luncheon.
You can tell where my mind's gone.
Patterson in to bowl, and he's beating North East again outside off stump, and really has been ball beating bat so often during the course of the morning.
Here, where's the lad next door whose mum used to bake us all the cakes?
Jack is now employed by Sussex County Cricket Club.
We're not playing Sussex this year. A 4-dayer anyway. Down there for the blast, I suppose. Does that mean will Jack be tuned in still to this commentary, though? Are Sussex playing today?
Everyone's playing,
Oh,
so I shouldn't think his duties
we
would
need to get a
permit him
message to Jack's mum somehow
join
to make sure she
Glamorgan.
bakes the cakes for Middlesex's visit.
As Patterson bowls and North East is forward, defending back to the bowler.
This wasn't just a cake either. It was a platter, wasn't it? We used to get a bit of everything in there, didn't we?
They were very fine offerings indeed.
Well, how'd you let him go, Webby? What happened there? That's a
I didn't
schoolboy
employ
error.
him. I didn't.
You wield enough power here, Webby. That's a schoolboy error from you. How did that happen?
Well, he went off to football duties in the Sussex area, where he had ties as well, and then that's transferred into cricket duties these days. As Patterson is into bowl and North East plays to cover, and there is no run.
So whose mum have we got baking us cakes now?
Yes, I haven't had any offerings in the Glamorgan commentary box so far this season.
There's not so many next door this year. There's only 2 of them in there. What happened? Cutbacks. AI.
Who knows?
Advances in technology.
Who knows? We'll be replaced by AI soon, I expect.
AI's mum wouldn't be able to book us cakes, bake us cakes, would it?
Here's Patterson in to North East on 14 not out, and tucked up a little bit there, hit on the thigh, and the ball just dribbles out in front of him. If you are just joining us, Middlesex winning the toss, choosing to bowl first and claiming the wickets of Zain ul Hassan, caught Davis, bowled Roland Jones for 11. Tribe caught Duploy, bowled Roland Jones for 12, and then Manus Labuschagne caught Duploy also at slip off the bowling of Higgins for 23. After 1 or 2 struggles for Labuschagne against Patterson in particular. As Patterson is in, and North East just runs that one down into the gully. A maiden over. And Patterson now has conceded just 13 runs off 9 overs, 5 maidens among them. Probably 2 overs to go until lunch. Will there be a token over a spin, do you think, or not?
Zafar Gohar. Well, Patterson's only conceded that one edge, albeit controlled and steered and away by North East. He's only conceded that one scoring shot in his 2 overs since returning. I think he's carried a fair bit of threat, hasn't he? But in answer to your question, yes, probably. Here's Higgins. 3 slips. Oh, and a deep gully now. This is a interesting move as Higgins is in, bowls, and Carlson hooks to long leg where Sharma's fielding. They'd set back deep square. Long leg was already back, but deep gully retreating back from 4th slip. Who did that against Middlesex recently now? Somebody had it was at Derbyshire. They kept on putting in a deep, almost a fly slip. So they'd have the 2 or 3 orthodox, and then they'd have this. The best way you couldn't say he was a short third because he was too far advanced. So a very deep gully, a deep and fine gully. Martin Anderson, I think, was there and managed to take a catch. As his a length ball from Higgins through to the keeper. It goes, just nipping away from North East. That who dabbled on the front foot again.
Johnny Gaffer querying the correlation between the weather and positive results. I suppose it's just a question of the factor of having more time in the game overcoming the fact that there are fewer bowler-friendly pitches around, if you like, in the first couple of months than normal in April, May.
In comes Higgins, and that one outside the off stump again to North East. Was he playing at that, Nick? I must admit, did he withdraw the bat? I think by the way he's replaying it.
Yes, probably was. He's played and missed quite a lot, Sam North East, by his standards, certainly. 67 for 3. 3 minutes to lunch. They should squeeze in an extra over if they run round quickly between them.
Higgins in bowls and flashing at that one. They've just taken out the 4th slip, and North East picks up a boundary. Where did they move 4th slip to cover again? Strange move because they're not exactly leaking runs at the moment, Middlesex, but they've plugged the covers for some reason, and dabble on the back foot, and whether an orthodox 4th slip would have had it, but they just put in the deep gully, the fly 4th slip, hadn't they, and then removed him.
Whether he saw that North East and thought, well, I can play that shot in that area with less risk.
Higgins hits the crease now, he bowls, and that one nips away again from North East. It's just starting to do something now, isn't it, off the surface, a little bit more. It's done it all the way for Higgins, but I feel like he'd rather like an over or 2 more in this spell, wouldn't he, rather than lunch?
Probably would. I've just noticed the size of those Middlesex names across the top of the back of the shirt. They must be bigger letters than anyone else for Higgins.
Off he goes. 29 on his back, he bowls, just full of length, and forward goes North East, defending up to mid-on, and there's no run. 71 for 3. It doesn't quite have the same ring as in football, does it? The number 11 heads off down the flank, the number 7 whips the ball in. In he comes, Middlesex is number 29.
Well, football, you have ridiculous numbers all over the place.
Well, you do now, yeah, it's gone, isn't it, the old... I mean, you still kind of have a number at a club, don't you, a mythical number.
Here we are, the token over spin before lunch, ladies and gentlemen. There we are. Zafar Gohar, the one test Pakistan spinner, slow left armour.
Have you seen much of him over the years?
Yes, he took a load of wickets. I think he got a 5 or 6 for here to win a game for Gloucestershire.
He's useful, isn't he?
He is.
And a very good bat as well, it seems.
21 wickets at 28 so far this season. There may well be an update for BBC Radio Wales before too long.
And a 6 into the grandstand to win it against Kent as well, which was a favoured moment in his Middlesex career so far.
Here's Zaffer. Oh, he's pulled away because Carlson's pulled away. Someone still chatting a little bit, maybe.
They said the Radio Wales update's coming.
As long as he doesn't get out while there's a Radio Wales update. Zaffer bowls and Carlson is defending.
They love that though, don't they? When they're tuned in and they come for an update and a wicket falls while you're doing the update.
As long as it's not a timed bulletin, in which case you are not allowed to overrun, but thankfully we don't have many of those yet. As Zaffer's in round the wicket bowls, back of a length, punched away by Carlson to backward point where it's parried, and there's no run. 71 for 3. Glamorgan looking to play out this last over. There's a short leg and a slip for Zaffer as he's in and bowls, and Carlson on the back foot defends back to the bowler. No run.
So there is a slow left arm spinner for Glamorgan. Should Zaffer Gohar be excited about that you've dropped in an
Aussie as forward stretches Carlson and defends? Potentially. I'm not sure whether there looks to be much in this surface, but we don't know how it'll change over the course of the days.
Well, if it seems it'll spin, we've seen a little bit of seam, but not a lot so far today.
Zaffer in, bowls, Carlson off the back foot defends, and there is no run.
And
So
even 5 balls in from Zaffer, from Gohar, if you haven't seen one really do something big by this stage, you think, oh well.
short leg moves to silly point for the final ball of the session. It's Ben Geddes who is under the lid there, and Zaffer bowls, and Carlson has to watch that one carefully on the bat, defends it on the leg side, end the session, 71 for 3. Carlson has 7, Northeast has 18, Ulhassan 11, Tribe 12, and Labuschagne 23, the men out. 2 wickets to Roland Jones, 1 to Higgins, and commentary will resume at 1:40.
Not out during the course of this morning's innings. Sam has passed the milestone of 14,000 runs in all first-class cricket.
Glamorgan 71 for 3 at lunch. It has been a torrid session for the home side after being put into bat with the Middlesex seamers pretty much on top, and Marnus Labuschagne, the Australian star, among those back in the pavilion for 23. He was caught off slip off Ryan Higgins, with Toby Roland Jones accounting for openers, Ulhassan for 11 and Tribe for 12. Sam Northeast has battled his way to 18 not out with a few plays and misses. Glamorgan have a long way to go. They're 71 for 3 at lunch.
I've got some lunchtime scores from the other games taking place elsewhere. We'll start at Trent Bridge, the second day of the test between England and Zimbabwe. England declared on 565 for 6, and at lunch in Nottingham, Zimbabwe are 72 for 1. There's a full batch of games in the Rothesay County Championship around the country. We'll start first of all at Utilita Bowl, where Hampshire won the toss, elected to bat against Sussex, and Hampshire at lunch 93 for 4. At Northampton won the toss. They also elected to bat against Gloucestershire. Northampton 71 for 4 at the interval. At Chesterley Street, Durham won the toss, also elected to bat against Somerset. And at the interval, Durham are 96 for 3. At Headingley, Yorkshire won the toss and they elected to bowl against Nottinghamshire at lunch. Notts are 67 for 2. At New Road, Warwickshire won the toss. They also elected to bat first against Worcestershire, and they're currently 65 for 2. At Grace Road in Leicestershire won the toss. They elected to bowl against Lancashire. Lancashire have reached 77 for 1 at the interval. At Derbyshire won the toss. They elected to bat first against Kent. Derbyshire at the interval 106 for 1. And at the Oval, Surrey won the toss. They invited Essex to bat first. And at lunch, Essex 103 for 4. Now, if you're seeking refreshments, a full range of food and drink can be purchased in the Pyramid Lounge, which is situated on the ground floor of the Thatcher's Pavilion. There is, don't forget, a 10% discount for all Glamorgan members and season ticket holders on all food sales. Drinks and snacks can also be purchased from the mobile unit beneath the Castet Howell stand, that's at the Cathedral Road end of the stadium. You can also obtain snacks from the vending machine at the rear of the indoor school. And don't forget, you can recharge your water bottles at various refill points around the stadium. The Glamorgan Club shop run by Missouri Sports is open today. It's situated opposite Gate 2. It will be open until 5 this evening. And as always, it's selling a wide range of cricket equipment and other items, including replica Glamorgan kit, plus a range of recently published cricket books. If you're seeking a scorecard, you can obtain them free of charge from reception, situated on the ground floor of the Thatcher's Pavilion. That's where you can also purchase a copy of the 2025 Glamorgan Yearbook. The Museum of Welsh Cricket is also open today. It's situated on the first floor of the National Cricket Centre, and like the Glamorgan Cricket Heritage Gallery, it's recently undergone a refurbishment, thanks to a very generous grant from the Welsh Government. This means that there are lots of new information boards, as well as bilingual films for you to watch, and one of the new features in the museum are archive films as part of a memory match facility. The memory match facilities for the current game will be a film showing the evolution and development of women's and girls' cricket in Wales, as well as going down memory lane back to 1977, the Gillette Cup final, when Glamorgan met Middlesex in the club's first ever cup final at Lord's. The museum also has a number of second-hand cricket books and old Glamorgan yearbooks, which together with a range of other items and souvenirs are on sale, all to raise funds for the running of the museum. The museum will also be open during tea and will be closing shortly afterwards. Finally, a reminder that we stand against all forms of discrimination. There is no place for it in our sport. We will embrace and celebrate differences everywhere, knowing that with diversity, together we are stronger. Here at Glamorgan County Cricket Club, we are dedicated to raising the game. So if you witness any form of discrimination, you can challenge it and call it out simply by contacting, in strictest confidence, your nearest steward. Thank you very much. Diolch yn fawr.
don't be weird, like, what am I actually going to do?
Good afternoon and welcome back to Sophia Gardens for the second session on this first day of the County Championship Division 2 match between Glamorgan and Middlesex. Your commentary team, Kevin Hand, will be back in around half an hour, Kenneth Davis and myself, Nick Webb. Glamorgan resuming on 71 for 3 after what has to be said was quite a torrid first session for the batters, Ken.
It was indeed, and some probing lines from firstly Toby Rowland-Jones and Dane Patterson. Higgins then took the third wicket, so it was a testing morning for Glamorgan, who lost Zainul Hassan. Caught Jack Davis, bowled Toby Rowland-Jones for 11. Asa Tribe went, a smart catch by Duploy. Rowland-Jones the bowler, and Labuschagne, who hasn't hit his stride at all in the 2 games that he will be performing for Glamorgan. He went for 23, caught Duploy off the bowling of Higgins. So certainly Middlesex's morning. Glamorgan 71 for 3, and certainly plenty on offer for the bowlers. So Glamorgan need to consolidate here early on in this afternoon session.
Yeah, North East is 18 of 58 balls faced. He's certainly been beaten plenty of times outside the off stump. And a fairly grassy pitch is certainly giving the bowlers a little bit of assistance, or they've been using it well. As Higgins practices his run-up, he will be bowling the first over after lunch from the River Taff end, and Middlesex is over 8 -1. They sent down just 28 overs in the first couple of hours, and we're a couple of minutes past 1 o'clock as well, but 3 wickets have fallen, and the umpires here are implored to make extra allowance for the long distance from the dressing room when new batters walk out. As Higgins is in to bowl to North East, who's hit on the pad, and the slip cordon just gently clearing their throats for the first delivery after lunch. So just in terms of the geography, all the matches so far have been played towards the grandstand side, and although they are all new wickets, there's a fairly worn little square of 4 pitches. So 3 slips. Duploy has taken a couple of smart grabs already as Higgins is in to bowl, and North East is beaten, pushing forward. Well, he's hanging on in there, some North East, but he's not looking hugely happy.
That was a great ball again, wasn't it, by Higgins. Oof, that came back in, I think. Yes, it did.
It shaved the off stump and then was taken by Davis going down the leg side. So still the ball doing a lot. And Middlesex's bowlers are taking advantage of winning that toss at 10:30 this morning as Higgins charges in, bowls, and North East plays on the leg side. Ball trickles towards mid-wicket, and there's no run. Just a high cloud around at the moment, a bit of hazy blue sky.
Just received my Challenge Cup ticket once more. it from the WIU. It appeared in my app and then disappeared again.
Oh, marvellous.
It is there.
Good. As in comes Higgins and bowls, and North East playing whatever shot that was. It was a off-balance back foot drive. But he's in all sorts of difficulties at the moment, Sam North East.
I mean, you worry, Nick, if this takes on a similar theme to last week, where batting became easier, and Glamorgan made hay literally in the sunshine in their innings, and obviously got an advantage over Northants.
As Higgins bowls, and North East, I think, has got his bat out the way of that one in time. Yes, as Glamorgan enjoyed a big first innings advantage. Northants Following on, 239. Northants were 239 in deficit because Northants won the toss and decided to bat. Was shot out for 185. Glamorgan might struggle to get that far as things stand, as that's outside off stump. That's a more comfortable leave for North East as Higgins opens the afternoon proceedings with a maiden, out of which several balls defeated the bat. We had one over of Zafar Goha, the spinner, but we're going to go back to Dane Patterson.
Dane Patterson, the South African, who started proceedings this morning in tandem with Toby Rowland-Jones. It does seem to be doing more this wicket that it was the wicket last week, as Nick mentioned, was the one to the right of our vantage point towards the main stand. This is Patterson, bowls, and that's left. It has been called a no ball, so a couple added to the tally. Just straying over the mark there, Dane Patterson. People just continue to come in after lunch here at Sophia Gardens. A few clouds above, but still good conditions. Bit breezy in the Welsh capital as Patterson starts his run up past the umpire, right arm over, bangs that one in short, squares Kieran Carlson up and fends it off into the offside. There's no run. Carlson is 7, Sam North East 18. Slow knock from him, 18 from 64 balls.
Yes, Glamorgan desperately in need of someone to, I think the moment they're trying to grit it out rather than hit their way out of trouble, but it's tough going.
Yeah, Tom Bevan to come, Chris Cook, no Ben Kellaway of course, as Patterson in, fullish that time and mistimed by Carlson, tried to hit it through the covers but picked off the fielder and there's no run.
Doesn't look likely that we'll get a full day's play tomorrow if the Met Office is to be believed. There's the possibility of rain most times during the day.
Yeah, so it could hamper a positive result either way. Patterson in from the Cathedral Road end to Carlson, who defends, and there's no run.
As Monday's forecast looks to have taken a turn for the worse. Light showers may be fairly constant through the day if that stays as is.
We mentioned that it will be T20 duty for a while before the resumption of the county championship.
Yeah, incidentally, Glamorgan's first men's game is also first women's game, and we'll be providing BBC commentary on both.
Patterson in to Carlson, who comes forward and misses completely, and it's gone through to the keeper.
Yes, BBC Sport website for all your audio commentaries through the T20 Blast. A lot of those will also be available separately on county video streams.
So the next championship game is Leicestershire Way, is it? Yes.
Yes, I believe so. I've just asked the office to book a hotel for it anyway.
Oh, there we are. Patterson in and bowls, and that's shortish of a length, but it's played to mid-off. Yes, that's on the 22nd of June. We're in this weird time of the year where there is a few championship games that intertwine with the T20.
Yeah, I've never quite understood the rationale of playing 2 games halfway through the T20 Blast rather than just play the whole of the Blast and then have some championship games before the One Day Cup. But there are 2 lots of 2 in midsummer, basically.
Patterson in, bowls fullish, and that's struck firmly, and that evades mid-off, and will go all the way for 4. Struck sweetly by Kieran Carlson. And despite the despairing dive, it got through and went all the way.
Yeah, yes, another variation of the county schedule in that we play, I think it's 8 games in the T20 Blast, have a couple of championship matches, then the final 6, then another couple of championship matches at the end of June stroke beginning of the end of July stroke beginning of August, and then the One Day Cup and the 100. So it's even more fragmented than it was last year.
Yeah, Glamorgan against Gloucestershire is the other one at the end of June.
Yes, there's a visit to Old Trafford, I believe, at the end of July as well. As Higgins is in and bowls, and North East defends on the offside, no run. Be interesting to visit Old Trafford for the first time with spectators available for a couple of years, because Glamorgan's visit there was it 20 or 21? Anyway, it was still subject to COVID restrictions, and it was quite a bleak occasion, really, because we had 2 days of rain out of the 4 as well. As Higgins is on his way in to bowl, and North East is defending on the onside this time. Looking back on it, we were very grateful to see any county cricket played at all in 2020 after the horrible problems of COVID. But
that was the revamped Bob Willis Trophy, wasn't it?
Yes, there were 5, I think, championship matches, and then a truncated T20 Blast in September, where they were hoping to have crowds in by then, but it wasn't a pleasant experience for anyone. Higgins is in to bowl, and North East drives to mid-off. No run. The occasion did mean that video streaming of county matches became a lot more prevalent, obviously because it was the only way for people to watch it. So that was one minor positive side effect from a really traumatic time for everyone. 77 for 3. Higgins is in to bowl to North East, who drives and doesn't time it, looking to play straight, and somehow dragged it to mid-wicket.
Yeah, I think he was aiming towards that gap between cover and mid-off.
And for a guy who scored 94 runs in the last match for once out, Sam North East doesn't look in great touch.
He doesn't, and it's hard work out there. It has to be said, for Glamorgan.
All credit to Higgins, Patterson, Roland Jones, who've all made it fiendishly difficult for the batters. As Higgins comes bustling in, bowls appeal for LBW. He's got a bit of a stride in there, North East, as he was hit on the pad, ball rolling out on the offside.
Did play across his stumps. It'd be interesting to see. He was way down. Yeah, that's going down.
It's going down leg side anyway. And North East is well on the front foot.
Yeah.
So it was an expression of interest rather than a serious inquiry, I think, from Higgins. As he turns, finishes his over by bowling to North East, who defends that one. I say finishing his over. He was due to be finishing his over, but it is a no ball. So he will be denied a second successive maiden. And Glamorgan moved to 79 for 3. So both men overstepping since lunch, Higgins and Patterson. Patterson is still going for fewer than 2 runs and over, as Higgins tries again to finish his over, and North East defends this one to cover. There's no run, and at the end of it, North East remains on 18 as he was at lunch. Kieran Carlson has added 1 scoring shot since lunch, a boundary, and the other 4 runs have been in no balls, so Glamorgan really inching along here at Sapphire Gardens.
Yeah, it's been anything but free-flowing so far, and boundaries have been hard to come by for Glamorgan.
Yeah, several of those that have.
Well, one of them
been
was an
hit were-
overthrow.
Yes, one was an overthrow, and several were run downs or edges through the slip area.
Yeah, no third man in for Patterson. 3 slips. Here comes the South African bowls, and that's whipped through square. That's a lovely shot from Kieran Carlson. It'll speed away through the square leg boundary for 4.
In the Test match, Zimbabwe still going well with the bat after their traumatic experience with the ball. Zimbabwe are 95 for 1 with Bennett and Irvin both in the 40s. Sam Cook, the Essex paceman on debut, the only wicket taker so far, but a little expensive.
Patterson starts his run up, just straight down leg with his last ball. Here he comes, and that's a better ball, and that zips past the outside edge of Kieran Carlson, and just has a little stare at the wicket, and staring back is Patterson. A few remarks, I'm sure.
Wonder what the Afrikaans is for jammy so-and-so.
Well, that moved off the seam as well.
Shoaib Bashir bowling first change for England, the former Glamorgan loanee, who just managed the 2 wickets in his 3 matches here.
Patterson in, and bowls to Carlson, who defends, and that just dribbles down to mid-on, who fields, then there's no run. So
this is the first time really that Glamorgan since then haven't fielded the 5 seamers, so they've gone back to the 4 plus Koeneman as the frontline spinner and Bevan as the backup spinner.
yeah, those were the changes. If you're just joining us on BBC Sport Online, BBC Wales and Radio London, Callaway, the man absent, and that's square cut ferociously through cover for 4 off the bat of Kieran Carlson. He's not going to miss out. He had some width to work with, and that was ferociously struck by Kieran Carlson for a boundary. Just too much on offer there, and he's never going to miss out.
So second blow in defiance from Carlson since the lunch interval.
Yeah, just to say, Callaway is absent because he is taking his exams at Cardiff University. Prolific Ben Callaway at the moment as bowler comes in. It's whipped, try to get it through square, did Carlson, but it's been cut off by Sharma, and there's no run. Callaway, of course, in a rich vein of form with the bat and ball. Took 5 for in the second innings against Derby a fortnight ago. 3 weeks ago, rather, and 181 not out against Kent, and just shy 5 runs of a second ton against Northants. Wheeling round, coming in is Patterson. Bit of an expensive over this in terms of his economy, right? 8 coming off the over, and Glamorgan move on to 87 for 3.
Tom Bevan last season played just 1 championship game. That was against Yorkshire at Headingley in May, when he batted 7 and was the 3rd spinner used on that occasion. Didn't really make an impact on the match. 22 and 12 with the bat, and 0 for 64 with the ball. But we know he's capable of
plenty of talent.
Much better.
He struggled with injury. He had an injury 2 years ago, I seem to remember as well, which blighted that season.
Didn't quite get going in T20 either last year, as North East is forward defending, and there is no run, but has been in really good nick for the second 11. I think bowling more than he used to, and getting a couple of big scores as well. And like Tribe and Smale, seeing it as a route into the first team squad, but Smale, unfortunately for him, an ankle injury in pre-match warm-ups, as that's through outside off stump, as North East was drawn into pushing at that. Oohs and ahs all
that
round.
A la Glenn McGrath incident, a similar vein?
There may have been a large round ball involved
Right.
in proceedings at the time.
which is even worse, really. Yeah, it'd be interesting to see the makeup of the Glamorgan squad. You'd have thought that McIlroy will come into the equation as well.
He bowled really well in the twos yesterday. First couple and death ball.
Yeah, always good to have a left armour.
As that is
Shot.
driven hard by Northeast. Well, that one is almost feel the release of pressure for Sam Northeast. His first scoring shot in the 17 minutes since the lunch interval, and takes him into the 20s finally with nicely timed on drive for 4.
Just slightly overpitched, and Northeast was quick as a flash on top of it. Yeah, there'll be a few. Smail is the other one who opened last.
Not entirely sure whether Smail will be fit for the first game. He should be, from what I was given to understand watching that twos game in Newport yesterday, which went to the last ball. As that beats Northeast as he's pushing forward, not getting to the pitch of it, and Higgins is causing all sorts of problems still. 1 for 21 in his 10th over.
Well, they'd be hoping to get off to a flyer because, well, the last few seasons have been a mixed bag, to be honest. And Glamorgan haven't qualified since 2017 of the Southern Group.
And last year they saved the best till too late, really, didn't they? The
Definitely.
record-breaking night against Somerset. Higgins in, bowls to Northeast, works on the leg side, but it's half stopped at mid-wicket.
Well,
so no
there were just a few games. I mean, they lost to Gloucestershire with the last swing of the bat. It was a 6 to win the game.
And some fairly horrible performances away from home where they were lucky to come second. 91 for 3.
But we'll say again, Gloucestershire's win in that competition shows what can be done with homegrown talent.
Right. Higgins on his way. Bowls, Northeast leaves. So, of the players, well, Bevan's in this squad will be in contention, you would have thought, for a top order place in T20. Ingram will come back. Hayden Kerr, an Australian all-rounder, is the other overseas player, who I think may well be opening the bowling. He did so for the twos yesterday, and they said, well, we try and mirror the jobs that they're expected to do in the first team. Second team run by Mark O'Leary these days, but with Adrian Shaw and Steve Watkins still involved.
Patterson continues from the Cathedral Road end. Targeting a 4th wicket are Middlesex. That's played into the offside and is fielded at cover. There's no run.
So you'd assume that Dan Douthwaite will be playing. Mason Crane will be...
He'll be involved.
...in the squad.
Colin Ingram, of course, will be back.
Indeed.
After his brief rest, as Patterson comes in, bowls. Oh, that misses everything. That tucked Kieran Carlson up and just went through the gate. Be interesting to see that one again. That flew after it pitched.
It's off the thigh, I think.
Yeah.
Didn't quite carry to slip anyway.
.91 for 3. Glamorgan have added 20 post-lunch. Patterson coming in. Bowls, good length delivery, and that's worked through the onside. Just a single on offer through mid-wicket. Patterson is now 0 for 28. And he's been close to the outside edge of the bat on many, many occasions.
Yes, it's one of the best naught-fers that he'll see in the course of a season, I think.
Good over so far. as he comes in to Sam Northeast, who just fends and defends towards mid-off, and there's no run. So a bit of a lull post-lunch. We've had a few boundaries. Batting isn't easy out there at the moment. Glamorgan will hope that these two can dig in. It's a 40-run partnership now. Still 3 slips in for Patterson, who starts his run-up, coming in, right arm over. Oh, again, that's a good delivery. Northeast will say that was a leave. He had a bit of a nibble at it outside off stump. Temptation is there from Patterson. Just the 1 off the over, so normal order is resumed after 8 came off the last over. Sun is still shining here at Sapphire Gardens. Patterson, last ball of the over, fullish, and well, Northeast tried to hit through the cover, didn't time, and didn't connect properly, and just fielded by the bowler. That is the end of the over. Carlson is on 20. Sam Northeast is 22. Glamorgan on 92 for 3.
Yes, it's the time of year when supporters around the country are working out who will come into their county side compared to for the T20 Blast compared to the Championship. Morgan will have 2 different overseas from fielding in those fielded in this match with Ingram and Kerr in for Labuschagne and Kuhneman. 92 for 3. Nice bit of sunshine illuminating Sapphire Gardens as Higgins bowls, and Carlson has nothing to do with that one. Carlson was a T20 opener, of course, for much of the last campaign with Northeast out injured. Be interesting to see which of those two, or possibly both of those.
Carlson.
Yeah. Northeast looking to do as much of an anchor role as you get in T20, which is obviously
he's the supporting role,
but the younger players, Smale, Tribe and Bevan, putting forward cases. As Higgins bowls and Carlson drives off the back foot through the offside, a flashing stroke of the blade there, and dispatched to the backward point boundary. 96 for 3.
They've looked to be slightly more positive since lunch and have put away the bad stuff. Well, Carlson isn't going to miss out. In his DNA is to score quickly, as we've seen in the shortened format of the game. Moves on to 24 of 36 balls. Compare that to Sam Northeast, who scored 22 of 80. But that's not knocking Sam Northeast at all.
As Higgins is in to bowl to Carlson, who's hit on the pad as he pushes forward. What's David Battersby sent? Oh, lots of pictures of
weather.
Grey skies
weather
on
images.
Tomorrow's
I think
forecast.
I'm not sure if it'll be okay.
Grey skies we can deal with. It's the wet stuff coming from them.
Yeah, I'm not sure if it might be later. And of course, depending on which app you look at, there are various versions.
As in comes Higgins for the 4th ball of his over to Kieran Carlson, who pushes into the offside and decides against a single. And we had a bit of traffic preview from Kenneth earlier on about Port Talbot on Monday with the Earthai Stedford. If I could flag up for supporters intending to come to Sapphire Gardens tomorrow morning, I read that the city centre road closures are in place from 11 a.m. ahead of the European Champions Cup rugby, so take note of that. Higgins is in to bowl. Carlson plays no shot as it goes through outside off.
Well, this says 5 o'clock the rain is expected, so
Okay.
that mightn't be too bad.
It might not be quite as bad in terms of traffic as we've had with concerts at the Castle on times, where
Oh, that's carnage.
people on occasion have given up trying to get to the cricket completely. But you may have to find an alternative way in that doesn't involve crossing in front of the Castle if you're heading from the east. Higgins bowls. Oh, appeal for LBW again. Not from the bowler, strangely, as the ball flicks the pad, runs down into the slips, and there's no run. 96 for 3. Carlson has 24. Northeast has 22. That ball clearly swinging too much towards leg stump. And Higgins didn't really join in the appeal.
Yeah, that appeal more in hope than expectation from the wicket-keeper and the slip cordon. So this pair have put on 44 for the 4th wicket. So the next milestone will be getting over 100 runs as Patterson continues and Bolt bangs that one. Oh, where's that gone?
It's gone to mid-off.
Well, he tried to bang it in and slipped out of his grasp. Yeah, and ended up at mid-on.
Extraordinary. Where's the ball?
There it is.
It sort of left his hand halfway up, didn't it? Rather than halfway down.
Well, Northeast had anticipated a bouncer.
Extraordinary. You're lucky, really, not to have that called as a no ball, aren't you?
Well,
Once it leaves your hand.
He's got away with it. Patterson marching in, bowls full delivery and not convincing by Sam Northeast, to try to play that to the offside, off the inside edge, ended up at mid-wicket. There's no run. Decent championship crowd in at Sapphire Gardens today for the first day's play. As Patterson wheels round with 3 slips coming in, bowls, and that's straight down leg. There might be a couple on offer here as it goes square of the wicket, and they come back easily. 2 to Sam Northeast's tally. 98 for 3.
I believe it's my turn to
Are you
depart,
departing, Nick?
since I was trying to work out. I'm not going to do this on air because I don't want to be seen as favouritising people, but be interesting to see what listeners will put as their Glamorgan 11 for the first championship, for the first T20 game rather.
Answers
I'll be
on
back in half
postcard.
an hour.
Thanks, Nick. As Patterson storms in, bowls resolutely defended by Sam Northeast, no run. Kevin Hand almost took out the head and breast set there.
I was trying to trip him up.
I've seen that many occasions.
Aye, we've all done it.
It's a hazard, a commentary box. It really is.
Oh, the most hazardous thing about the commentary boxes is the lunches. Ready for a snooze now, aren't you?
Well,
Cottage
yeah.
pie. Have you discussed lunch yet?
Hearty. No, we haven't yet. It was a hearty cottage pie as Patterson comes in. Heavy on the mash, I would suggest, rather than the meat and gravy.
There was meat and gravy.
Well, there's a bit on offer. I shouldn't complain.
No. Wasn't there like a little stuffing? There was some sort of stuffing going on in it as well. I don't know how they wangled it in, but it...
And there was greens. You don't often get greens.
Do you not?
So,
Petit pois.
yeah. So, taking greens on board. Yeah, it's a winter hearty meal, is cottage pie.
Yeah, ready for a snooze now.
Coming in is Patterson. Penultimate ball of the over. Oh, that's a lovely ball. Once more outside the off stump, the outside edge of Sam Northeast's bat. Not for the first time. He's had little reward, has Patterson. He's bowled beautifully throughout the course of the day, Dane Patterson.
I think that sums up his spell with Middlesex, actually. I think the exact two sentences you just produced there, that probably sums up the way his spell with Middlesex has gone. There's no way that his wicket's return has represented how well he's bowled.
Well, brace for Toby Rowland-Jones, the other for Higgins this morning, the 3 wickets to fall. Patterson in, bangs that one short, carbon copy, outside off stump, whizzes past the outside edge of northeast through to the keeper, and he just slumps, shows his frustration, does Patterson, because it's been that sort of morning for the South African. He's charged in from the Cathedral Road end, and again just moved away off the seam, and Jack Davis can't believe it either.
Well, you do have to bowl as a unit, don't you? And they talk about bowling in partnerships. And I think even as he walks away and perhaps doesn't have the return, if someone, well, did you get that signing right? Well, yeah, because I think Middlesex's bowling units has looked better this year with Patterson in it. So the gauntlet is thrown down now to Sharma and Helm and Brooks and Cullen. Cowshaw as well,
and his perseverance has meant that the others have taken wickets.
Well, it does, yeah. You're bowling as part of a unit, and Middlesex, a couple of wins. They probably should have had a couple more at this stage, and somehow managed to turn at least one of them into a defeat. But he's bowled well, Patterson. I've enjoyed watching him bowl for Middlesex. He's been a good addition. Here's Rowland-Jones from the river end. 3 slips crouched down behind Carlson on the back foot. The right hander's up on his toes and defends into the offside. Ben Geddes running in from cover.
Few people peering over the Taff's trail on the bank of the Taff there. There's more of a vantage point because the advertising hoardings haven't been put up. They'll be put up for the T20 next week, I'm sure, as they are to the left. So you get a few runners and cyclists there.
Here's Rowland-Jones in, bowls right in behind this one. Carson to defence. Keep an eye on Sam Robson for a minute. I think he must have had the cottage pie at lunch. So he's just doing some Pilates to get himself going again at slip. That looked extremely painful. He was lying on his back and his legs were completely over his head. Here's Rowland-Jones. River end. He's in now. Oh, beauty. Goes past the edge. Carlson.
He's not even doing a bit of gardening. That was a lovely ball.
Yeah.
Just stares at the pitch and, concedes that was a beauty.
He did then sit up Robson and do the Buddha pose as well. Yeah, he was stretching out. I assume it's the adductors. So
all good intentions.
Yeah, end with cottage pie at lunch. Here's Rowland-Jones past the umpire, bowls, and the cut down to deep backward point where Luke Holman is fielding. A single's taken. Carlson moves to 25. I've spotted his parents. They're here. They're not at Wembley. They're not outside Wembley just yet for Monday's game against. Who is it? Wimbledon against. Is it?
Do you know what?
Is it Leyton Orient?
I'm not sure, but I will check.
Yeah.
I will check for you.
Anyway, yeah. Luke's mum and dad just down below us. Head of the Middlesex Ultras. Here's Rowland-Jones in, bowls, and this is pushed away into the onside.
Walsall,
there we go.
The League 2 promotion playoff.
Oh, there's a little chap down below us there. He's got Woody from Toy Story with him. Look, he hasn't sliced Woody in half. He's survived 4 movies. Woody, he hasn't survived the little lad down there. Look, he's in 2 bits. You can just see his head hanging out and his legs. He's done for. Here's Rowland-Jones in bowls, and this ball's dabbed into the onside. 99 for 3. Or no, maybe he's recreating Toy Story 2. Wasn't that where Woody met Woody? Was it Toy Story 2?
Oh,
Where
gosh,
he
yeah,
found
yeah,
out he was. Or was it Toy Story 1? He found out he was a doll. You're a dad, don't
I
you?
know, but you're asking me
know
something.
it.
They all sort of merged. How many? There've been about 4 of them there, or 5.
Oh no, it wasn't Woody, was it? It was Buzz. Buzz had the dawning that he was the. Stop it, Nick.
I'm going to have to watch them all again now.
Buzz had the. He had the dawning, didn't he? That he was a toy and not a space ranger. Wasn't that right? And he went into the toy store and he looked around and all the buzzes were in there.
It's a shame that Edward Bevan isn't here today. He could have answered. That'd have been an interesting conversation.
Ed's 25 grandkids. He'd have seen them all 5 times.
Yes. Change at the Cathedral Road end to bring that discussion to an abrupt ending.
I want to see. Look, Woody's down there. What's he going to do with him now? He's already cut him in half. I want to know whether he's been cut in half or whether there's 2 Woodies.
Sharma is back from the Cathedral Road end. Carlson on strike, and that's driven purposefully. There might be a couple here. I'm not sure. No, it's not going to be. It's going to be cut off.
Oh.
And that is the 100 up for Glamorgan in the 38th over. To the applause of the Glamorgan faithful.
Bless him, the little lad. He's here with his dad, and I saw them out on the because he's so small, the little fella. And everybody's just started clapping there, so did he. And then he's looked around to see what's happened. And he's clapping away, no idea. He's just looking at all the other spectators to see what they're clapping for.
He's very polite. He's been clapping anyway. Sharma in, and that's worked on the onside. There's a single down to fine leg, deep fine leg, and that is the 50 partnership to follow. So Glamorgan have needed this partnership to get them back on track, so to speak, having lost 3 wickets this morning. Labuschagne, Tribe and Zain ul Hassan. They've steadied proceedings.
2 Woodies, there we go, we've got our answer. There's 2, he hasn't cut him in half.
Oh, there we are.
Was that Toy Story 3 when the bad neighbour kept on cutting up the dolls?
I think it was, yeah. Sharma in, bowls.
You're not convincing me there.
But they just blend into one another. I can't really remember.
Oh no. Oh, he's doing to Woody what Sam Robson was doing a minute ago. He's got his legs over his head. Look at him, he's doing Pilates with Woody.
He's not interested in the cricket, that is for sure.
Well done, Dad. Start him young.
So 3 slips, mid-off, mid-on. Cover, mid-wicket. There's protection on the boundary on both sides as Sharma comes in, and that's cut aggressively. Might be cut off, yes it will. There'll be a couple though for Sam Northeast as the man at deep point comes around. Deep fine leg as well. 104 for 3. Glamorgan was 71 for 3 at lunch. So just slowly going through the gears as Sharma starts his run up. Right arm over the wicket, past the umpire and bowls. Fullish that time. That's guided down and it evades. 3rd slip, it'll run down all the way. No 3rd man for 4. Played late by Sam Northeast and just helped it on its way.
Yeah, that was a nice little guide.
Always in control.
Yeah.
So we've seen more flutter of boundaries in this afternoon session.
I do wonder though, should they have that 4th slip back in? They've got a deep point back. Do they really need cover if they've got deep point back? That 4th, there's been a lot of runs have gone through deep 3rd, and rather than have a deep 3rd in, I think I would have that 4th slip.
Sharma in, and that's wide, and that might go all the way. Yes, it will. Just too much width. He got his arrows wrong there, did Sharma, and Northeast on it in a flash, and it sped to the boundary. Well, that is the problem.
Yeah, to be fair, that was a long hop outside off stump, wasn't it?
But there are runs on offer, as you've mentioned, Kevin, in that vacant 3rd man area. 112 for 3, so they're starting to progress, Glamorgan.
Yeah, it's one or t'other really, isn't it? Either I'd get rid of the cover and have a point in and stick what is deep point down to deep 3rd, or indeed have the deep point back fine but put in a 4th slip.
Yeah, so there's still a deep point here for Roland Jones.
Middlesex only a couple of wickets away still from having Glamorgan in a bit of trouble here, aren't they? As that's left alone outside the off stump from Roland Jones to Carlson. 120 for 5.
Yeah, it's a pivotal moment this session. But a decent partnership. They'd be hoping to push on now, will Glamorgan. Still plenty in the pitch, though, for the bowling unit.
Roland Jones in bowls, and a double again from Carlson. Through it goes to Davies. That one died somewhat, didn't it? But I think the keeper got his gloves under it.
Do you know what? I thought I heard something on that. It might have been pad. There's no. Yeah. Oh, he was close. And just went away as well. Just left.
It did, yeah.
Carlson.
Yeah, I paused for a moment because I did wonder was it an edge, but nothing from the keeper or the bowler. Nor the slips, indeed. 3 of them crouching down. Roland Jones is midway through his run-up. Glorious sunshine here at Cardiff as he bowls. Oh, that's a wild swing outside the off-stump from Carlson. A length ball, and the right-hander threw everything at that. Made no connection whatsoever.
Well, that was a T20 shot for sure by Kieran Carlson. He'll have to wait a week for the shortened format to begin. But had he got out there, well, he'd have given his wicket away.
Deep backward point and deep and long leg at the 2 back as Roland Jones bowls. This time Carlson resists with all his might. So he leaves that one alone, and then after it he plays a back foot punch.
It's probably just about seeing, I know he's just started his spell, but seeing Toby Roland Jones off here, because Patterson's spell has come to an end from the Cathedral Road side. Higgins is bowling well as well. Took the wicket of Marnus Labuschagne.
This is full, and a little inside tickle on that, down to a long leg from Carlson. Anguished cry from Roland Jones. Carlson moves to 29 with a single to Sharma down below us. Cathedral Road ends. Up comes deep backward point with northeast on strike, so not envisaging the swashbuckling efforts outside off stump that Carlson's been displaying. Northeast 92 deliveries now for his 34. Carlson 51 balls for his 29. Overall run rate 2.9 in this innings. As Roland Jones hits the crease now, he bowls full straight and he's driven just wide of mid-on. It's a lovely shot, just leaning forward and over the top of it, closing that face ever so slightly to take the ball wide of mid-on for a couple. In fact, they're back for a third, and Northeast moves to 37. The run rate climbs towards 3. 116 for 3. I think Middlesex will be keen on getting that run rate back down to 2.5 if they're not taking wickets. They do have the 3 slips in place, but
it's just crept up a bit post-lunch, and it's just what the doctor ordered for Glamorgan was a partnership of this substance between Carlson and Northeast, and it hasn't been swashbuckling in any sense of the imagination. It's been steady, but it was what was required from these two. It is Sam Northeast on strike. Sharma will continue from the Cathedral Road end. 3 slips, so the protection deep backward point. Deep square leg as well as Sharma coming in and bowls, and that's climbed and whizzed past the bat of Northeast, taken the mid-drift by Jack Davis. It's a beauty, that was.
well, you can see why they've given him another go.
Well, that
I mean, he'll get plenty more goes, but back to back, you know.
I'm sure someone like Timmy van der Hoogten would be interested, although he usually bows from the River Taff end. Sharma in, bowls, bangs that one in short, and that's helped on its way to a deep backward point for a single. Glamorgan, of course, a seamer light with the changes, with Kunaman coming in for Fernando, the Sri Lankan being surprisingly rested, which presumably means we've seen the last of the Sri Lankan, unless there's an option for him to come back later in the season. Sharma starts his runner past the umpire, bowls just short of a length, and that's cut towards that man again at deep backward point for a single. And the other change was Tom Bevan, for the first time this year, instead of Ben Kellaway, who's sitting exams at Cardiff Uni. So they'll miss Ben Kellaway, obviously, for his prowess with the bat recently. 181, 95 in successive games. And useful with the ball as well. Sharma in, bowls, good length delivery, and that's just dabbed, soft hands down to cover. Had to come around, and it enabled these pair to come home for a single. Partnership of 67, and a crucial one at that from a Glamorgan perspective. Penultimate ball of the over in is Sharma. Balls, that's wayward down leg side, and that's missed everything, including the keeper, and that'll be 4 byes. So that was a loosener, unfortunately, from the bowler's point of view. And crucial runs for Glamorgan.
Yeah. But he's doing all right here, the young lad. What's he going at his economies? He's going at 6s, so he's just going
Tough
to
for the
tighten up
wicket keeper,
a
isn't it?
little bit.
Tough.
Yes.
Tough for the wicket, because they always go against the wicket keeper. Byes. He had no chance there, Jack Davis. Sped away on the leg side. 7 off the over. And it's just dabbed down, but towards third slip. That is the end of the over. And Glamorgan not doing anything dramatically at all, but they pushed on since lunch, and they are now 123 for 3 with Carlson at Northeast adding, and they put 71. Carlson is 30, and Northeast is unbeaten on 39.
I mean, looks to have it all, doesn't he? Young
Yes,
Sharma.
he does, yeah.
You can see why they're excited about him. England under 19. Nice, smooth, rhythmical action.
He's had a
Very
few to take.
repetitive
He's
in a
had a
good
few
way.
to take off, hasn't he? When he's come off the seam. So something there for the bowlers.
And good pace about him as well. He's got the keeper at least as far back as Roland Jones and Patterson do. Roland Jones is in, beginning the new over in a forward defence from Northeast, approaching his 100th delivery. 300 and all that at Lords. What was the name of the old VHS of Graham Gooch's 333 and all that.
Yes, I remember.
That was the
game.
The name of it.
Yeah, 1990. That was the first test against India, and in the second innings he made 123.
Yes, yeah, he did. Yeah.
Yeah.
Roland Jones into the crease now. He bowls full and driven by Northeast, but not timed, and Holden comes around at mid-off and there's no run.
With this knock, incidentally, Sam Northeast has passed 14,000 first-class runs now. He needed 14 at the outset to do that. I must have missed it, but I'm sure it was mentioned by Dr. Hignell.
Oh, on the loudspeaker, on the
Yeah.
PA, was it?
Well,
I didn't hear.
would have been very
Maybe.
unlike Mr. Hignell not
To
to
miss it.
mention it.
Roland Jones bowls and a little dabble. I'm quite convinced that he was in position to play it Northeast in time. I thought he was stretching slightly, but he does kill the ball to point and there's no run again.
Would you see the usual suspects from Middlesex coming to the away matches?
The Middlesex Ultras?
Yes.
Yeah, they're mostly around the Holmans down there, yeah.
Right.
One or two familiar faces, yeah.
Yeah, they cause a lot of racket, those Middlesex Ultras.
Middle. Don't you finish that chant. Here's Roland Jones from the River End. He's in, bowls, and this time he does beat North East, drawing forward just outside the off stump.
Well, that
1, 2, 3, 4, 3.
That wasn't too dissimilar to the ball that he got rid of Zainul Hassan. Luckily for Sam North East, it missed everything. Of course, the one-dayer between England and West Indies will be here next week Sunday.
Roland Jones bowls, and it's for a moment I thought it was played uppishly, but it's nudged for a single by North East. He's on to 40. 1, 2, 4, 4, 4. 4, 3, sorry.
I'll have to check with Eloise from the marketing department. The last time I spoke to her, about 12,000 were sold for that game a week Sunday. That's the first of 2 internationals, the other being a T20 international in September between England and South Africa. Sure, that'll be. They'll be hoping for a full house or close to for that game.
Roland Jones to Carlson. Halfway forward, he defends into the onside, and then into the over. He struts off to meet the subfielder who's running on perhaps a change of gloves, perhaps even a drink. Nearly an hour since lunch. 1, 2, 4 for 3. We can see a wide shot on the stream next to us of the ground, which it kind of makes you appreciate our view even more. That looks lovely, doesn't it? And that is our view, but just the way it's slightly panoramic on the shot, on the camera that they have it gives it an even more beautiful depth to it. The sky, the horizon in the distance.
So Carlson and North East taking liquid on, but they'd be happy. 3 added since lunch, so they've probably gone the way they would have hoped. Nothing untoward has happened. There's been a few that have fizzed past the outside edge, but not uncommon. We've seen a few of those in the morning session. For all the bowlers, Sharma included, who is continuing from the Cathedral Road end. Here he comes, bowls, fullish, and that's dug out in the block hole by North East. There's no run. North East on 40. Workman-like innings from Sam North East, which we've become accustomed from the red ball captain. Carlson, of course, being the white ball captain, well, T20 captain. Sharma starts his run up, 3 slips for the bowler coming in, and bowls fullish again, and that's defended by North East, and there's no run. So Glamorgan just trying to see these 2 bowlers off. They can take their time, of course, and this has been a decent session so far. Middlesex had the better of the first session with 3 wickets. It's still a pivotal time in the context of this game on the first day as Sharma comes in. Bowls through North East, who again defends, and there's no run. So it's just having a look to see what the ball is doing is Sam North East.
This talk of the rain, you wouldn't believe it right now. It looks as though we're set for another of the 4 days like we've had all season long. Well, Scorchio, but it's going to be miserable, isn't it, when we see the cloud cover tomorrow morning when we rock up?
We're not used to it. In the last 6 weeks, as Sharma steams in, bowls, digs that one in short, and it's cut, but only as far as short cover, and there is a single taken by Sam North East, 125 for 3. So Glamorgan productively going about the business. Bit of a lull out there at the moment.
Yeah, which is good for Glamorgan, isn't it? The hour since lunch, these two are set now. 30 and 40 to their names.
Yeah, it's a case of pushing on. As Sharma comes in, back on his stumps is Carlson, who rocks back and defends.
Well, it is. They'll have Zafar Gohar to contend with at some point soon. But what are we now? 42nd. They're still not safe yet. I think.
No, if they can negotiate here.
Yeah, another 20 or so overs. Once that ball hits the 60th over, then gets tee. If they're 4 down, if they're 3 down at tee, they'll be over the moon. If they're 4 down at tee, they'll be pretty happy as well. Middlesex still be thinking, come on, 2 to the scoreboard now. We can build some pressure.
Carlson is full, whipped through the onside. There may be a couple here on offer as deep backward square comes around, and they're easily back for the second. And if it is a carbon copy of the last game, I think batting will become easier on this wicket. So if they can stick around.
Well, there was a little bit of surprise on Middlesex electing to bowl, but what you've just said there suggests again that Middlesex batting last, batting may become easier on this.
Well, it's been one of these wickets, Kev, that you never quite know what teams are going to do. It's gone wrong for teams that have put others in. And, of course, it went wrong for Northants, who elected a bat last week. So I don't think it's an easy decision here at Sophia Gardens.
Roland James beginning the 43rd over. Oh, it's clipped from quite a straight line by North East down to deep backward square leg. They have a single. Sharma comes up from long leg to collect.
We spoke about the green tinge on the wicket, which may have influenced Toby Rowland-Jones to have a bowl.
Two for 37, the skipper. Again, leading the way in that wickets column. He talks about Patterson bowling, good partnership with him. Sharma doing it at the moment. Higgins to come again with the ball today, as here's Roland Jones onto the hip of Carlton, just a little short with that one, and Carlton riding the bounce, picks up a single to long leg. It was Higgins who picked up the last wicket. Labuschagne caught deploy at second. 23, the Australian top order batter gone for, gearing up for a trip to Lords in a couple of weeks.
Yeah, short of runs is Marnus Labuschagne. 23 today, 0 and 4 in the previous game.
I don't think Middlesex are playing many of those games. Let's see if I can get some accreditation for that. Food will be good. World Test Championship final.
Oh yeah.
Forward goes North East pushing back into the onside. There's no run. Major match at Lords.
The food is always cracking at Lords in the media centre.
Well, for a major match, it's even better.
Oh yeah, so sorry, that's what I was talking about. Yes, it's
For Middlesex match, it's sandwiches and things, but for major matches, it's
Philly Boots time.
Oh, breakfast, lunch, and dinner.
Oh yes, yeah.
Maybe even some red velvet cheesecake. Which Nick Webb delighted in the Lords, as we all did. This is clipped away beautifully wide of mid-on. That's a lovely shot by North East. Favoured shot of Sam Robson that as well, and North East has played that nicely, just working the ball on the drive wide of mid-on.
Which county vies, in your experience, Kevin, with the best food? Come on, that's a topic of discussion. Well, I would say Hampshire's always up there when I've been down there. I have to say, credit where credit's due.
I'm trying to think, because they're all pretty good on the lunches now on the circuit, but it's the ones that provide the tea though. Here's Roland Jones bowls. That's heaved up in the air over mid-wicket, who is up. 1 bounce, 2 bounces, and then a trickle over the boundary rope for 4 for North East, and that is his 50. 109 deliveries for Sam North East. 50, raises the bat to the pavilion. A nudge of gloves with Carlson, a pat on the back from his colleague. It's been a fine knock from the Glamorgan man.
It's been a steady knock, a workman-like knock, but definitely what was required.
Roland Jones once more. Oh, Jaffa squares him up.
Again.
Well, he'll know the job he's far from done here, not even half done. He's halfway to a century, but there's a lot of work to do, because I think Middlesex are bowling pretty well here, and Carlson and North East have done really well. Confirmation of the 7-4s as we just see the ball that straightens on North East as he gets squared up by Roland Jones there, and that is pretty unplayable from the Middlesex
that's
skipper.
the beauty.
That's just seamed away, hasn't it?
I tell you what, that'll give some encouragement to Timmy van der Hoogten, who probably is watching on the balcony there.
Well, lots, and it must give renewed encouragement to Middlesex, I think, as well. 137 for 3 at the end of the over that they need. Oh my goodness me! Speak.
Fresh cake
From where?
Oh,
Are we allowed to say?
Well, as Sharma comes in, bowls. Oh, that's a beautiful shot. It whizzes past mid-off for 4, and these two starting to get into the groove here. They've added 70 exactly now from where they were at lunch. I'll just conclude this over as Sharma goes back to his mark. They're just starting to hit their stride, North East and Kieran Carlson. Firmly struck, just over pitching and a bit too much width there for Sharma, and Carlson wasn't going to miss out. He moves to 37. Third slip is wider now as Sharma comes in, bowls, and that'll be a single through mid-wicket. Moves Carlson to 38. Of course, some of the counties provide a meal voucher rather than a meal. I'm thinking of Essex.
Yes, Anne's Pantry.
Sussex is another one. So you go around the various
We get
places.
pizza at Sussex if you're quick.
Yeah, or the
Go
Greek.
quick.
The Greek one is the Greek van is good at Sussex.
Is there a Greek
Yeah,
fan?
there
at
is,
Sussex? Didn't know
yeah.
that.
Yeah.
It sounds far too healthy.
Sharma is in, right arm over the wicket, and again soft hands, and it's dribbled down to mid-on for a single.
Oh, Lancashire's good. You been to Lancashire yet this year?
No, well,
That's a good one. You get the same food as the players, I think they're just sent up to you as well, extra. Leicestershire, of course, dine with the umpires. Same
Grace
table as the
Road.
umpire at Grace Road. Surrey used to get breakfast.
did you?
Yeah, breakfast on arrival.
Oh, Surrey is good. Yeah, I
Lunch, tea.
remember Surrey last year. This is
Surrey's
an important topic of discussion. Yeah, it is really. You can join in at home. As there's a bit of a conflab between captain and bowler here, because they probably starting to leak a bit of runs and having not taken a wicket since the morning session.
Well, the rate's up at 3.3 now, isn't it? And when we noted it, it was 2.7. Oh, umpire's having a look at the ball. Ball change.
Oh yes,
There we go. That last one didn't seem enough past the edge.
When things don't go your way, yes, we'll change the ball. 72 added in this session. And the partnership is now 91. It's zipped to 91.
It's good and it's much needed. Again, add 2 to the scoreboard now and they've gone nowhere, have they? So one, if not both of these, needs to go on. They'll know that. One of them needs to be there at tea.
Well, if either Carlson or North East can be their tea, they'll think it a job well done if they can navigate through to the next interval.
What was that exhaustive look at Webby for?
No, it's just no. Nick's just waiting in the wings. I was going to do this over, but of course we're having this impromptu break because of the ball.
Tom Helm running out the box of balls for the umpire assistant here at Glamorgan, didn't he, on loan, Helm?
So
I remember when Helmy was the next big thing at Middlesex. Now they've got Sharma coming through.
Just having a good look at various options here. Yes, the ball hasn't been doing anything ump.
I mean, that one that seemed... Well, it's almost a risk by Middlesex. They've had a couple that have...
Well, definitely, the few have darted through.
Now,
So
what'll this one do?
right then, we will shortly commence once more. 3 balls to go in Sharma's over. few drinks have been taken on board as well in the Cardiff sunshine. Carlson 38, North East just had his half century, 51, 143 for 3. So this pair doing a sterling job for Glamorgan at present. We're all good. New ball, and Sharma is ready. 2 slips. 3rd slip stroke gully almost. In he comes past the umpire. Bowls, that's wide and full and not taken cleanly, and they come through for a single. So not quite on radar there was Sharma. Jack Davis just shakes his head frustratingly. He's got protection on the boundary on the offside in the shape of deep backward point, backward square. Long leg as well is back. Sharma steams in, penultimate ball of the over to North East, again just straying down leg, and it's an easy single on offer which North East takes. It's just an easy one, unfortunately.
Wasn't it? He was going at 6s, wasn't he? It was his first 5 for 30, so
well, this one is
as he reaches
expensive,
the end of the 8th, he's got it down to a 5s at least from what was 6s.
8 off this over.
Yeah, he'd bowled a couple of tight overs prior to this one, hadn't he?
Last ball of the over for Sharma, in and bowls full and driven, and they take it quickly. There's a shy at the sticks, but they were back in any case. And Carlson sped off. He moves on to 39. North East 52. Glamorgan going well at the moment. They've added 73, 72 since the lunch interval. North East is 52, Carlson is 39. It'll be Kevin Hand followed by Nick Webb.
And a glorious day it is here as well. Yeah. Cardiff.
Change of bowling
It's
for Middlesex.
it's a beaut, as here is Zafar Gohar taking off his sweater, handing it to the umpire.
There was a dramatic pause from Dr. Hignell there, just while they sorted out that it was indeed Zafar.
What are you muttering about running late? You went to get the cake. Where did you get it from? Are you allowed to tell us?
No, it's official Glamorgan cake.
Is it?
Provided for the delectation of the media.
Ooh,
Yes.
is that our pudding at lunch or is that our tea at tea?
That's our tea.
Looks like an upgrade.
That's our tea. But it's
That's good.
It's freshly made,
Good.
so not quibbling at all. Thank you very much.
We'd never quibble about food.
Try not to.
Here's Zafar Gohar, his left arm around the wicket, and he bowls as his ball's turned off his legs for a single backward a square, short leg. Somebody cried catch, I think.
It's compulsory, isn't it? On
It is.
Cricket field at
It
all
is.
levels when the ball, well, that one was played down past short leg.
Mm-hmm.
Was not in any way, shape or form a catching opportunity.
147 for 3. Gohar. Left arm round again. Bowls, and this is stroked as far as Holden at cover and no run. His second over, Gohar. I wonder, I think they've left it too late to throw it to him. Possibly a slightly harder ball to bowl with here after that replacement. He's in now, bowls, and this is eased off the back foot to backward points, where Deploy comes around to collect.
Yeah, his county championship best, assuming he hasn't had a 6 for this season. 6 for 43 here for the Gloucesters in 2021.
He's in, bowls, and a little tickle just in front of the short leg. 147 for 3. Yeah, they've been in the game here, Middlesex, all the way through, winning the toss, putting them in. That ball that seemed a couple of overs back from Roland Jones squaring up North-east the ball after his 50. Gohar bowls again, and a dab into the onside from North-east, and there's no run, so they mustn't lose heart here, but these two are setting up nicely, aren't they? It would appear. Run rate up at 3.3.
Yeah, it's been something of an edgy partnership, certainly in its early stages.
Higgins is warming up at slip as Gohar bowls. This is eased just fine of Holden at cover on the drive, but the fielder sweeps around, gets a hand to it, and prevents even the single. 147 for 3. Let's have a look, see if Higgins is anywhere near coming on just yet. Not so. Maybe just warming up the legs, stretching out the legs after lunch. Crouching down as Middlesex is slip fielder for the spinner, as he is. His third slip for the seamers, but he takes Robson's place at slip for the spinners.
Emyr Evans has been first to offer a version of a Team T20 lineup for Glamorgan. He has Carlson and Smale or Root. Smale, provided he is fit, presumably. As on his way in again is Sharma to bowl, and that's turned into a gap on the leg side by Carlson for a single. 148 for 3. Northeast, Ingram, Cook, Douthwaite, Callaway, Kerr, Van der Hoogten, Crane and McIlroy. I don't think you'll be too far off the mark there, Emyr. Maybe Tribe and Bevan could also come into the batting consideration, and Gorvin into the bowling consideration. As Sharma is in, bowls. Ooh, that's a filthy ball down leg side, and Northeast misses out really as it goes through to the keeper. So yes, there should be a reasonable degree of batting power in the middle order, with Cook, Douthwaite and Callaway all good strikers, potentially good finishers. And Kerr is a bowling all-rounder as well. Van der Hoogten can strike a long ball, so I think that will be close to the mark. Unless they... Well, Douthwaite, Van der Hoogten, McIlroy, you've got 4 seamers in there. Callaway and Crane. So that's a reasonably balanced side. Well done, Emyr. As forward comes Northeast and defends. If any Glamorgan fans or indeed Middlesex supporters would like to give us your opening T20 side, then do get in touch with me, NickWebb2017 on X, Blue Sky or gmail.com. As Neil Thornycroft says he's heard exciting commentary and rushed in from the garden. As that's worked away by Northeast on the leg side. He'll pick up a single down to deep backward square.
Was this the bit about Woody from Toy Story, or the lunches at other grounds?
No, this is the cake arriving. So that's the loudest we've got this afternoon, apparently, was when the cake arrived. You can tell our priorities. There were 2 Woodies. I popped out and saw the gentleman who was trying to keep a young boy interested in the cricket, bless him. I think he was fighting a losing battle. Sharma is in to bowl to Carlson, who works to square leg for a single. 150 up for Glamorgan with just 3 wickets down, and after the struggles of this morning, that is a decent recovery from the home side, given the frequency with which ball beats bat in the first couple of hours, and indeed most of the opening overs after lunch.
That cake's torture, isn't it? Look at it, right behind us.
Come on, Kevin, you've had plenty of lunch. You can't be hungry yet.
You need something sweet to round off lunch, though, don't you?
On his way in is Sharma, bowls to Northeast, hit on the pads, and token appeal from the teenager, but she quickly pulls out of when he realises that he is Billy No Mates in this regard, and none of his colleagues behind the wicket has actually supported him. 150 for 3 at the end of the over. And, well, Sharma's sort of struggling to stay up with the rest, isn't he, in terms of bowling pressure. Mind you, he has 3 very expert operators alongside him, so high standards to live up to.
Yeah. There's always going to be one bowler that the batters will look to score more off, perhaps, but equally that can bring its own pressure, can't it? That might create an error. As here's Gohar, and down the track comes Carlson, pushes a single to mid-on. I don't think Gohar will mind the use of the feet from Carlson at all.
It was something that Glamorgan was certainly struggling with in the first couple of games of the season, to put together consistent spells of pressure from the seamers.
Gohar slipping a short leg, crouching down. He steps in now, bowls, and it's nicely worked. Just finding the mid wicket by North East, over the top of it all the way. Single taken. 152 for 3, and that means it's the century stand for the 4th wicket. Carlson on strike on 43 of those. It really is fine work from these two. Settled their side into the afternoon nicely. Still plenty to be done as Gohar bowls, and giving himself a little bit of room. Carlson just drives this one in between extra cover and mid-off. Jabbing at that one with an open face. It was nicely done, and he picks up the single, but he appears to be determined to show some intent to Gohar. They'll be well aware of his reputation. Comes in now and bowls, and a similar looking drive from North East. Too close to mid-off to think about the single though, but yeah, he's a match winner, Gohar, no doubt about that, and he'll create pressure in any given situation. Middlesex will just want a very tight turning of the screw here from their spinner at very least. Get that run rate down, 3.3 as it is at the moment. As he comes in, bowls, and this is pushed to mid-on, there's no run. That but doesn't mean bowling defensively. Bowling well, the run rate will come down and carry threat. Gohar around the wicket he bowls, and a little tickle. The closing of the face by North East brings him a single just fine of mid-wicket. 154 for 3, just gone 3 o'clock on a sunny Friday afternoon in Cardiff.
And we heard mention of Shoaib Bashir earlier. He has now got as many wickets in 12 overs for England as he did for Glamorgan in the first 3 games this season, 2. So, well, maybe his toil with the daffodil on his chest did him some good in keeping him in some sort of nick, because he's got 246 off 12 overs. Zimbabwe 165 for 3. Brian Bennett is 88 not out. Bashir has dismissed Irvin for 42 and Williams for 25. Here's Sharma in to bowl to North East, who drives nicely on the leg side, but it's well stopped at short mid-wicket by a diving Higgins, who rolls around and gets up somewhat gingerly from a used patch of wicket before polishing hard on the ball. Now here's Sharma, 19 years old, born in London, playing just his second game. 2 wickets for 80 in the first match. England under-19 honours as he bowls to North East, who drives to cover. No run. Dot balls really have been piling up today, but Carlson's got a respectable strike rate. He's on about 66 runs per 100 balls. North East on a rather more sedate 55 off 127. His half century here was marginally faster than that against Northants. As forward comes North East, plays it defensively on the leg side, no run. On that occasion, North East played the the anchor role to both Carlson and Callaway in their partnerships. And today it's Carlson again. No Callaway due to University Lang demands. 154 for 3. And is it another examination of the ball? We've only had a change around about, 10-15 minutes ago. But Messrs Ian Blackwell and James Treadwell coming together again, and this time saying to Middlesex, nope, get on with it, sunshine.
Did they get the handcuffs out? They did, didn't they? Oh, he's got it out now. Is it going through? Oh no, he's making a note. What's he making a note? So they checked another time?
Probably. We're doing our job, Gov. Navia Sharma trying to do his. Rolling in from the Cathedral Road end and bowling, and defended by North East.
I've just seen the chairs that have been there all day by the
What's that?
on the sideline over there. There's a couple of subfielders sat there. Zafar Gohar is at deep backward point. He'd run off to grab a drink from one of the chairs. It's Helm on the left. Who's in the middle? It might be one of your boys in the middle. Is it the 12th man for yours? Here's Sharma turning again. But yeah, Gohar, they're set about 20 yards back from the boundary rope, aren't they? So Sharma then had to drop the bottle and run to get over the boundary rope before Sharma was running into bowl.
Is Sharma in again to North East, down leg side, clipped away, but he's picked out fine leg, and so it'll just be a single to the Glamorgan skipper. 155 for 3, but just to explain the geography for people who are just listening and not watching, there is the 25-30 metre gap between the advertising hoardings and the boundary rope on the pavilion side of the ground, away to our left. So it's a long way out if the 12th sits in the dressing room. It's going to hold up play considerably. So they're not. It's a nice day, and they're sitting out on their chairs. Sharma in, bowls to North East, jabs it into that gap on the offside. They amble through for the very easiest of singles. 156 for 3. Carlson has 45, North East has 56. This after 2 wickets for Roland Jones and 1 to Higgins, had Glamorgan on 52 for 3 at one point when Labuschagne fell for 23.
Oh, there we go. Your fella's run on now with gloves. Who's that? The 12th. Can you spot from here? I'm going to guess it's Helm and Brooks that are sat on the chairs for Middlesex. And the seat in between them, these 3 seats that have been positioned as, Webby says, right out on the boundary rope there, is a seat in between them reserved for the Glamorgan 12th. It's a Middlesex takeover on the...
There we are. Crane and Leonard are the 2 players who are left out of the Glamorgan squad.
Is that Leonard? Doesn't look like Crane, does it?
Match. Yeah, it looks tall enough to be Leonard. The former Somerset seam bowler.
I suppose it could be a youngster, theoretically. Glamorgan's second game starting anyway soon, as here's a full ball from Gohar around the wickets to Carlson. He turns a single to deep backward square. Eskenazi, Helm and Brooks won't be heading anywhere.
Second 11, I believe, are playing Nepal in Newport on Monday. So they won't be off for that as yet.
Is that the Nepal first 11? Full men's international side?
Would have thought so.
Didn't they do something quite special recently? As this ball's driven up to mid-off, bumps off Roland Jones, who went down rather hard and late on it. Singles taken, didn't they? Aren't they pulling up trees somewhere of late? Nepal, aren't they? Another of the cricketing nations on the rise.
We'll have to ask Dan Douthwaite about that.
Oh,
he played out there in December.
Here's Gohar bowls, and this is punched out to deep backward point for a single. 158 for 3. So sorry, what are the details of it? They're playing on Monday, did you say?
They're playing Nepal in a 50-over game on Monday with Glamorgan seconds.
Yeah. And that's at?
Newport. Spitty Park.
Could stop off on the way home.
Well, providing this one finishes early.
Well, providing either of them play with the forecast for Monday.
Yes, quite.
Here goes Gohar. left arm around from the river end. Joggers making their way on the footpath outside the ground by the river as forward goes the right-handed northeast, defending to cover. In fact, one. He's a hiker. He's not a jogger. He's stopped, arms folded. And there's a perfect gap there to just watch. A better position almost than anybody viewing in the ground, actually, because it's right on the edge of the as Gohar's left arm around, right on the edge of the advertising. The netting that is the sight screen as forward goes northeast, pushing up to Roland Jones, and there's no run.
So Nepal women apparently have been making the news. They're one step away from a maiden World Cup appearance.
Ooh. Maybe that's what it was. Did Nepal play? Yeah, Nepal played at the T20 World Cup, didn't they? Huge support out there, wasn't there?
Nepal men.
In the United States, did they not play?
Were they?
There's a bit of flight, and this is dabbed away into the offside. I'm sure they played India, didn't they, in one of their matches? Or am I confusing them with somebody else? 160 for 3. Goodness me, that was a year ago now, wasn't it? World Cup in America and the West Indies.
Nepal men are playing in Scotland, or have played in Scotland recently. What are they warming up for? World Cup League 2 Championship. There we are.
Well, that's how you qualify for the World Cups now, isn't it? Through those World Cup leagues. Oh, change of ends.
Not very often that I consult the Himalayan Times, I must admit.
Only for recommendations on where to buy your salt. Is that good for cholesterol? Do I need to get some of that? Stay away from the cake and get some Himalayan salt.
160 for 3. Himalayan salt, is that the thing?
Yes, isn't that the pinky one that's meant to be really good for you?
No idea, mate. Absolutely haven't got a Scooby.
It's good on your mashed potatoes.
Okay.
And your cottage pie.
I'll take that in mind next time cottage pie is on the menu. TRJ, Toby Roland Jones, takes over from his younger counterpart. I wonder if he was playing first-class cricket by the time Sharma was born.
Roland Jones?
Must be close. As away he runs and bowls, and northeast is forward defending. There's no run.
Pretty sure he would be. He was 36 now,
He's
so yeah, he would have been.
It would have been 18 when Sharma was born, thereabouts.
Oh yeah.
Don't know what age
maybe not.
Jones made his.
They did. Josh de Carey's, I
debut.
think, took a wicket a couple of years ago for Middlesex, and it was put to Tim Mercer. Are you aware that Josh wasn't born when you took your first-class wicket?
In comes Roland Jones, bowls, and northeast knocks it gently on third leg side.
Was he the last player to have played across 4 decades, Tim Mercer? He made his debut in 99, so then he played in the noughties, the teenies, and then in the 20s.
Actually, Roland Jones was relatively late into first-class cricket.
He was, yeah.
At the age of 22.
Yeah.
So,
yeah.
Sharma was, well, he might have been just about in primary school when Roland Jones made his debut. Here is Roland Jones, bowls, and northeast plays to mid-off, and there is no run.
And even better, Webby, they both went to the same school.
All right.
Hampton. As you go into the Hampton School reception, there's 2 huge pictures of Roland Jones, and at the moment Blake Cullen adorning the roster of famous names that have attended, and 2 big pictures of them. Roland Jones thinking his England kit, and Cullen in his T20 kit, maybe for Middlesex, but then Sharma now, well, he'll be forcing his way onto that wall as well.
Roland Jones bowls, northeast defends. I can confirm that Nepal are in action in a tri-series against Scotland and the Netherlands between the 2nd and 12th of June. And that is at Forfarshire Cricket Club. So there we are. There's also... there's another tri-series. What are they playing? As Roland Jones bowls and driven firmly by northeast, but cut off at mid-off, and there's no run. So that looks like it's a 50-over series between the 3 nations, followed by a T20 series in Glasgow. at the Clydesdale Club. Probably not attended by many listeners of Glamorgan or Middlesex, to be honest.
You never know.
You never know. 160 for 3. Roland Jones in bowls. Punch by Northeast to mid on. So maiden over recorded by the Middlesex skipper, bowling to the Glamorgan skipper. And it remains on 160 for 3 after 50 overs. So we've got 14 to go till tea. These Middlesex bowlers are not doing very well in terms of getting Kenneth and myself to the Principality Stadium by 8 o'clock.
No.
So if you could get the word out and get your boys to hurry up, we'd be very grateful.
Yeah, the Glamorgan batters aren't doing the Holmans much hope of getting to Wembley for Monday either. So come on, roll over and have your belly tickled. What's going on with the clock? It seems as though you've only just arrived, and am I due to go, or have I got the timings horribly wrong?
No,
10
I think you
past.
used to go.
Here's Zafar Gohar. He bowls, and that's slapped out to deep cover for a single. I think I've overshot by an over at least. Should I have been due off at 10 past? Apologies.
Oh, we're fairly leisurely on timings here.
We were distracted by cake and tea.
No marks will be issued at the end of the day. Finish the over anyway, Kev.
Here's Gohar. Started 12 finish. Here's Gohar in from the river end, bowls, and this is pushed away up to mid-on and there's no run. What were we talking about that was so interesting? Oh, Nepal. I'll be interested to see how they go, because
cake.
if you think, and cake, if you think, it's not that long ago, Bangladesh, Afghanistan, they had to force their way through in the world leagues that you were mentioning there, and Nepal World Cup appearance, and they're playing Glamorgan second 11 as forward goes Northeast, dabbing into the onside. There's no run. Apparently it's growing very, very quickly in Nepal cricket, so
I think they also played the Cardiff University's side recently.
Here's Gohar. Ball, and this is going to be tickled away down to the long leg. 4-2. I don't think the umpire's going to signal anything. It was bat, was it? No, he taps his leg. No, hold on. He's holding out his hand. He's just counting the balls. There were runs. Just seems to go away a little slowly down the legs. How did they get on against Cardiff roughly? It wasn't an embarrassment one way or the other.
Didn't catch the score.
Only because, Glamorgan second 11 against a side that were playing India at a World Cup not so long ago. So here's Gohar bowls, and this is driven to cover, and there's no run. But this is indeed the finishing school of world cricket, as we know, the county championship or the county game. Someone just forgot to tell the administrators.
Glamorgan have got quite a big squad at the moment, so most of the second 11 have some county experience.
Gohar bowls, and this is pushed up to mid-on. Quick single taken, and they are through. Northeast moves to 61, 164 for 3. And that is the end of the over. 5 for Gohar, none for 13 for him, and Glamorgan 164 for 3. Oh, we're having a double change on the headsets.
Absolutely seamless as usual. Keep telling the audience that often enough and they'll believe it. 164 for 3. Quite a sedate passage of play at the moment. It's just my charger is on this side of the box, and I'm one of those who's absolutely paranoid about devices getting run down. It's one of the dividing things in life. 164 for 3. Roland Jones on his way away from us and bowling to Northeast, who turns it into the leg side for at least a single. Will they think of a second? Well, they thought about, then there's a misfield, and they thought again. And Holman rather ran round that one in the manner of an excitable puppy, but didn't give away a second run. Which you can? Do you let your devices run down to 5% before you charge them, or do you try and keep them over 80%?
No, I try and keep them over. I'm with you there, Nick.
As Roland Jones bowls, and that's noodled into the offside.
Unlike my
Aaron?
wife with petrol, she leaves it go down to the bare bones. It
Yeah.
does my head
I know.
in.
Oh, I'm with you on this, Ken. Yes, there's another division on that front in our family. Petrol and device charges.
So, yes, Nick was saying, I have some hospitality to tend to. So,
Oh, was it terrible?
Could you get a move on, chaps?
Roland Jones is in to bowl to Carlson, who whips it off his legs. Won't get to a 50 quite yet.
Well, it would
One
be
shot.
rude not to try and help the Union out in that regard. If the offers come, you know.
Mike Parsons on X. Yes, it is 2 overseas players in the T20 Blast, as is in the Championship, or 2 official who count as overseas. Anyway, there are so many loopholes. Roland Jones bowls. Northeast drives nicely, but straight to Sharma at mid-on, and there's no run. Some of us are in paid-for seats, Kenneth. Tonight at the rugby.
Well, the offer was very rare.
Yes, it is unexpected, isn't it?
And a surprise.
Yes, and welcome.
Welcome all the same.
Yes.
Well, given the tough season that I've had viewing Welsh rugby...
Yeah, you probably deserve a bit of compensation. Here is Roland Jones banging it in, hooked by Northeast, but well under control, out to deep square for
on every
single.
front, it has to be said.
Well, political and on the field as well, on and off the field. It's been torrid again, hasn't it? Our favourite words of the day.
It has, unfortunately.
With the back, as soon as the regular league season has ended, the backroom politics takes back over again. Roland Jones in. Bowls driven to mid-off by Carlson. Sharp shed of no. He'll have to wait at least one more delivery for a half century. And indeed he's lost strike because it's the end of the over. Carlson 49, Northeast 63, Glamorgan 167 for 3. And I hesitate to suggest it, but maybe they've ridden out the worst of the storm, because it really did look very difficult until well after lunch.
Well, it's exactly what we were discussing, myself and Kevin, earlier. If you could ride it out, so to speak, and this is what happened last week, it did get easier to bat on, certainly in Glamorgan's innings, so this has been a crucial partnership. 115 it's worth now, they've put on. And they'll be hoping, well, A, to get to T, but to push on thereafter. Zafar Gofa is continuing that. Well, Northeast cut there, but just picked out the man at point. So there's no run. Zafar Goa continuing with spin from the River Taff end, coming around to some Northeast. Unbeaten on 63, coming in is Goa, and that's whipped through to mid-on, and they come through for a quick single. And it's backed up in case there were any overthrows like we saw this morning.
Yes, there were 2 woodies being wielded by a young lad and his dad earlier on.
Yes, just
Toys.
below us here.
Yeah.
They've gone now.
I did think of asking them for a picture on the way out, but I decided to be too weird.
Zafar Goa. And that's way over the top, clubbed over mid-off for a great strike by Carlson, and that is the way to bring up your 50. Carlson raises his bat aloft to the dressing room, and the applause greets the batter. 53 for Carlson, and Glamorgan move on to 172.
76 balls, 7 fours.
So he looks in prime position, Kieran Carlson, to kick on now. And that shot has moved mid-off back to the boundary. Goa comes in, that's whipped to mid-wicket. And they come through for a single.
Yeah, they've been running just a touch more aggressively than
have.
usual in the Glamorgan middle order, haven't they?
Well, they've put on now 102 in this session without the loss of any wicket, so it's been a more than productive session for Glamorgan. Safa Goa, and that's a cut through the covers. There's a man sweeping on the boundary, so an easy single there to be taken. 43 overs remaining. The over rate is -1 on the board. Goa coming in full from the spinner, and that just bisects short cover, and it's wide of a deep mid-off, so there's a couple there to Kieran Carlson.
Kieran Carlson's half-century came off 76 balls. It included 7 balls.
Too slow there, Mr. Higler.
Well, the entire population of central Cardiff is informed via the fairly powerful PA here at Sapphire Gardens, which is better than not having a powerful enough PA.
Indeed.
At least when useful things are being said over it. As is not always the case in all forms of the game, because Kenneth was guilty of sending a very rude text message to an acquaintance of his who was being fruitful over the PA during the 100. I think it was the 100 or the past.
Oh, it was, yes.
Past.
Yes.
It's all right, we won't repeat it on air.
I didn't know where you were going with that, Nick.
I can only imagine the joy of the chap trying to do the PA and interview small children, and
the
keep
thing
the
with the
masses
PA in the
entertained.
100, it's non-stop. Yes, I do know the person involved here.
So Kenneth's suggestion was maybe that less should be more.
Yes. I wasn't that diplomatic, though, in my wording. In comes Roland Jones. I've taken your thunder there, Nick.
Time flies when you're having fun. It's a dot ball anyway.
Yes, I was less than diplomatic. But I understand it's a different audience.
Oh, yes. The game has to be played for the audience that is present, and hopefully there will be an audience several times the magnitude of this one for T20 Blast. First home game Tuesday the 3rd of June. Roland Jones is in to bowl, and North East defends back to the bowler, no run.
Just talking to the marketing department here, 11,000-ish have been sold for Sunday's West Indies game. They are hoping for a bit of a walk-up, although Sunday is a difficult one. Well, not Sunday per se, but the fact that it's a one-day match on a Sunday rather than a T20. But the Wednesday T20 match in September may pose problems in that regard as well.
As in comes Roland Jones, bowls, and North East defends to mid-wicket.
With the Saffers coming.
Yeah, it's round about the time the schools go back, isn't it?
Well, it is, but last year, of course, A, it was Australia here, and B, it was a Friday night.
Yeah. Anyway, it's Wednesday the 10th of September, if our
I will be there.
Viewers and listeners are interested. The West Indies game is Sunday the 1st of June. On the 10th of September, I shall, in all probability, be in Northampton, unless there's a very early finish, because it's the 3rd day of Glamorgan against Northants, or Northants against Glamorgan, to be technically correct. Roland Jones in to bowl in the afternoon sunshine. Short pitch ball, Northeast hooks, and there is the most belated of appeals from keeper and then from slip. That was really not worth doing if you're not going to do it with any more conviction than that, boys. I just thought that Northeast might have got a feather on it, and indeed as he might, but he didn't, as he tried to deposit a short ball somewhere down towards the scoreboard. Roland Jones just a slip in the gully now behind. Northeast pulls this one away on the leg side, and will pick up the single out to deep mid-wicket. Obviously there is a strategy going on there, because there were two deep on the leg side as well as a square leg. But at the end of an over that cost Roland Jones just the single, Glamorgan are 177 for 3 off 54 overs, with Carlson 56, Northeast on 66. And we have 10 overs to go until tea, so hopefully Zafar will bowl 5 of them, and we should be laying into the cake about 5 past 10 past 4.
And I can eye the hospitality a bit sooner than I had anticipated. I was just going to point out, Nick, this is why winning the toss has been, well, it's been difficult to judge at
A poison chalice?
Well, this morning it was doing all sorts, but once you can overcome the initial session, I mean, we've seen nothing of the sort this afternoon, and these two at the moment, as Zafar Goa comes in, that's a cut, and that'll go through the vacant third man area for 4. I was going to say, are looking very comfortable and are going from strength to strength. Bit of width, and Northeast didn't miss out.
Yeah, this could.
It's almost easier not to win the toss.
Could be the best. Well, he won't get. Well, that's Sam Northeast has practiced not winning the toss. He's not won it 6 times out of 7.
Whipped through mid-wicket, that's a single. They look to come back for a second, but they settle for 1. Well, if you think about the tosses, well, it remains to be seen what will happen in the course of this game. But obviously Northants won the toss. Glamorgan won. Derby didn't get the toss right. Certainly they admitted that in that game. Glamorgan almost won that one.
This is Northeast's highest of the season, by the way, 71.
Which eclipses at 67. That's dinked away on the onside. There's an easy single. They are running between the wickets well, rotating the score almost in one-day fashion now. Carlson and Northeast, who've put on 131. Brilliant partnership for the 4th. It was 71 for 3 at lunch, and looking precarious for Glamorgan had Middlesex taken an early wicket in this afternoon session. Zafar Goa coming in, and Northeast rocks back deep on his stumps, and it's played to mid-on. There's no run. The run rate is, well, if we've been mentioning, it has crept up just over 3.3. Zafar Goa's 0 from 28 in his 7th over, and that's driven and on the bounce.
If that were a Friday night,
hammered
straight to cover, there'd be 5,000 people going up, or possibly groaning if it was, since it's Glamorgan batting.
In comes Zafar Goa, full, partially stopped by the bowler. They think about the run, think otherwise.
Well, Roland Jones is obviously thinking what he's doing, because he's had a couple on the drive there on the offside for his own bowling. He's stationed a couple back on the leg side and bowled some short stuff. So the little grey cells are obviously permeating for Toby Roland Jones, but he hasn't quite found the answer this afternoon.
Bit of a conflict between batters now, and the message will be, well, so to kick on here.
Keep on keeping on. I'm not sure if the conditions are such that they will be able to accelerate that hard, because Roland Jones is a wily old fox, and Zafar's got plenty of experience of British county cricket. Roland Jones is in to bowl to Carlson, who dabs it into the offside, thinks about the run, but Holden moves to his left at cover. There's no run.
But they've certainly sped up in this session. They've added 112.
Yeah, it's just been the question. There's only been the odd sort of out-and-out aggression as when Carlson reached his 50 by belting Zaffa over mid-off. But it has been a question of waiting for the opportunity to score a lot, and then, just as Kenneth said, rotating the strike with the singles. Rowan Jones bowls, and Carlson runs it down towards gully, but picks up the fielder there, no run.
Carlson has had fits and starts, hasn't he? But he had 113 in defeat against Leicestershire.
Yes, a couple of half centuries and a
54
49
against Notts, against Northants rather, in the first innings.
So he's in decent nick, even if Glamorgan are minus their two highest scorers. As that's turned nicely off the legs by Carlson, single down to fine leg, 184 for 3. Colin Ingram being rested for a couple of weeks to accommodate Marnus Labuschagne, and presumably with the hope that Labuschagne will return for a longer period in future years. But he's looked out of sorts in the last couple of weeks so far.
What's the situation with Callaway's exams, Nick? Is it just this game that he's missing, or will it go on to the start of the T20?
Well, T20 first game's on a Sunday, isn't it? And then Tuesday evening, so you wouldn't have thought that it would
you know how spread out the exams are these days.
Too much, hopefully. As Morgan needs him in the form that he's in. As Roland Jones bowls and North East defends, gets hand to it. The ball dribbles back, but not towards the stumps, and Carlson lobs it to him in polite fashion. Morgan.
Yeah, the promise coming to fruition with Callaway in the early part of this season. We've always known that he has the talent.
Yes, it'd be interesting to see what sort of impact he makes in T20. As Roland Jones is in to bowl, pulled away hard by North East, but picks out the fielder on the grandstand side boundary. Luke Holman, the grandstand that does contain a smattering of spectators. It was entirely closed for the first few matches, but with the sun out and the wicket over that side of the ground, it's fairly close to the action. Roland Jones on his way in, looking to make something happen for Middlesex. Bowls a very short ball that balloons over Carlson, and wide is called, so he'll have to bowl that one again. Little word between Mr. Blackwell and Mr. Treadwell, as that one really was short and wide, and umpires seem to be a bit tighter on this championship season than they were. Of course, it would be a wide no hesitation in the T20 stuff. Next delivery is defended by Kieran Carlson. So 2 singles plus the wide in the over, and 186 for 3 is on the scoreboard. 1 point to Middlesex for their 3 wickets, but it was back in the 21st over. We've now had 56 bowled, and this has been a really solid partnership for Glamorgan once they'd got through a fairly torrid rest of the morning and early afternoon, where the seamers were zipping the ball past the edge almost willy-nilly. As it is, things getting rather more difficult for Middlesex.
Yes, 186 for 3, so 115 added in this afternoon session. Go up. That's whipped through mid-wicket. That'll go all the way for 4. Just dragged down too short by the spinner. And it was put away and given the treatment it deserved off the bat of Sam North East. Just clipped through mid-wicket, nothing more. So these two pushing on. Partnership is worth 138. Goa coming in round the wicket to Sam Northeast, who drives, and they will take a single to mid-on. So runs coming thick and fast off the bat now. Run rate pushing up. And Zafar is not from 33 in his 8th over. So a bit of food for thought for Roland Jones, trying to curb the runs here. That's a forward from Carlson, and there's no run. Still glorious conditions here at Sapphire Gardens as Goa comes in. Full delivery, and that's swept by Carlson all the way through mid-wicket for a glorious shot for 4. Second one of the over, and this is getting a slight concern for Zafar, Goa and Middlesex.
Yeah, Carlson just showing signs of taking on the spinner occasionally. Had a pretty full-blooded sweep slog through square leg mid-wicket.
Trying to up the ante then is Kieran Carlson, who's moved to 62. Trying to put pressure on Zafar Goa, who's in. That's just prodded by Carlson. Back to the bowler.
Yeah, Middlesex with other spin options in Luke Holman, leg breaks, and let's deploy slow left arm.
9 off the over. Here comes Goa on the full toss, only as far as long off, and another single. So that was that 9 off the over? I think it was. Expensive one anyway for Zafar Goa, and Glamorgan moving on. I've pushed on to 196 for 3. It's been a great afternoon session so far as we approach tea. Carlson 63, Northeast unbeaten on 77, and it seems a long while ago that Marnus Labuschagne departed.
Yes, it was several hours of play ago, I suppose. And Roland Jones, well, it's a purposeful trudge. It's never the springiest of strides back to his mark for the bowler, but it's what he does on the way in that counts, and he is on his way in again, the Middlesex captain, as he bowls to Carlson, who dabs to point. There's no run. One 9-6 for 3.
And as we've seen, Nick, from a Glamorgan point of view, a lot of their success in the last 2 weeks has been down to scoreboard pressure. So if they can push on here.
Roland Jones in past umpire Blackwell. Bowls. No shots played by Carlson for once as it goes through outside off stump. And Glamorgan in a position where they should now accumulate a respectable total, and that looked in considerable doubt. It's been a day of 2 halves, I suppose. The first hour and a half was very much Middlesex's. Since then, Glamorgan first riding their luck, and now looking to press on as Roland Jones bowls. That's a beautiful punchy drive from Kieran Carlson that should reach the ropes in the longest sector of the ground. It does so in front of the indoor cricket school, away to our left, and that brings up the 200 for Glamorgan in the 58th over. I seem to remember the 100 was in the 38th, so second 100 has been at virtually 5 and over.
Yeah, they've pushed on, not completely timed there, just a punch by Carlson.
It's a long path of ground there. Roland Jones in, bowls. Carlson this time defending to Holden at cover, no run. I just wonder whether There will be a 6th bowler used before tea. Second spin option. Holman with the 1 wicket this season. And this in his 3rd match that he's played. In for his batting at the moment, but also capable of contributing with the ball as Carlson steers one to backward point, and there's no run. Enjoy the sunshine this afternoon as we approach the bank holiday weekend.
Another one. It doesn't seem
They seem to come thick and fast.
Sure. Well, the Easter was very late this year.
Yes. It means that
I work it on school weeks due to having daughters at school and married to a teacher. So the next half term is 7 weeks, Nick.
Roland Jones bowls. Carlson prods it back to him to finish the over. The one scoring shot off it was a nice one. A cover drive for 4. 200 for 3. Of course, days of the week in the broadcasting industry mean relatively little. All right, sport is largely based around weekend encounters, but cricket, championship cricket, rather less so. We've been having a regular Friday to Monday routine for the first 7 matches of the season, but I think it goes pretty much all over the place from the other games.
Yeah, I think I've seen that Gloucestershire is Sunday to Wednesday.
Yeah, 2 Sunday to Wednesdays in late June, 2 Tuesday to Fridays in the back half of July. Then we've got a Monday to Thursday in September.
Oh, there we are.
A Monday to Thursday again, and a Wednesday to Saturday to finish. So we've had virtually all days of the week playing county championship cricket during the course of the summer.
So Higgins is going to be brought back to the attack in place of Zafar Goa. Not much luck for the left arm spinner. Higgins started his run up, but went back to his mark. They desperately need a breakthrough through Middlesex. In comes Higgins, bowls to northeast, driven, but only as far as short cover. There's no run. Bit of a conundrum here for Middlesex. With these two looking strong at the moment. Higgins wheels round, coming in from the River Taff end. Right arm over the wicket, bangs that one in, but straying down leg. They'll strive to come back for the second, and they've run the first one fast. There's good running between the wickets from the pair, and shouldn't really have been 2 on offer there, as it was played down to long leg. And that is the 150 partnership up on the board, and what a partnership it's been between Kieran Carlson and Sam Northeast.
But it's intelligent cricket from Northeast. I mean, it's not the biggest hitting innings of his career by any means, but he's just found ways to keep the scoreboard moving this afternoon.
Higgins is in and bowls, and that has been driven by Northeast. There's no run.
Test match latest, Zimbabwe 210 for 5. Ben Stokes has picked up the last couple of wickets to fall. 2 for Shoaib Bashir, formerly on loan here. And a debut wicket for Sam Cook, who's been a little bit expensive, as has Gus Atkinson and Josh Tongue. So Zimbabwe have scored fast at times.
Higgins in, bowls, and that's driven firmly though to mid-on. There's no run.
But the opener, Brian Bennett, is still there on 122 not out of that 210 for 5. Zimbabwe needing, was it 416 to avoid the follow-on, so a little bit of a chance, but you'd think that was an outside chance, as this is only a 4-day test, so you would assume that England will enforce the follow-on, if you can assume anything about England decisions.
Bit of dialogue going on between captain and bowler again. They need some divine intervention here at the present time to Middlesex. 131 runs have been scored in this session so far at a cost of no wickets. Higgins with figures of 1 for 27 took the wicket of Marnus Labuschagne this morning, caught by Deploy at second slip. Here Higgins charges in and bowls, and that's played dead bat by Sam Northeast. There's no run.
Derbyshire still going very well indeed against Kent. 231 for 1 as Caleb Jewell, the Australian, approaches his centuries. 93 not out. Harry Kames got a 50 as well, as did David Lloyd, the former Glamorgan captain, out for exactly 50 and an opening stand of 99.
In comes Ryan Higgins, bowls, and that's played on the onside. There's no run, a fielder there.
And talking of Derbyshire, and Aaron Donald, our occasional colleague in the commentary box, is playing for Wales this Sunday as part of his comeback after injury, playing for the Wales national county side away to Bedfordshire. So best of wishes to him, as it's a rather Wales side hit by various absences, and I'm sure they'll appreciate his first class experience.
Yes, he had a collarbone injury, I believe.
Switch of ends then for Zafar, taking over from Roland Jones, who's got 2 for 57 in his 16 overs. Leicestershire against Lancashire. The Lankies are struggling. 168 for 7. Luke Wells is 36 as the top scorer so far. 2 wickets apiece for Van Beek and Scriven for Leicestershire as they enjoy life at the top of the table unexpectedly. Northants against Gloucester. Northants 162 for 4 with James Sales on 66 not out. Saif Zaib, who batted well here, on 40. Zafar bowls, and Carlson plays it to one of the 2 cover fielders, and there's no run. Northants having been in early trouble at 57 for 4, but they, like Glamorgan, recovering. Can Zafar find the breakthrough before tea? Carlson cuts in typical Carlson fashion, and we'll pick up a couple of runs down to deep backward point. 204 for 3. Carlson moves to 69 not out. In Division 1, Durham, who were really in the runs last week, well, they're 223 for 8 against Somerset. 3 wickets for Matt Henry, as the next ball is turned down to backward square. Single taken, Carlson to 70. Hampshire against Sussex. Hampshire were bowled out for 154. Sussex 11 for naught in reply. 4 wickets for Henry Crocombe in that South Coast derby. Surrey against Essex. Essex 211 for 8. Pepper 69 not out. Zafar's in, bowls, and forced by North East into the covers. They'll scamper through for a quick single as this partnership continues to just find the gaps in the field.
Very offside field here with 2 in the covers.
Zafar in, bowls. Carlson back on his stumps defending on the leg side. Bowler fields no run. Yes, it's interesting. They're obviously looking for a catch on the drive on the offside with a conventional cover and a shorter, straighter cover as well in a catching position. Carlson forward to defend. Worcestershire against Warwickshire. Warwickshire 175. Yeah, we've still got 4 overs to wait till tea. Hayne is 73 not out for the Bears. Latham made 59. And finally, in the county scoreboard, Nottinghamshire are 172 for 5 away to Yorkshire. Half century for Slater at the top of the Notts order. 2 wickets apiece for Thompson and for Hill among the Yorkshire seamers there. 206 for 3 here are Glamorgan and Gloucestershire. Well, a bit of a brains trust between Higgins and Roland Jones and anyone else who wants to join in, as they look for wickets that look to be coming any moment in the morning, but not now.
Yes, they've been in short supply in the afternoon session as Ryan Higgins bowls to Sam Northeast, who plays to mid-wicket. There's no run.
Yeah, again, the 2 catchers in front of the bat, this time on the leg side. See it so often at Sapphire Gardens, not always on the first day, but certainly during the course of the match as the pitches ease and player and bowling skippers look for catches in front rather than edges behind.
Higgins starts his run-up, bowls to Northeast, who drives firmly but only as far as mid-on, and there's no run. It is fielded by Patterson. So 135 added since lunch. These 2 have put on 154 for the 4th wicket. Really has been a great effort by Carlson and Northeast. In comes Higgins bowls, and that's whipped off Northeast's legs down to long leg, only a single on offer.
It's also a one-day international between Ireland and the West Indies. Ireland won the most recent encounter, but West Indies have piled up 352 for 8 in 50 overs, with a century from Kesey Carty for them. Leading the way, plenty of scores all down the order for the Windies.
Higgins bowls to Carson, who rocks back in defensive mode, and there's no run as it runs to mid-on.
But there's been a rain interruption.
Rain!
In Dublin.
Oh, all right, okay.
Has stopped the resumption of that match. The Irish innings is delayed. Kevin and his Irish background protesting any denigration of the Irish.
Higgins in, bowls. And that's missed everything, including the keeper, Jack Davis, so it goes for 4 byes. Oh, it was leg byes, as Nick promptly informs me.
Red card for you. Red card for you.
Kevin is brandishing at the back of the commentary box and Republic of Ireland passport.
Well noted.
Which at the moment gets him through EU customs a lot quicker than UK ones. Maybe that will change. Who knows?
Higgins in and bowls to Carson, who jabs down and looks to the heavens and thinks to himself he's missed out on a scoring opportunity.
Yeah, just inside edged it onto his pad fairly tamely. 211 for 3. I saw on social media, I don't know how recent it was, but the old trope of an English sports team playing a match in Wales. I think it was a non-league team of some football team of some variety, and managing to con some poor ingenue that you needed a passport, and this lad was found hiding under a pile of coats at the back of the bus while his teammates roared. The manager said, "Right, everyone got the passports, but what? You haven't? Oh, take cover. Pretend you're not here." 211 for 3. I'm sure it's got many an English sports person over the years. Zafar Gohar from the Cathedral Road end bowls, turned round the corner by Northeast, down towards square leg. Just get the feeling that this Middlesex attack has tended to drift onto leg stump a little too much, because there have been quite a few runs milked around the square leg, fine leg, mid-wicket area. in the course of the afternoon. 2-12 for 3. Glamorgan have found the gaps. Zaffa bowls, and Carlson does just that, sending one gently past umpire Treadwell for a single on the leg side. They're operating with the two cover fielders at the moment, Middlesex, and they, in fact, bringing their point fielder in to form something of a ring of iron on the offside. Well, that's what they hope. 2-13 for 3. Zaffa bowls. It's driven into the offside, but North East cannot penetrate the said ring of iron.
Many English rugby fans will be showing the passports on the Severn Bridge this evening.
Yes.
I hope they've left in time, because
Zaffa bowls. Driven back to
nightmare
North East.
getting over the bridge these days. Absolute nightmare.
Yes.
50 miles an hour.
And then through Newport as well.
Well,
More
that's-
50 miles an hour.
Yeah, that's another story. The glorious Bringlass tunnels.
Zaffa bowls short, and North East off the back foot this time. Can't get it through the offside.
What should we do for...
Update for BBC Radio Wales to follow. So we'd better not continue about the traffic while they're on. Oh, what's that gone through on the way past? It's been stopped at slip.
Yeah.
North East went for a big drive. The ball kicked off something.
Well, I think he would have been stumped.
Is that a stumping chance?
Well, it'd be interesting to see that again. It flew after pitching.
Yes, North East came down the wicket and trying to take the attack to Zaffa, but not successful. 2-13 for 3. Higgins to continue. Carlson 71, North East 82. It's a very different tale than I gave radio listeners in the 1 o'clock bulletin update. Still a couple of overs to go in the afternoon. Higgins starting this one. And bowling to Carlson, who punches it into the offside. May come back for a second. No, doesn't come back for a second, despite Holman falling over as he got to that ball in the covers. 2-14 for 3. Been 1 or 2 slips out in that area of the ground. Maybe just a little bit more rain might have got on it yesterday morning. No slip at all, just a gully at the moment. Mid-wicket on the drive, 2 mid-wickets. North East push, check defensive shot back past the bowler, trickles to mid-on. And it's been one of the features of this North East innings that he's been happy to sit it out when the bowling is accurate for a few overs.
Yes. Yeah, it's been sensible batting.
Just taking advantage of the rare opportunities that are offered. And by and large, Middlesex have not done much wrong with the ball. Higgins is in bowls to North East, who drives, fielded by the bowler in his follow-through. As the BBC Radio Wales News Bulletin makes that very point that Kenneth just made for visiting the rugby supporters to the Welsh capital. There'll be a few making it late from Bath, no doubt, as they played Lyon this evening in the Challenge Cup. North East drives on the leg side, no run, fielded by one of the mid-wickets. Glamorgan 214 for 3 in their first innings, having been put into bat, and after a really difficult morning where they were 71 for 3 at lunch, Glamorgan have prospered in the afternoon, thanks to the efforts of captain Sam North East, showing all his experience to ride some early good fortune and make 82 not out. Kieran Carlson, slightly more aggressive at the other end, is on 72 not out, and Glamorgan looking as though they should build a pretty respectable total in the first innings. They're 215 for 3 with around 5 minutes to go till tea. 215 for 3. Last ball of the Higgins over, so I might as well finish it and give Kenneth the what will probably be Zaffa's over before tea, unless they go for a cheeky change. In comes Higgins, bowls, and Carlson on the back foot defends. So Carlson has 72, North East has 83. Glamorgan have moved on from 71 for 3 to 215 for 3 with 1 over left until the interval.
Yes, my point regarding the bridge, Nick.
Obviously being taken up by the motoring organisations.
To continue my rant, I was coming back from Cornwall on a family holiday.
Kenneth Davis is off his long run, ladies and gentlemen.
Easter. And we were going great guns, and you get to Taunton, and it was 2 hours bumper to bumper. So what should have been a 3.5 hour drive was 5.5 hours. And those roadworks on the Severn Bridge have lasted a lifetime. So there we are, that's my rant over before tea.
Thank you.
The last over will be taken by Zaffa Goa. Here he comes, left arm spin around the wicket, and that's clipped into the onside. They thought about taking a single, fielded at mid-wicket.
Is there a ferry?
No, is there a ferry? Kevin Hand shouts from the back of the box. There used to be.
Yes, I don't remember it, but it was in the up to the mid-60s.
Goa, and it's played to mid-on. There's no run.
Yeah, I think it was scrapped mid-60s, the Ost ferry. I've been told about being taken on it by my parents when I was very small.
Well, it would be an option to cut out all that rubbish that you have to go through.
But is there not one down to Cornwall or Devon?
Well, there used to be a Mumbles to Ilfracombe.
There have been various steamers and
back in the
pleasure
day.
boats.
Goha, left arm around, and it looks as if North East will contend and shut up shop in this over, the final one before tea.
Chance for a speedboat.
Kevin Hand throwing in increasingly improbable suggestions.
Goha in, shortish that time, and thus defended.
Expenses.
I don't know what Radio London expense is like, but BBC Wales ones don't run to speedboats.
Last ball of this session by Zaffa Goha. Forward is North East. That is the end of the afternoon session, which has gone Glamorgan's way. They were teetering after the lunch break, 71 for 3, but they've added 144, courtesy of Messrs Carlson and North East. Carlson is there on 72, North East on 83. Glamorgan will be delighted with their efforts in the afternoon session, and they'll be hoping to kick on after tea. They're 215 for 3 at the home side, and we will be back after the tea interval.
I've got some latest scores from around the country. Once again, we'll start at Trent Bridge, the test between England and Zimbabwe, where in reply to England's first innings total of 565 for 6, Zimbabwe currently in the 45th over at 212 for 5. In the Rothesay County Championship, there's a whole raft of games like here at Sapphire Gardens, which are in their first day. Start again at the Utility Bowl, where Sussex have dismissed Hampshire for 154, and Sussex 13 for 2 in the 7th over in reply. At Northampton, Northamptonshire have moved on to 184 for 4, that's against Gloucestershire. It's tea at Chesterley Street, where Durham are 227 for 8 against Somerset. Tea time at Headingley sees Nottinghamshire 178 for 5 against Yorkshire. At New Road, Warwickshire 180 for 5 against Worcestershire. At Grace Road, Lancashire 171 for 7, that's against Leicestershire. At Derby, Derbyshire are currently 235 for 1, that's against Kent. And in the other game, which is at the Oval, Surrey have just dismissed Essex for 217. A reminder that the Museum of Welsh Cricket is open today. It's situated on the first floor of the National Cricket Centre, together with the Glamorgan Cricket Heritage Gallery. It's recently had a refurbishment thanks to a very generous grant from the Welsh Government. There are new display panels, new bilingual films for you to watch, and during this game, the films include a montage showing the development of women's and girls' cricket here in Wales, as well as the memory match facility, which is the 1977 Gillette Cup final when Glamorgan met Middlesex. The museum also has a number of second-hand cricket books and old Glamorgan yearbooks, which, together with a range of other items and souvenirs, are on sale to raise funds for the running of the museum. The museum will be closing shortly after the end of this interval. A reminder that as far as food and drink is concerned, you can obtain it from the Pyramid Lounge, situated on the ground floor of the Thatcher's Pavilion. There's a 10% discount on all food sales for Glamorgan members and season ticket holders. Drinks and snacks can also be purchased from the mobile unit. You can do the same from the vending machines at the rear of the indoor school. And don't forget, with the sunshine still with us, don't forget there are refill points around the stadium where you can recharge your water bottles. The Glamorgan Club shop is open till just 5 o'clock today. It's situated opposite Gate 2. It's selling as always a wide range of cricket equipment and other items including replica Glamorgan kit and a range of recently published cricket books. If you're seeking a scorecard for this game, they're available free of charge from reception. That's situated on the ground floor of the Thatcher's Pavilion, and if you're looking to purchase a copy of the 2025 Glamorgan yearbook, you can do so also at reception.
when will that be? Sorry, will that so? Right. Right. Okay. So the last payment is the 21st of the 8th, and when is the card due to go back? Because it's important, because obviously I need to arrange, you know, because I need to get another car. So who's these? Who are those? Right. Yeah. Okay. So okay, if you can give me the number, yeah. Yeah. Right. Yeah. Yeah. So are you saying then I'm not to deal with you from here on? I deal with them. Is that correct? Right. Right. So what about if I need to pay back in terms of the mileage? Do I do that through them? Right. Right. So I do need to keep in touch with you then. I'm sorry. I'm slightly confused. I just need to know what the procedure is. So. So when do I need to contact you regarding the mileage then? When do I do that? No, I can't. I have no time. I'm sorry. This is taking far too long. I'll have to phone you tomorrow. I'll have to phone back tomorrow. I thought this was going to be relatively simple, you know. So
To resume the Glamorgan first innings after tea, Sam Northeast and Kieran Carlson, and to resume the bowling for Middlesex, Nadia Sharp.
a very warm welcome back to Sophia Gardens after the tea interval, where Glamorgan will be hoping to push on. They're currently 215 for 3, having added 144 in the afternoon session, courtesy of Kieran Carlson on 74. Northeast is unbeaten on 83, and Middlesex in desperate need of some wickets, and hoping one will lead Kevin Hand to a cluster.
Yeah, indeed. I mean, we talked about it mid-session when we were last on together. You know, if they were to get to 3 down, they'll be over the moon. You know, but 4 down, they'll be very happy. You know, they'll be really happy. 3 down at tea. It's a really, really fine effort by these two. I don't think Middlesex have done too much wrong, but they now do need to do a little more right.
So Sharma will start the last session of the day, and that's pulled by Carlson to the man at square leg. There's no run.
It's a bumper theory. Look at this, straight away after tee.
I just think that the pitch, not too dissimilar to last week, has petered out a bit. And nothing much has been on offer.
Well, it kind of backs up the decision to bowl first in terms of 50 for 3. But yes, they do need to find a way through this partnership now.
Sharma in bowls. And Carlson aggressively tries to pull, but misses everything, and it's taken by keeper Jack Davis. I just reiterate, I think it's tough to make a decision when you win the toss on this pitch. It has been in certainly the last 3 home games.
Yeah. I mean, this is interesting though, isn't it? The bumper theory straight away after tee to Carlson, who has erred on the side of aggressive, hasn't he, in this innings? 72 from 106. There's been a few swings and misses involved.
Well, he wants to score. It's inherent in his nature. Sharma comes in, and then there's another one. And he tried to pull and then got out of the way and taken by Jack Davis. So changing tactic here from Middlesex, who desperately need a wicket. 215 for 3. And the over 8 -2, which isn't a surprise. Although Zafar Goa helped in that regard, as Sharma comes in from the River Taff end past the umpire bowls, and that's off the hips of Carlson into the onside, and they take a single, the first after the tea interval.
Yeah, I'm going to go with the same ploy to Northeast. I was wondering whether it would be an exclusive ploy to Carlson, but this is, clearly a reaction to the pitch then and the situation, as opposed to a ploy against Carlson. So deep mid-wicket, deep square, backward square leg and long leg. I think he might bump him.
You very well. And that's off the legs. It's gone fine, but fine leg is there and hauls it back in to keeper Jack Davis. Single taken.
It was the bluff, Ken.
It was the bluff.
Cheeky so-and-so. No bluff in Northeast, though. What about Carlson, last ball of the over? And will they go Gohar at the other end? Will it be bumper at one end and spinner at the other?
We shall see. Sharma, last ball of the over, first one after tea, and that's was airborne for a while towards backward square. They thought about running, thought otherwise.
He just backed off as well, hadn't he? Earlier in the over, he was higher up, I reckon. Is that fair?
Yeah, that was airborne for a while. Carlson survives.
Kind of looked at it double teapot, didn't he? Should I have been up?
End of the over. 217 for 3.
And to resume the bowling for Middlesex at the Cathedral Road end, Zafar Gohar.
There we go.
That's the answer.
Gohar it is. Thank you, Mr. Hignall. Announcing it to all of Cardiff and everybody via the BBC Sport website and app as well. From the Cathedral Road end, here he comes with a slip, a backward point, cover, extra cover, mid-off. Could you have a more tightly knit offside? A mid-on, straight mid-wicket, and a deep backward square leg. Gohar in bowls, lovely line of length, just outside off. Plodded back by Northeast, left arm around to the right-hander. But he'll be keenly keeping it on a deadly off-stump line, given the 6-3 field and, well, only deep backward square fine of Robson at quite a straight mid-wicket there. Mid-on and mid-off slightly deeper. But it's pretty much saying over the top if you want. As Gohar's in, gives it a bit of flight and threw the shot too early Northeast. It's pushed along the floor in the end to Geddes at short extra cover. Just checked the shot Northeast. Gohar in bowls and a little dabble. Feels it at mid-wicket by Robson. Middlesex 14 overs away to the second new ball after this. And day's gone by relatively quickly. They'll be rushing towards this second new ball for sure as forward goes.
I'll give you
northeast.
the answer to that as quick as I can get to the hospitality.
Well, that's true. What time is it? We're resuming it? Yeah, okay, sorry, we're very late, aren't we? What time did they actually come off? Was it 4 o'clock for...
Yeah, it was about 20 minutes late, wasn't it?
Yeah, mind you, I tell you what, that's not too bad. Sometimes it's far worse than that, as this is driven to extra cover. To end the over, Carlson 73, 84 for Northeast. I'm loving this wide shot. It's quite panoramic, isn't it?
It is, very
camera.
picturesque.
How have they done that then? They've made it panoramic because it's, it is giving you the full expanse of... Which is a very wide playing surface here as well. Is it second only to the oval?
Is
Am I
it?
right? Is it not?
Is it that big?
It's pretty big, isn't it? I mean, you consider that better.
Well, if it's second to the oval, that is quite impressive.
Where could be bigger? Old Trafford, maybe?
Edgbaston, no?
Yeah, maybe. I always just feel a bit claustrophobic when I'm in Birmingham.
Sharma is in, bowls to Carlson, who that jumps up. There's no one fielding a short leg, obviously, and they come for a single.
Not like being down here with you boys. Love a trip to Wales.
Well, you're in the open, especially with the greenery in front of you on the banks of the River Taff.
Well, born in London, Irish passport, so this is, my spiritual homeland. It's right in the middle of the two, isn't it?
Well, it's the unique thing with Cardiff. You're in the centre of town here, but you've got the parks adjacent to Safari Gardens. In is Sharma, and that's pulled, and Carlson set off there, and quite wisely thought otherwise, because the man is backward square.
I drove past a pub yesterday as well, the Anya in Bevan.
Oh yes, that is in on the way in from Gabalva. Yes, at the Anya in Bevan, right in the centre.
About 10 minutes north of here.
Yes,
is that right?
yeah.
I'm confusing my Bevans though, because I grew up on a road opposite Ernest Bevan School.
did
Who was
you?
Ernest Bevan?
Well, Nye Bevan obviously was the started the NHS in 1948.
Well, Anya in Donald was announced out at Lord's one day as
Nye in Bevan.
Yeah,
Was he?
Yeah. I didn't actually hear it. Somebody told me afterwards because it had to go in Wisdom that year. But I hadn't actually heard it. So I tried to base the whole piece around some sort of health.
Yeah.
Which I think all of it completely got edited out.
Sharma is in, fourth ball of the over, and Carlson rocks back a distance. They started to go and thought otherwise. Yeah, the Nye Bevan pub is a strange watering hole in that it's right in the centre, where various lanes go off to Whitchurch, up to Manaway, and then to Llanishen and the Thornhill area of Cardiff. So it's a very difficult pub to get to.
Ernest Bevan was MP for Somerset. Was he MP for Somerset? He was Transport and General Workers Union.
Sharma comes in, and that's pulled. And that'll bisect everybody on the onside and go all the way for 4. And it evaded square. The man at square leg just too short from Sharma, and quite simply, Kieran Carlson isn't going to miss out when those are on offer.
No, Ernest Bevan was from Somerset, not from Wales. He's Bevin as opposed to Bevan. British statesman, trade union leader, and Labour Party politician.
Well, they've got that in common.
Yes.
223 for 3 now,
So-
Glamorgan.
Between Transport, General Workers Union and the Health Service, they've been looking after us, the Bevans, haven't they?
They have. Sharma, last ball of the over, bowls, and that's short as well. Definite change in tactic here. We've had the short stuff, but by and large, Carlson has negotiated with it comfortably. He's on to 78, 224 for 3. That was 1, 2, 3, 7 off the over.
And we've had Ed Bevan entertaining us all that time as well. Well, not all that time, because Ernest Bevan was born in 1881. Ed was obviously in 1890s.
Yes.
Little
Edward.
did we know that our whole lives have been circulated by Bevans, entertaining us and
He'll be joining the commentary team on Monday if there's still cricket here.
Oh, flock of pigeons swooping around the ground looking for post-tee offerings, clearly. With a very distinguished white one in there as well. Swooping right in the middle. Here's Gohar. Bowls the start of the new over. Carlson dabs into the offside. Quick single taken just in front of point.
What is it, 173 partnership?
Oh, are we at record partnership levels for the fourth wicket against Middlesex?
Well, I'm sure Mr. Hignell will indicate that we're probably a way to go.
I've got it here. I'll have it here, I think. Let's have a look. Here's Zafar Gohar. She's back up the track. North East, and there's no run. Just dusting off my notepad. Getting rid of a few cobwebs. Bit of flight again from Gohar. It's pushed back and a dot ball. Middlesex versus Glamorgan. Record wicket partnership for Glamorgan, the fourth. Oh, a lot of flight on this from Gohar. It's pushed back to the offside in the snow run. Would you believe they are not even at Bon Jovi levels yet?
I wouldn't have thought they were.
Well, you say that. The first wicket was 181. There's a bit of flight. Bumped back to Gohar. Rips it back into the gloves of Davies. A little bit of frustration. North East still on 85. The first wicket partnership for Glamorgan against Middlesex, 181. Parkhouse and Hedges at Cardiff in 1958. Second wicket's 198. Clifton Parkhouse, 1951. Swansea. There's a bit of flight on this, and it's driven on the floor to the deeper mid-off for a single by North East. He moves to 86. We'll keep the strikes at the end of the over. Carlson 79, 226 for 3. The third wicket jumps a bit, 241. So it's still, reasonable. Cherry and Hughes at Southgate in 2005. Goodness me, I think I did that game. I'm banishing it from my memory.
Cherry, okay, yeah.
And then the fourth wicket partnership, Dale and I.V.A. Richards, whoever he was.
Oh, I think he was a good player of some sort, some description.
1993.
Adrian Dale.
Broken fourth wicket partnership of 425.
Wow. There's a way to go.
Just a little.
Adrian Dale, fine cricketer, and the other was even better.
The fifth wicket partnership's only 128, and the sixth wicket's 111.
Sharma in, bowls, and that's clipped down to third man, and a single is taken by Sam North East.
Oh, of the 6th, 8th, 9th and 10th, I've done all of those as well. The 6th wicket was Allenby and Wallace, 111 in 2010 at Lords. The 8th wicket was Croft and Dalrymple, former Middlesex man. 124 at Lords in 2009. Actually, I remember that one well.
Yeah, played for both sides. Dabbed down by Sharma. Sorry, momentarily thought that was you then, so I was sleeping.
You were riveted by these stats.
I was. That was guided down again to third man by Sam North East. North East is 87. Carlson catching up with him now and beaten on 80 from 115.
Dalrymple's there again for the 9th wicket, with Allenby, who again features, having featured in the 6th wicket as well. 76 at Cardiff in 2010, and also in 2010, in that same match, the record wicket partnership was set for the 10th wicket. 62, Kosker and Harrison.
Sharma in, pulled by North East, only as far as mid-wicket. There's no run.
Alton, how does that work? They were both 2010 at Cardiff, the 9th and 10th wicket, but there's 4 different batters. Allenby, Dalrymple, Kosker and Harrison. How can the 9th wicket have been set in 2010 and the 10th wicket set in 2010, both at Cardiff, but 4 different batters involved? Allenby, Dalrymple, Kosker and Harrison.
Sharma coming in right arm over, and that's a bouncer, and that's called a wide.
This is why I don't do stats. Nonsense. Even when I do them. From a very trusted research source here.
Yes.
That must be an error. It must be a digit. It's missing somewhere. It must be 2010 one and 2011 the other or something.
Dean Koska, a respected referee these days.
Aye.
He's not here today, though. Sharma in, past the umpire, bowls, driven, but didn't get the full meat to the bat behind that one, did Sam Northeast. So this is an unorthodox field, it has to be said. If you look at the leg side, there's a man at mid-wicket, backward square leg, long leg, there are two men protected on the leg side. And this a tough period for Toby Rowland-Jones to navigate as Sharma comes in and bowls. Again, that's it's evaded by Sam Northeast. Didn't lift as much that time. So 3 off the over.
The thing about record wicket partnerships as well now, I mean, I say almost with some surprise when I shouldn't, that I'd seen, 4 of the bottom 5 achieved.
As Sharma starts his run up, last ball of the over, pulled firmly, but long leg is back there.
And I've seen 6 of the 11 overall for Glamorgan against Middlesex. But of course, batting has changed, and bats themselves have changed.
Yes.
Bat players do score a lot quicker nowadays, so a lot more runs in that sense are scored. So you do see these record partnerships.
Well, the advent of T20 has changed that to an extent as well.
Although all that said, I've only commentated on 3 of Middlesex's partnerships against Glamorgan. Smith and Shah opening the innings at Southgate in 2005, 264. First time I met Ed Bevan, that. A day never to be forgotten.
Yeah, indeed. A day imprinted.
Yes. Here's Gohar, left arm around from the Cathedral Road end. He bowls with a bit of flight, and this is tickled by Northeast to mid-wicket. And
he still hasn't bowled you around.
Yeah. Joyce.
I'm joking. Has someone.
Joyce and Styris in that same game hit 235 for the 4th wicket. It was a thriller, that one. This is punched off the back foot to mid-on, and there's no run. And then the other one that I'd have done was 2019 here at Cardiff. Sam Robson and TJ Murtagh. 76 for the final wicket. Down the track comes Northeast. He doesn't quite get to it, and the ball squirts off the toe end of the bat to cover Max Holden. Could have been in trouble for so many reasons there. Well, almost yorked himself, so bowled, stumped. Could it have missed, or lobbing it up into the offside. But this is the trap the Middlesex are set in. They take a quick single to mid-on now. On the drive, in runs deploy. Ripple of applause for the single. But they are testing them with the field now, aren't they? You can see there's just a little bit more intent put into the field placing and the tactics themselves. Gohar bowls. Well, Carlton only just got the bat down to close the gate there. Gohar and a few others in the field thought he was through. Oohs and ahs. Here's Gohar again. And now bowls, and it's eased off the back foot, but it hit high up on the bat, that, didn't it?
Yeah, it stayed a bit low as well.
I must admit, I've misjudged that one then. Let's have a look. I'll see it on the replay. I thought he rocked back and it hit top side of the bat, but you reckon it was bottom?
Well, just from the reaction, I may be wrong, but there haven't been many that have stayed low throughout the course of the day, as these two come together, have a bit of a chat, just trying to plough on in this final session of the day, trying to heap more misery on Middlesex.
You get no prizes for guessing highest in his totals between Middlesex and Glamorgan.
Right.
Northeast 300 and
Oh, of course. Yeah, yes.
335.
First game of last season.
Yeah, Glamorgan
Yeah.
620 for 3 declared, and Middlesex hit 655 in reply.
Yeah, needless to say, a good wicket. Sharma in, and that, did he get the toe end of the bat on that?
Yeah.
He did. It flew over Jack Davis all the way to the boundary for 4. I'm being facetious there. It was a brilliant innings.
Oh, it may have even been glove for that, is it? Let's have a look. I was with you, top edge, the way that it went. Just seeing, did it strike him a little higher up than I realised?
Well, it's not biased.
No, it's definitely. It would have been. Yeah, it would have been a. Maybe it was the glove that made it just bop up a little bit more off the glove.
So 4 to Carlson's total, 85 from 117. Sharma coming around the wicket to the right-hander, and Carlson pulls. They did try and look to get 2, and they still do. They got in the way of each other there, but they still come home with something to spare. Carlson very, very quick between the wickets, scampers home, and they take a couple. So he's catching up with Northeast, is Kieran Carlson, with just less than 26 overs remaining on the first day here at Sophia Gardens. Still decent crowd for Championship cricket. Sharma coming round. That is short stuff from the seamer. He was given a wide last over. So, what does Toby Rowland Jones do here? Very, very difficult when these two are in the groove, and those play and misses have been very few and far between since lunch. They happen quite often in the morning session. Sharma coming in, and that went down leg side, taken by Jack Davis. I would imagine that Dane Pattison will be brought back at some point.
Well, that second new ball's 9 overs away now, isn't it? So I wonder, is this the cheapest way that Middlesex think they can get to that point, and may well buy a wicket in the process, either with the bumper or the spinner? Well, they very nearly did with that edge earlier in the over, didn't they?
Youngster Sharma coming in around the wicket to Carlson, who guides that behind point, and no, they'll settle for 1.
Is it right to go around the wicket to bowl the bumper, or is it better to go over the wicket?
Yeah, I'm not sure if this tactic is working.
I can understand the tactic. I'm just thinking it looks as though he is going to come back over the wicket now for Northeast, but if you're around the wicket, you're almost either helping the batter. I know he's going to stay around the wicket. Aren't you almost helping the batter to step inside it and just guide it fine, or step outside of it and uppercut as Carlson did the last one, whereas from over the wicket you're tucking them up a little bit more with the bumper, but they know what they're doing. I'm just trying to relay the image of what we're looking at.
Ball of the over. Again, short, and it's dealt with by Northeast. And it's another single. So at the end of the over, Northeast and Carlson eyeing centuries here. Northeast is unbeaten on 90. Carlson 88. Fine partnership between these two. Glamorgan at 240 for 3.
Zaffa Gohar to continue from the Cathedral Road end. A few more joggers pass by on the footpath in between the River Taff and the ground. Stands at the far end. It's very tight over there, isn't it? There's not much room. once you're on that top tier of the stand, you're almost falling back into the river, aren't you? Where many a ball has been deposited as whipping off the back foot is North East. Now look for a couple here. They might even think about a third. Well, they know it's a comfortable 2. Deep backward square comes around. Just stood up tall to that one. Straight back shot. Just wristily whipped into the onside. 92 for North East. Middlesex sick of the sight of him after that 300 last year. But again here today, holding them up as Fordy goes, driving to extra cover, and there's no run.
And I say again, I think it's a decent pitch. I do think it's a decent pitch, and it'll play better. But if Glamorgan rack up a good first inning score, which they should do now, it'll be scoreboard pressure.
Go hard balls. This is driven to mid-on.
Which is what happened in Kent, in Canterbury, and against Northants last week.
Yeah.
To coin a Graham Henry phrase, those two opponents were always behind the 8 ball in those 2 fixtures.
This one's pushed back by North East. There's no run. Yeah, it was Middlesex's punt, wasn't it, to have first go on this pitch with the ball. Hoping that bit of grass out there offered some support as go hard bowls. This is driven to cover where Holden prevents a run.
Still a bit of batting to come as well, obviously, in the shape of Bevan, Chris Cook and Huchten.
Down the track comes North East, pushes to mid-on. Weight is the call. It's a dot ball to end the over. 5 dots following that couple off the first ball that were whipped away. 2-4-2 for 3. Run rate over 3.3, nearly up to 3.4. Yes, Ashford born in Kent, Sam North East.
Yes.
Did again against Middlesex. They've had many a battle over the years with him. Kent and Hampshire in the Blast, and of course in the Championship in the 50 overs as well, the List A. But indeed, the Marylebone Cricket Club as well, when he was played for the MCC in 2017 in the Champions match out in Abu Dhabi.
Yeah.
Kindly came and joined me on the mic for a bit.
To bowl at the river end, Luke Holman.
Luke Holman, a bit of leg spin. It's taken a while, but they've got there in the end.
Yeah, Sam North East has been a brilliant acquisition since coming here to Glamorgan in 2022. We mentioned that 335, also that 410 he scored against Leicestershire. And he's steering his side here, and well, looks as if he'll get them to a more than decent total.
Goodness me, he's 35 now, Sam North East. When was his first class debut then? 2007.
Wow.
Against Durham at Canterbury. Oh, how old does that make you feel, Webby?
Holman. And that's cut by Carlson into the offside, and they come home for a quick single.
I always say it, Stephen Finn's the one that did me, and you saw Stephen Finn's debut and he's now retired. And his debut, of course, was at Ebbw Vale.
Was it?
Glamorgan, yeah.
That is
Heavily rain-affected List A game.
That's a good start.
Yeah, it was... and Jamie Darrell, and I first spotted him when he was having balls hit to him by Jamie Dalrymple, who we just mentioned in those partnerships.
Luke Holman coming in, right arm over, and that's worked through the mid-wicket, and it's another single.
Will I be able to see through Luke Holman's career? Either being sacked or worse.
Third ball of the over, Holman, and Carlson gets everything behind that in defensive mode. Big stride forward. I think it's me to depart after this over from Luke Holman, who comes in, right arm over, fullish. Cut though by Carlson, it evades backward point, won't run all the way, but they might pick up 3 here. No, they settle for a couple. So Carlson moves into the 90s. Northeast 93. Carlson is 91. 2 balls remaining of Luke Holman's over. Bit of a rejigging of the field. They're in defensive mode now. Obviously, our Middlesex, plenty of protection both sides of the wicket. Holman. There's a sort of backward point. Driven through cover. Always a single available there. Off the bat of Kieran Carlson. So 5 off the over. So they need not to do any more, Glamorgan, as they near 250. Just strolling at the moment. Holman in, and Northeast defends. That is the end of the over. So Glamorgan steady after tea. And Northeast and Carlson still there. Northeast 93, Carlson 92, 247 for 3. As I depart, and Nick Hand will be, Kevin Hand will be joined by Nick Webb, rather.
Cheers, Bob. Here's Zafar Gohar, Cathedral Road end here. Sunny Friday afternoon. What a lovely way to start the weekend. Unfortunately, it's not going to carry on this way, though, as it is. Gohar, left arm round, slip in place. Down the track comes Carlson and nudges his way level with Northeast on 93, 248 for 3. Nick Webb is back alongside, and
He's been threatening to catch up for a while, hasn't he?
yeah,
Kieran Carlson, having given a bit of a start to Sam Northeast.
Gohar bowls and Northeast defends. I was just looking at the side when Northeast made his debut for Kent.
Mm-hmm.
Do you do that? Do you enjoy looking back when you see that? Who was in the side when he made his debut?
Darren Stevens.
He wasn't.
Oh, he was with Leicestershire in those days.
Quite possibly, yeah, still at Leicestershire. Here's a length ball which is thumped back over his head for 6. And Northeast has moved to 99. That's the 250 up as well for Glamorgan. And what a way to do it. 254 for 3. Just a little shuffle to the length ball and leveraged over the bowler's head.
So Zafar Gohar mistreated by Sam Northeast, who moves 1 short of a century, and therefore all the fielders come in. They're not going to let him get to 3 figures easily as Zafar bowls, and Northeast steps back and cuts, and they will take the single. Carlson has to hurry, but it's well timed, and Sam Northeast comes through for his first century of the season. It's taken 226 balls, and he really had to work hard in the opening stages in particular, but he's fought through the tough times and he's come up with 3 figures. 9 fours and a 6.
It's been a brilliant knock, hasn't it? It really has. And a difficult one at 50 for 3, losing the toss. Good bowling attack. Seen off some pearls of deliveries. So here's Gohar again, bowls, and on the back foot that's worked away fine by Carlson. And that will head away for 4, I think. Is it just going to hold up? It is. Just inside of the boundary. Dave Patterson kicks it back in.
Lovely.
Football season's not over yet. There's, bit of the old... a few of them down there asking for a 4, didn't he? It could have been, because he kicked it back in, didn't he? So,
well, he was turning as he did so. He's close enough.
Yeah.
Deserves to save a run for effort.
Or for lack of. For entertainment.
We'll give him that.
So he is on to 96, having run 3. Northeast back on strike on 100. Last ball of the over. Gohar in bowls, and this is eased into the offside. Excuse me, where Holden comes in to collect at cover. 258 for 3. And 100. 226 balls. 9 fours. 1 6. Well, you're right, Webby.
Yep.
You were.
Well, I can read the scorecard as well as anyone. Past 14,000 first-class runs early in his innings, and Glamorgan continuing to profit off a very low base. Andy on Blue Sky was asking if a bowler did well in that Scottish venue, would it be a 5-4 in 4-4?
Your favourite.
4-4-5. He's 5-4 for the 4-4-5 tax.
I did think that when you said
Touch the Ronnie Barkers.
And it's 4-4
Yes. As Carlson is forward, the first ball of Holman's over, defending back to the leg spinner. Kieran Carlson on 96 not out. He does have a century to his credit this season in the second innings of the opening defeat against Leicestershire. As Holman is in and bowls, Carlson drives, but straight to the cover fielder, and there is no run.
That Kent side, Joe Denley, Rob Key, Martin van Jaarsveld, Matt Walker, Neil Dexter, who went to Middlesex, Sam Northeast, Geraint Jones, James Treadwell, Ryan McLaren, Simon Cook now coach down there, and Martin Saggers now an umpire.
As Holman bowls, Carlson will get maybe to his century. No, it's going to be hauled up short of the boundary, but in rather lucky fashion that one flew over the slips, and only just as Ryan Higgins down on his knees at slip and bemoaning the unfairness of life, the universe and everything.
Yeah, I think Holman's equally disenfranchised at the moment. Just had to wait a while for his turn with the ball. Very nearly grabbed a wicket.
Carlson on to 98. Holman in again. Bowls, and Carlson dabs it down into the offside and thinks about a run, but quickly round his getters, and there's no run.
Haven't seen the replay yet, but it was definitely Slip's catch, wasn't it? 'Cause it went over his head, didn't it?
Yeah, I believe so. Couldn't quite get to it. 260 for 3. Holman to Carlson, who is forward, taking no risks at all after that near miss earlier in the over. Northeast on 100 not out. Carlson looking for his second century of the season. Final ball of the Holman over, and Carlson cuts but doesn't beat Geddes at backward point. There is no run. Carlson remains on 98, Northeast on 100. Glamorgan 260 for 3 with 21 overs of the day's play. So if we get a decent bit of Holman and Zafar on, but we've only got 5 overs to go until the new ball. So I suspect that we'll be back to the seamers for the final hour's play.
So I think we're in 2007. Stephen's still at Leicestershire, I guess maybe he was then. There's no Dave Fulton in that side, and I'm sure that Fultz credits himself. We're taking Stevens to Kent. Here's Gohar, bowls to Northeast on 100. He dabs into the offside and there's no run. Yeah, Fultz. Not backward in coming forward, is he? Well, I was the fella that signed Stevens. Let's go hard bowls, and it's punched through the covers. Lovely shot. Holden had one stab at it, and he did get fingertips to it, which has stopped the ball reaching the boundary, and they've taken 3. 263 for 3, Northeast on to 103, and Carlson. Oh, apologies, they've only taken 2.
Should have taken 3.
Yeah. Maybe they similarly thought that was going to make it. It didn't. Full ball this one. Northeast over the top of it, dabs back, I'm sure playing patiently until Carlson gets his century. 4 overs after this to the second new ball. Yes. Another flighted delivery which is dabbed into the onside by Northeast. So he moves to 103 and Carlson moves on to strike with 2 balls to go the over on 98.
So there's a man out in the deep at backward square. There's a man sweeping on the cover point boundary, but most of the rest saving the single as Carlson drives, but straight to backward point, stroke deep gully. And there's no run. The one slip for the left-handed Zafar Gohar. Final ball of the left armers over, and Carlson steps back and forces into the offside, but only finds Holden in one of the cover positions. There's no run, and the over 263 for 3. Here on BBC Sport Online. Gareth on Blue Sky referenced the 445 Feast 54. Says he prefers the North Walian version, Ril nil, Rithin nothing. Thank you, Gareth. So Holman into his third over. He'll have time for one more after this before the new ball is taken. So not a marathon spell from the leggy by any means, assuming they take the new ball on time, and there's no reason to suppose they won't, as North East drives back past the bowler.
Did it hit Carlson? He miscued it, he mistimed it, didn't he? But
lost track of it on the way to mid-on. Anyway, it's a dot ball.
Carlson was trying to get out of the way. He may well have done.
Holman in again. Bowls. North East pushes forward, hit on the pad. Davis comes out from behind the stumps and does the fielding. 263 for 3. So that one's a bit flatter from Holman, turned round the corner by North East, but there's a man at short backward square, and there is no run. North East, having reached his century, will be hoping that he manages to navigate the new ball as well as he drives to deep mid-off for the single that gets Carlson onto strike with 2 balls left of the Holman over, and Carlson 2 short of his century. Holman on his way in again. Bowls to Kieran Carlson, who steps back, forces this into the offside, but it'll be just the single to move to 99 because there's a sweeper on the cover boundary. It'll be a quicker century than North East's by some distance, assuming that he gets the final one needed. North East settles. Holman is into bowl. North East back on his stumps, defending passively. 104 North East, 99 Carlson, 265 for 3. 19 overs remaining in the day's play. So with 3 more overs of spin, we should get to 16 at before 20 past. And we may not finish as late as seemed probable when they only had 28 overs on the board at lunchtime. The over rate has slipped to -2, which they won't be too concerned about, given that they've had a burst of spin since then. Here comes Zafar Gohar then to bowl to Kieran Carlson on 99 not out and remaining on that as he pushes forward. Defending to silly mid-off, no run. Partnership worth 213. Zafar, left arm spin, into bowl. Carlson nudges it on the leg side. This will be a quick single. There's a shot at the stumps, but he's home at the non-striker's end. Raises his bat in delight. And Kieran Carlson has his second century of the season, joining North East on 3 figures. It's taken 138 balls and it's included 11 fours.
Yeah, brilliant knock. Brilliant partnership, this. 214. They're still not halfway there to the record partnership against Middlesex. I think I'm right in saying. Did we say it was
Was that the Richards and Dale one?
Yeah.
All right.
Or maybe they have just passed. It was at 425. Maybe they have just passed the halfway point.
Here comes Zafar, bowls to North East, who knocks it on the leg side, and there's no run.
Unbeaten as well, that partnership. Can you remember the match?
Was that the match that Middlesex won? Was that one that Glamorgan were all out in the second innings, very cheaply? North East driving into the offside, no run.
Oh, we should have to look it up now.
There was one Glamorgan Middlesex game was a huge turnaround in fortunes. As Zafar bowls, North East drives, and this time he will get the single up to mid-off. 267 for 3.
550 Glamorgan score, but lose the game.
Yep. They were all out very cheaply second time round, weren't they? Zafar ordering his square leg somewhat squarer.
This is GlamorganCricketArchives.com. Is that officially part of the club, or GlamorganCricketArchives.com? Don't know if we've got Middlesex version of that.
Carlson whipping it away on the offside, but a shout of no as he realises he's hit it fairly directly to backward point.
Century came from 138 balls. It included 11 balls.
Were you right again, Webby?
It's amazing my ability to read numbers that are in front of me on a tablet, isn't it? And what's that, about 50% quicker than
Yes.
Carlson's?
Yeah.
So the North East,
yeah.
226 for North East, 138 for Carlson. And Holman to continue to speed us towards the new cherry, Kevin.
Middlesex do have a very similar archive like this on their website, to be fair. That was why I asked if this Glamorgan one is in any way related to the club, GlamorganCricketArchives.com.
Probably is. I can't imagine that there's an alternative.
Or is this
version.
Alistair Hignall's personal website?
Alistair Hignall? It won't be Alistair Hignall's. He played for Gloucestershire.
Here's Holman. He's in, bowls, and just dropping a fraction short. This is worked off the back foot by North East out to deep mid wicket. There's no run. So Dale and Richards 425. There we go. So they've gone past the halfway mark. It's 1993. It was at Sapphire Gardens, was it? It was indeed. 1993. Bit of flight on this in a forward defence. They'll take a single into the vacant mid wicket. Only feels like yesterday, doesn't it?
Arthur Daly last spotted playing for New Zealand over 50s.
And he goes
Having emigrated there.
Holman again. Balls, and this is dabbed to backward point by North East. There's no run. So yeah, 425 for the fourth wicket. Let's see. Oh, it's a bit of a tome, this one. I'll have to. Middlesex needed just 88 from 33 overs to win the match. Desmond Haynes and Mike Rosebery, what names. A bit of flight on this again. It's eased into the offside by North East. And there's no run. 10 wicket win for Middlesex after Glamorgan were skittled in their second innings for. Phil Tufnell returned career best bowling figures of 8 for 29. Glamorgan dramatically collapsing.
Are they 60 odd all out or something?
60.
Yeah.
Well, yes. Forward goes Carlson pushing back, and there's no run. Holman once more. John Embry still playing in that game as well. A bit of flight on this one. It's eased away to deep point for a single. 2-7-1 for 3. He took the last wicket to go. Steve Barwick after Tufnell picked up 8 for 29.
Yes, Graham Brill has quickly emailed on that one. By the time I got to Cardiff from Merthyr, the game was all over.
Oh. Oh.
Graham also says the Shoaib Bashir I am watching bowling in the Test match is not the same bowler Glamorgan had on loan. Well, it is the same bloke, but Graham says it would seem to suggest he was either not used in the way he wanted to be or did not want to be at Glamorgan. I can't imagine he was forced there by the England and Wales cricket boards, and you know he did his bit. There was no suggestion of lack of effort. He just wondered why a spinner was bowling quite such long spells in England and Wales in April. Zafar Gohar bowls, and that's a square drive from Carlson out into the covers, fielded by the sweeper, young Navya Sharma.
I've lost all time of what time you came back on and what time the next switch is.
I came back about 10 minutes ago.
Was it only 10 minutes? I was going to say it was about 8 overs ago.
There's Goa bowls, and that's driven up to mid-off for a single by Sam Northeast. He moves to 108, the total to 273 for 3.
Mike Gatting and John Embry would be very annoyed with me not to say that they put on a standard 262, of which Embers was a night watch.
Zafar bowls short, cut by Carlson, and down to backward point. He will scamper back for the second on this occasion, even though it's fired in by young Sharma from in front of the pavilion.
Embers scored a century in that game as a night watch, which Ollie Rayner repeated at Trent Bridge, coming in as a night watch.
It's driven by Carlson, straight to short cover this time. There's no run. So last couple of deliveries with the old ball, unless they confuse us by delaying it at all. Zafar bowls. Ooh, there's a bit of turn there. He's beaten the bat as Carlson groped forward and is left wondering where the ball went. Good delivery from Zafar. As he finishes the 80th over and Carlson defends. So 275 for 3 as we await the potential arrival of the new ball. I've had a query from Paul Evans with regard to names, and to be honest, Zafar is always one that has me in two minds. I've described him as both probably during the course of this commentary. Zafar and Gohar.
Zafar on the back of his Zafar Gohar on the back of his shirt has Gohar. That's how he wants to be known, as Gohar, which is what it should be on the screen, but it's not anybody's fault. 'Cause even on all the streams it says Zafar. But yes, he does want to be Gohar, which is why that's on the back of his shirt. So
there we are.
Gohar.
Yes, I mean I can't claim to be an expert on how this decision is taken by various people of South Asian background. Navya Sharma born in London, so according to I suppose UK custom and practice, having Sharma as his surname.
Well, there's Rohit, isn't there? And Virat.
So. But there is a lot of variation, isn't there? And it does, I think come down to personal preference in a lot of cases, as well as ethnic background in some.
I think Pakistan more will, as our corresponding inquires, which way would it be? But no, the Zafar on the screen is incorrect. He'd prefer it to be Gohar.
But
which is what he wears on the shirt.
I know that when I'm writing the match reports for my club, there are various Asian players of Asian background who have different preferences to be known by the first or the second name.
Here's Roland Jones. He's in outside the off-stump. That's left alone through to the keeper. Sorry, we've switched ends in the century madness.
Yes, we're trying to get the home commentator on the home centuries. But if you take Roland Jones for the time being.
Some fine names involved in that game, aren't there? We're looking back on 93. Tufnell, Haynes, Rosebery, Gatting, Embers. You'd imagine Fraser was playing in that game as well, wouldn't you? 93. Unless he was on England duty, as here's Roland Jones onto the pads of North East, worked down to long leg. Viv Richards. I mean, that was the back end of the Middlesex golden era, wasn't it?
And the first trophy that Glamorgan had won for some years.
93.
Yeah, the one-day league, which they won at Canterbury, was the bulk of that championship side would have been the one-day.
What was the title in that era?
Now you're asking. Was it the AXA?
I think it was.
Yeah, but which year, sorry, did Glamorgan win it?
93.
Oh, it wasn't. Oh, I see. Roland Jones bowls onto the legs, down to fine leg it goes, and a sliding stop from Sharm will hold them to a couple. So 93, sorry, they won the county championship.
No, they won the one-day league in 93. They won the county championship in 97.
Yeah, that's the one I was thinking, 97.
But that arrival of Viv Richards really helped the confidence of the team, I think, and helped knit together a lot of younger home-produced players.
Yes, Roland Jones bowls. This is worked through square leg for a couple. 280 for 3. Carlson moves to 109. I'm chuckling because I've just seen who wrote that report on GlamorganCricketArchives.com by Higgers96.
There we are. There's probably a newspaper report of the day by Edward Bevan as well. Probably for the Telegraph in those days. The newspapers are available.
Roland Jones, 2 slips and a gully. He bowls, and Carlson has nicked him, looking for a late cut. Through it goes. Yes, he is given. Carlson stood his ground, and he still stands his ground indeed as the finger goes up and looks back at the umpire. He's not convinced. Middlesex thought they had him straight away, and Roland Jones went straight through with the celebration. They all went up behind the stumps. We couldn't tell from here, of course, but the reaction, you often get an inkling from the reaction whether they truly believe it or not. But an attempt at a late cut from Carlson, and Middlesex thought they had him. Carlson did not. There was a shake of the head from Carlson before the finger went up. He was shaking his head at the bowler, saying, "No, I've not touched it." Then the finger went up thereafter, and that's where the double look came from Carlson as he stood his ground for a moment. But off he goes, a fine century, a brilliant partnership. 280 for 4, Standworth 228. Carlson raises his bat around Sophia Gardens, but also shakes his head a couple more times as he steps over that boundary rope. He's gone for 109, 150 balls faced. Davies with the catch, Roland Jones with the wicket.
Strange that one, because it was well away from the body. If it did hit anything, it could only have been bat, you would have thought. But Middlesex were convinced, and Carlson apparently not. So there we are, one of the mysteries of life, since we don't have Ultra Edge in the county game. It's Tom Bevan who comes in ahead of Chris Cook. So Bevan, direct replacement for Ben Kellaway in the batting order. Still to come, Chris Cook, Tim van der Hoogten, Andy Gorvin, James Harris, and the debutant Matt Kuhneman, the Australian slow left armour, 28 years old. And well, it's a slight break from Glamorgan's tradition of signing from Queensland, but he used to play for Queensland until last season. He's now a Tassie boy. His last game was against New South Wales in March, Kuhneman, when he took 5 wickets in the second innings. But Glamorgan will be hoping that he doesn't have to enter the fray this evening. Tom Bevan in his first championship game for around a year.
Roland Jones, right arm over the wicket. From the river end, he bowls, and the new batter is forward, driving to mid-on. Puff of the cheeks and ooh-na-na from Patterson. It was a slightly mistimed shot. But a dot ball it is to finish the over, which finally broke the partnership for the 4th wicket. Richards and was it Dale?
Yeah.
Richards and Dale can sit easy again. 280 for 4. It's the highest Glamorgan partnership for any wicket indeed, isn't it? Or it was at the time, and was also at the time the 7th highest 4th wicket first class stand.
It was overtaken by Northeastern Cook.
Oh,
At Leicester, for any wicket, that is. That was the 6th wicket stand. But in terms of any partnership for Glamorgan...
When did Cook and North East do that? I'm trying to think which...
A couple of years ago, 22. It was in the Sam North East 410.
Yes.
And Chris Cook hit an almost unnoticed 190 not out at the end.
Well, that was why I queried it, because it was in my mind that there was some other stat associated with it. Of course, it was North East moment.
As Patterson resumes, and the first ball is turned on the leg side into a gap by North East, and there's almost a collision with the bowler. But they just about managed to negotiate their way around each other, which brings Tom Bevan on strike. So an important game for Tom Bevan, with his first opportunity to make his mark in the first team this season. Will be in the conversation for the T20 team as well, because he can be a formidable hitter of the ball. As Patterson bowls and Bevan drives firmly to mid-on, and there is no run. But he's played little first-class cricket, Tom Bevan, and so his highest score is still the 48 he got against Derbyshire here in 2022 at the back end of the season. Best known for a fabulous one-day knock against Hampshire in that same season of 134 at Neath. But really has had to scrap for first team chances. Patterson bowls and Bevan turns on the leg side, manages to pick out the only fielder in that sector, which is Sharma at mid-wicket. And there's no run. So a couple of slips in for Patterson, operating with the new ball. This is only his 14th over of the day, so he should have something left in the tank after being very economical in his first couple of spells. First one in particular, 7 overs, 0 for 9. As he bowls and Bevan drives firmly, but only finds mid-off. The sliding Holden, and there's no run. And just hope that Tom Bevan doesn't get over anxious about getting off the mark as he wanders around. There should be a single on the leg side if he can place the ball there. But Sharma, no doubt, poised to swoop if he tries anything unnecessary. Patterson in bowls and beats the outside edge as Bevan pushes forwards rather tentatively for once. Bevan, lost in his own thoughts, wanders away towards square leg and doesn't see the umpire because the umpire's at point at the moment. That was a decent delivery from Patterson, to be sure. Beating the edge of the bat. 2-8-1 for 4. As Patterson is in again, bowls, and Bevan rather wafty drive outside off stump, and there's no run. 2-8-1 for 4.
Do you want to jump on now?
Yeah, I'll have to go for language, but I can come in now.
Yeah.
So Kenneth Davis will join me for the next 20 minutes or so in the evening sunshine. And still, Middlesex have got a chance of dragging this back. Glamorgan's run rate, while improving, has never really got out of control as far as Middlesex are concerned, as Roland Jones continues and Kenneth Davis.
This is Toby Rowland-Jones, 3 wickets, and that's jabbed down to third man by Sam North East. So Middlesex will think that if they can pinch another wicket here, it'll swing perhaps slightly back, not all the way.
Yeah, 300-ish, 320 for 6 at the end of the day would represent a good battle, really, for both sides, maybe.
Depends where Glamorgan can get to and put some scoreboard pressure on their opponents. As Rowland-Jones comes in, bowls to Tom Bevan, gets behind it and plays it to mid-off. Bevan yet to score. North East is on Nelson, 111. It's where Mr. Shepherd, the umpire, would be hopping around. The late David Shepherd. Fine umpire. 3 slips for Toby Rowland-Jones, who steams in from the River Taff end bowls, and again Bevan gets everything behind that and punches it to mid-off. There's no run. Fine innings by North East. It's a pity that Carlson went when he did, because he is the fastest scorer of the two, and if Glamorgan were looking to push on, given that they know there are showers in the air as well over the weekend, which will be taken into consideration. Just wafting at one outside off stump, but he didn't think he'd nicked one as Rowland-Jones comes in. Bevan defending.
You have to feel sorry for Tom Bevan to some extent, because he's presumably been sitting there with his pads on for hours and gets his first red ball chance in a year, and then has to face two very experienced operators
and the new ball as well.
New ball,
yeah.
Rather than maybe coming in 10 overs ago when he could have worked a few rounds and got his confidence going.
Yeah, and always a bit of pressure after a wicket falls in the evening glare of the sunshine here at Sophia Gardens. Rowland-Jones comes in, and that's squared Bevan up a bit. It's dribbled into the offside. This good over, only a single off it so far. Rowland-Jones on figures of 3 for 63. Obviously difficult for us to know how good a batting pitch this is until we see Middlesex in action, but it looked a good bowling wicket this morning, but got increasingly easier as the day wore on. Rowland-Jones, that was uppish for a while from Tom Bevan as he drove towards cover, but no damage there. Only the single off it, good over from Toby Rowland-Jones, and Glamorgan just slowed up unsurprisingly after losing Kieran Carlson. 282 for 4. Bevan yet to get off the mark. North East is 111.
Is Bevan starting to look a little twitchy after facing 11 deliveries? North East at the other end, I'm sure we'll have words of wisdom, and it is the Glamorgan captain who is on strike for the first ball of Dane Patterson's over. He's still going at just over 2 runs and over in his final game, at least for the time being, for Middlesex, as he will join up with the South African squad preparing for that World Test Championship final against Australia, featuring Labuschagne and Kuhnemann in their squad. Patterson bowls. North East dabbles at that one and is beaten. Well, the new ball is bringing renewed hope and vigour to the Middlesex bowlers after a long period in which they were never under the cosh, but the bowlers probing away without many signs of a success either side of the tea interval. Now there's fresh hope in their hearts and spring in their legs. Patterson on his way into North East, who dabs that one backward of square on the offside. Very comfortable single to the fielder sweeping out there, backward point. Umpire Treadwell remains at point so as not to have to peer into the evening sun, which thankfully has stayed with us much of the day.
Yeah, I wonder how much we'll have the rest of the game.
The rest of the bank holiday weekend, dear. Patterson into Bevan, who drives nicely. That's a good way to get off the mark. Through the covers, he'll pick up at least a couple. It's being pursued up to the deep cover. Boundary, flicked back by Sharma. And please replace your divots. He has prevented it from going for 4, but Bevan is up and running with 3.
Yes, and that will do him no end of... give him a bit of confidence, because he was desperate to get off the mark. Didn't totally time it.
But it's quite a long path of the ground.
It is, yeah.
despite the short, straight boundaries here at Sapphire Gardens. As Patterson bowls, northeast forward to defend. As, talking to Hayden Kerr, Glamorgan's new all-rounder, yesterday, and he said that was something that he would have to take into consideration in working out his bowling strategies for Sapphire Gardens. And he is scheduled to be on board for all the T20 plus championship matches in between. As Patterson bowls and Northeast works it immediately away on the leg side. That has been timed to absolute perfection through mid-wicket. The square leg fielder had no chance of cutting it off, and that was a very enjoyable thump off the middle of the bat from the Glamorgan captain. He's on 116. Total is 290 for 4.
Just over pitching, but anything onto his legs. He's very strong on the onside, is Sam Northeast. That was all about timing.
As the field has been scattered, apart from the 2 slips, 3 saving the single, 4 out. As Northeast drives again firmly into the offside, but it's fielded at cover. There's no run. A little surprised that the visitors have got 4 outfielders this early after the no new ball, as they did there for Patterson, bowling to Northeast anyway. On the sun-kissed vista that is Sapphire Gardens, it's 290 for 4 with 12 overs remaining of the day's play.
228. That 4th wicket partnership was worth, which has given Glamorgan a great opportunity here to get on the front foot in this championship fixture and put a bit of scoreboard pressure on the visitors as Toby Rowland-Jones comes in from the River Taff end. Oh, squares him up, and that's out. LBW. Tom Bevan falls. He never looked really happy out in the middle. Came in after that long partnership, and the dreaded finger went up straight away, and I think he played across the line. As we look at the replay once more, yeah, probably would have hit middle and leg definitely. And Toby Rowland-Jones gets his 4th wicket. So wickets come in clusters, and it's another for Toby Rowland-Jones.
LBW to Toby Rowland-Jones for 3.
Yeah, 4 out of the 5 wickets that have fallen so far for Rowland-Jones. 4 for 63, keeping up his formidable record against Glamorgan. Players enjoyed bowling at Sapphire Gardens in the past, and strikes for the first ball of his over. So Chris Cook, Tim van der Hoogten, Andy Gorvin, James Harris, Matt Kuhneman still to come. 11.5 overs for Middlesex to try and make further progress. 290 for 5, and despite 2 centuries, the game isn't that
not
heavily skewed in Glamorgan's favour at the moment.
No, it's a bit of a mini slump for Glamorgan. It'll be interesting to see how they want to play these 12 overs, because they don't want to be stuck in a rut either.
Well, these are 2 very experienced guys. Chris Cook at the age of 38, Sam Northeast 35. They've plenty of years in the county game, especially Northeast between them. Cook can be a scratchy starter, but he's in decent nick overall, with an average of 39 and 3 half centuries in the 6 games to date, given that he didn't bat in 3 of the second innings of those games either. So he'll certainly be looking to try and see off this surge of new ball bowling from Toby Rowland-Jones.
Takes Toby Rowland-Jones on for a fifer then, coming in and bowls, and that's driven straight through the covers for 4. What a way to get off the mark.
Yes, Cook just seeing that was slightly overpitched and smacking it away in very satisfactory fashion as far as he was concerned.
Well, we saw him on the last day 3 weeks ago against Derby when the call came to go through the gears to try and force a result, so he can score quickly.
He is a player with a lot of gears, Chris Cook, actually, because he can bat tenaciously or aggressively as the situation demands.
Roland Jones past the umpire, bowls, and again just squares Cook up a bit, and it is played into the offside. There's no run. Just over 11 overs to go.
Yeah, the balance of the day still in question, thanks to Roland Jones's efforts, despite 2 centuries on the Glamorgan side. The rest haven't contributed majorly.
Roland Jones bowls, and that's driven firmly, and they'll take a single to a wide-ish mid-off. Easy single. 295 for 5. So 2 wickets to fall in the last session. Kieran Carlson and Tom Bevan. It was Middlesex's morning, then Glamorgan hit back courtesy of Carson and North East. Is Roland Jones with the penultimate ball of the over and an easy single off the bat of Sam North East to mid-wicket.
Zimbabwe have been bowled out for 265, which gives England a lead which the commentators could not have wished for better. Exactly 300 runs. We do like a round number of first innings advantage, and England have enforced the follow-on.
Last ball of Toby Roland Jones is over. That's driven, and exactly a carbon copy through the covers for 4 once more off the bat of Chris Cook. So good start from the new batter who's just come out in place of Tom Bevan, and the 300 is up here at Sophia Gardens.
England's bowling figures, most successful was Shoaib Bashir with 3 for 62.
Zimbabwe for 265 and have been forced.
So good over there for Glamorgan, having lost Tom Bevan.
And actually I was trying to work out why there are only 9 wickets. That's because one of the Zimbabwe players was absent injured. Hamstrung. Patterson bowls, and forward goes North East, but it's beaten by that one. So Brian Bennett made 139, was 6th out. 1 for Sam Cook, 2 for Gus Atkinson, 3 for Shoaib Bashir. Played most recently at Glamorgan. 1 for Josh Tongue, and cheeky little 2 for 11 for Ben Stokes in the middle. As that's driven into the leg side. Single taken by Sam North East. 301 for 5. Just checking those bowling figures, because Ben Stokes is 0.2 as well as was it Bashir who's had to stop bowling midway through an over? Just flicking back through the BBC updates of that, so there's obviously an injury problem there somewhere. No, sure, Bashir was bowling until the end. As Patterson is into bowl, forward goes Cook and defends on the offside. There is no run. So
you think you predicted 320-ish for 6 would be
fairly even Stevens. I think you'd rather have the runs on the board, but it would give Middlesex some cause for hope, and Roland Jones has done his best to justify his own decision. Patterson with 2 slips and a gully into Cook, who dabs it down into the gully. No run. Chris Cook, who originally came into the UK game via the club game in the south of England and started off as a T20 dasher and expert boundary fielder in those days. Now behind the stumps and a fixture in the red ball side as well after taking over from Mark Wallace. Patterson into bowl. Cook meets it with a broad bat, steers it to backward point. No run. He remains on 9. Glamorgan have lost the wickets of Ul Hassan for 11, Tribe for 12, Labuschagne for 23. Then the big partnership that was the centrepiece of the day as far as Glamorgan were concerned, of 228 between North East and Carlson, who eventually fell to the new ball for 109. Bevan went for 3. Roland Jones is 4th. Patterson somehow yet to register a wicket as Cook pushes up to wide mid off. Well judged run, as it was the left of Sharma. Second single off the Patterson over. 302 for 5, and you wonder how Dane Patterson has got through today without taking a wicket, because particularly in his first and second spells he was beating the bat ever so regularly without success.
I may have to depart if they don't get through this over quickly for Welsh language broadcasting commitments.
Dion.
Toby Roland Jones with impressive figures of 4 for 73 coming in, and bowls to Cook, squares him up, outside the outside edge and through to keeper Davies. Yeah, he couldn't have done much more, could Toby Roland Jones, to be fair, today. Three slips, mid off, mid on, mid wicket, cover, backward point, long leg. Coming in is Roland Jones, bowls, drives, does Cook only as far as a wideish mid off. No third man in place as Roland Jones goes on the attack, tries to take another wicket in the final 9 overs, 9.4 of the day. Sun still beaming here on Sophia Gardens. Roland Jones in and bowls, and that's picked the man at mid-wicket, so there's no run.
I wonder if the night watchman's got his pads on yet.
I would have thought he has.
Mind you, it's probably Gorvin. It was in the last match, so he's not actually coming in much in advance.
No, so it doesn't make much of a difference.
It doesn't make a huge difference, so whether he or Van der Hoogten comes in next anyway. Both have had the role for Glamorgan.
Wheeling round is Roland Jones. Past the umpire, right arm over, bowls to Cook. Just squirted off the outside edge of the bat towards backward point. There's no run.
Yeah, he's not always a pretty starter, Chris Cook. He can get squared up quite a bit. But as I said, in decent nick this season, averaging 39.
2 balls to go then, as they target another wicket, which would swing momentum back slightly. Roland Jones bowls, and that's left outside off stump that time by Chris Cook. 302 for 5. Morgan will be happy on the whole, with it being 71 for 3 at the lunch interval. Brilliant second session. Just wonder what could they push on to. Roland Jones, his last ball of the over, bowls to Chris Cook, and that's defended resolutely by Cook. The end of the over, the end of my spell for the time being, as I dash to do Welsh language. It'll be Nick and Kevin Hand.
Kenneth will be back not too long from now to cover the final overs of the day while I write some words that may or may not be of wisdom for the BBC Sport website.
Wait, was that not his Welsh language service? I thought this was a new... He's leaving, I'll leave him alone. He'll have right of reply in 20 minutes or so.
Yes, I know he's got an accent, but that was
the English language
version.
Sorry, it was an old Martin Emerson gag. Is there not an English language version of this commentary available?
Well, he can talk with his broad northeast accent.
No, he was the butt of the joke.
I see. Very good.
David Townsend, I must credit him with the joke. He tuned in from parts far away. Well, not far away enough, actually, but inquiring was there not an English language version of this commentary available?
Dane Patterson, hoping for an Afrikaans version of success, is in to bowl, and Northeast works it away on the offside. He's hit that one very firmly indeed, and will pick up a couple of runs as it's eventually stopped out on the deep point boundary in a flutter of pigeons.
I mentioned Afrikaans. There was that infamous Leicestershire-Northamptonshire match, was there not, or was it Derbyshire? Where the two umpires reported at the end of the match that they hadn't heard a word of English spoken for 4 days. It was an Afrikaans 11 versus an Afrikaans 11. This was around the time, and it would have been Kolpak, I guess, wouldn't it?
Patterson in, bowls, driven straight back past him, and that'll be just the single, because Patterson has got something on that in his follow-through. Sam Northeast going through for the run, and offering Northeast a comment or two about the loveliness of Welsh weather on the way past.
So would that, I mean, that Kolpak ruling's changed again now, hasn't it? But would that have been along the lines of it'd be cheaper to employ a team of South Africans for 6 months of the year and then they go back and play in South Africa for the other 6 months than it would be to employ an English cricketer for 12 months of the year? I don't know how it worked out, but I mean, well, it was obviously the Australian joke about the English side as well, wasn't it?
Patterson in, bowls, and jabbing down on that one.
Shouldn't they be singing 3 Springboks on their cap rather than 3 Lions?
Yes, I'm not sure the level of Chris Cook's Afrikaans. He's probably picked up a few words, but I don't think he's a natural Afrikaans speaker.
That was quite good from the Aussies, though. That was
language background, yes.
I was impressed with that one.
As on his way in is Patterson, and Cook pokes at it rather as it goes down the leg side harmlessly.
But you know, as good as South Africa clearly are at churning out players, which they do. Was it Dean Elgar who'd said... did Elgar? No, it was Somerset. He played for Somerset. Did he ever have a stint with Glamorgan?
No.
When Kagiso Rabada went to Kent, you know, and it was asked about workloads, and they said, yeah, but it's the finishing school of a cricketer. You've got to go and play county cricket to, you know, to become a rounded international cricketer, which I thought was lovely from Dean Elgar. It's only a couple of years back now, wasn't it?
Next delivery brings Cook forward, bat and pad together. The question was asked, but he's never going to get that because bat and pad were so close together, and it may have been pad first, but I don't think the umpire can actually...
Yeah, it may have been outside the line as well.
Yes, he's got outside the line.
I was just looking back on the Glamorgan Middlesex match, and of course that was the match when we very sadly found out the passing of Jeff Evans, wasn't it? On the final morning of that game. Was there a minute's silence for this match? Because it was also the same day that Pope Francis passed away that same morning, wasn't it? On the final day of the game.
As Patterson is in and bowls, no shot played outside off stump. Edward Bevan attended Jeff's funeral a couple of weekends ago, and there were a dozen, I think, first-class umpires in attendance, which shows you the esteem that he was held in the umpiring community. I think I've just spotted on the stream a Bath rugby shirt.
Well, they're the Middlesex Ultras, and there's Luke Holman's mum in the bottom right on the stream as well. And there's Luke Holman's dad on the top right. Are they having an argument? They've been separated. The Ultras have separated themselves.
Yeah, that looks like a Bath rugby shirt, so there's someone probably on their way down
they're
the
Middlesex
Taff
fans.
Trail.
They're Middlesex fans. There's a Middlesex cap on as well.
Yes, as someone who went to university in Bath, I think I'll adopt temporary West Country allegiance for this evening. 3:05 for 5. It's Northampton Saints against Bordeaux Berg tomorrow.
Did I get the end of this? Are you actually going tonight or not?
I hope so,
you
as
doing?
long as they come out the interviews.
I can do your interviews for
fairly
you, Webby. Here's Higgins, he's right arm over the wicket, bowls, and that's edged! Oh, and shelled at gully. Who is it? Robson. This is unlike Robson. He's put a couple down now since his return to the side. I'm putting it down to he's still not sleeping properly after paternity leave. First night in the hotel last night. It did by the reaction, I think. Yeah. Look at his reaction as well. Oh, well, either that or the reaction is why didn't it carry? But I think the reaction of the field was why wasn't it caught?
Very low down. Difficult chance.
North East on 121. Was that the first chance he's offered? I think it was a chance for a century, wasn't it? As he bowls now Higgins and North East up on his toes, pushes into the offside and there's no run. Cook had the top edge over the keeper. That wasn't a chance, of course. And
yeah, I mean,
Carlson
had a top edge. I haven't actually made a note of any drops.
There was one drop, was there not, of Carlson?
There were a couple of edges. There was a top edge over the keeper and an edge over slip, but I don't think Higgins at slip got a hand to that one.
Here's Higgins in, bowls, and forward goes.
I haven't noted down any chances, but we try and be generous from the commentary box, and you sometimes go in to do the post-match interviews and people say, "Oh, we dropped 3 or 4 chances."
Yeah.
Did you?
That was the post-cottage pie snooze that we had, Webby.
Oh yes. I wondered what that 20 minutes of silence was on the stream after lunch. Just letting the natural effects of the crowd breathe.
Exactly, yes. Higgins hits the crease, he bowls, back of a length ball, and it's called a no ball as well. It's punched off the back foot by North East for a single. He's on to 122.
So, one more wicket I think needed for Middlesex to be able to claim we had a reasonable day.
Yeah, if they could get North East then for sure, but I still think they probably... It's funny, Angus Fraser was talking about this. When you were in Test cricket, you'd win a toss and put a side in, and the idea was have them 7 down by stumps and then knock over the last 3 wickets the following the morning. But Championship cricket, if you win the toss, you're looking to have a side out an hour before stumps, aren't you?
Yeah, you'd hope to have the bowling points in the bag on the first day.
Here's Higgins. Now back and across Cook. I did think I heard 2 noises on the wonderful Nick Webb effects mic, which is rigged up down below.
That sounded quite woody, but Cook is batting with his back to us, so impossible to give chapter and verse on that one.
I was looking at the stream picture for that because it's straight on from that end, isn't it, the camera? So it all looks relatively adjacent, and that was why, like I said, just that little noise sounded to say wooden. It was a brief and polite chat between umpire and bowlers. But Higgins passed the umpires. He's passing the umpire the other way now to bowl, and he's cut hard for 4. Cook moves to 14, 312 for 5, Glamorgan. I think in terms of Middlesex's day, Webby, to feel that they've had a reasonable day, I think they need a couple of wickets here in the last 7 overs. One of the main reasons being the run rate, 3.5. They'll be disappointed with that. They'll be really disappointed with that. That's one thing they've prided themselves on this year, bowling as a unit, and I think it was the Lancashire match, first game of the season. Lancashire racked up all those runs in the first innings, but Middlesex kept complete control of the scoring rate. And I'd observed as that's a full delivery dug out by Cook off Higgins to end the over, a single just wide of mid-off. It was Cook to 15, 3-13 for 5. I'd observed on the commentary that I felt it was the best performance as a bowling unit that Middlesex had produced since 2016 in winning the title. And quite pleasingly, they then said the same thing in the post-play interviews. So, you know, that's what I think will really disappoint them today. 3.5 and over, having won the toss, strong bowling attack. And, you know, wanting to, if you're not going to boss the game, at least keep control of it with the ball. And, well, you know, a partnership gets going, it's going to be a good scoring rate, isn't it? But, yeah, I think that'll be their slight disappointment. And the other thing, as you say, in terms of knocking a side over by stumps, the 110 over mark.
Patterson bowls, driven back past him, very straight indeed. It only just skimmed the stumps, but it's gone for 4, as Cook has got a muscular punch on him when he times it, and that one went back where it came from.
This is the 90th over of the innings, and Glamorgan will... I don't think they'll be looking at maximum batting points, will they? But they'll be certainly looking at 400 inside 110. Whereas Middlesex, 9 wickets inside 110, they might not do it, having won the toss. So yeah, in terms of this being a reasonable day, I think they'd need at least 2 more to try and claw that back somewhat.
Yes, they'll have to accelerate slightly to get 400 in terms of bonus points, as Cook shoulders arms, allows that one to go through to Davies.
Well, they usually get 20 or 30 away, don't they? And then all of a sudden, a few calculators.
It can be done to accelerate it, but a lot of times sides, if they've got wickets in hand, do seem to say, well, it's more important to build the total overall than worry about one bonus point.
Yeah, that's the calculation, isn't it? And yeah.
Maybe a Radio Wells update in the next couple of minutes.
I mean, I'm sure they'll look at Middlesex's batting performance against Leicestershire and think, go big in this innings now, and, you know, could flip matters.
As that is through outside off stump. Cook playing no shot. Keen to be here for the morning. Zimbabwe have lost an early wicket in their second innings following on, and Brian Bennett, who made 139 in the first innings, has made 138 less in the second. Leg before to Gus Atkinson for 1, and Zimbabwe are 4 for 1. Update for BBC Radio Wales very shortly. Patterson bowls, and that's allowed to go through by Cook. No shot played. So no thoughts of pressing on yet for Chris Cook, with 20 overs to go until the bonus point mark. Two slips in the gully, 5 saving the single. It has been Glamorgan's day so far. They're 317 for 5 thanks to 2 centuries. Sam Northeast, the captain, who's still there on 122 not out, and Kieran Carlson, who fell to the new ball for 109. There have been 4 wickets for Toby Rowland-Jones, the Middlesex captain, who elected to put Glamorgan into bat first. But Glamorgan survived a torrid first session to profit in the afternoon through Northeast and Carlson, and they look like ending the day ahead at the moment. 317 for 5, 6 overs to go. There's always a very definite end to my Radio Wales summaries to signal to the newsreader that I have stopped speaking for their behalf. Patterson is in to bowl, and that's no shot played by Cook, through outside off stump. Otherwise, as on one notable occasion, actually when we didn't get any feed at all to show that we were on, Radio Wales listeners were treated to 30 seconds of Bob Hunt, the late Gloucestershire commentator, and myself talking about cake.
Oh, goodness me. Radio Gold. I hope you won the ECB award that year. Goodness me, that would be an absolute... what would we give now to hear 30 seconds of Bob Hunt talking about anything? The brilliant Bob Hunt. Very, very dearly missed. Gloucestershire commentator for many years, and indeed a man of Barnet, a Middlesex boy at heart, not that I could ever get him to admit it. Here's Higgins, bowls him! North East gone for 122, and whether that chance carried or not, Sir Robson, a couple of overs back, Higgins has taken the fielders out of the equation, and North East's fine innings comes to an end. 1-2-2 from 262 balls, and here is that applause of the crowd for North East. 317 for 6. At 52 for 3, it looked like trouble, and that has seemed back in to go through the gate and beat North East on the back foot. Lovely delivery, brilliant innings. Pivotal moment, perhaps, on the first evening.
Brilliant knock from Sam North East, 122 when Glamorgan were in a slightly perilous situation this morning when he came in. But he steered the ship initially, and it's been a great innings by the captain. But a great ball to dismiss him from Ryan Higgins. Swung back, and that'll give some encouragement as well to the Glamorgan bowlers.
Yes.
However, the 320 for 6 mark predicted by Nick Webb is there or thereabouts.
Was that his stumps prediction?
Yeah,
Ooh.
it isn't going to be that with 5.5 overs
Why, how many are you
remaining.
going to lose?
Well, that's the question.
320 for 7?
It could. That is the question.
Well, this is Middlesex's point now, isn't it, to fight back. They had them 52 for 3, and Middlesex, then all of a sudden, the whole day now is framed by 2 Centurions at this point. And Middlesex would, in some ways, like the whole innings to be framed by 2 Centurions. They've got a second new ball in hand. They've got a strong bowling attack who will feel that they haven't done much wrong today. And I do say that quite often because it's easy to sit here and be damning that you didn't bowl that well and they didn't bowl that badly.
No.
Middlesex.
No.
And the edge was beaten a number of times early.
They were unlucky this morning as well, weren't they?
Yeah, exactly.
Especially Patterson.
Patterson indeed. But there was even one particular ball to North East from Toby Rowland Jones, which was probably the ball of the day. Beat him top of off stump, completely squared him up. And there were a few of those on another day. You think they might be put down.
Yeah.
But they beat the edge a lot this morning. So this is their point now. We talked about could Middlesex get Glamorgan 6 down overnight and feel they've had a reasonable day. I think my answer was, well, if they could get them 6 down and North East was the batter out, then maybe they'll walk away and not feel too rough about it. But I think having got North East now with 5.5 overs to go, I mean they'll quite rightly be greedy at this point. They should be saying to themselves, come on, pressure on, Van der Houten out there, one more at least tonight.
Yeah, he is whether he's the night watchman, because
number 8.
Yeah. I mean, as Nick mentioned, it could have been Gorvin, but didn't make much of a difference.
Higgins to Van der Houten, he's in now, bowls, and on the back foot that's met pleasantly by the number 8 who eases the ball to backward point, and Luke Holman. That was it. Holman had a chance put down, didn't he? We were looking for... Didn't Holman have... Who was it? We shelled it. Went over the head of Higgins at slip, didn't it?
Did you get a hand on that?
I guess it wasn't shelled in that sense, but... Yeah, it was almost... How did you not get a hand on it? We were trying to... There was a chance that was eluding both Nick and I. As this ball's on a length outside of the off stump. 317 for 6, but I think there was a relatively early on chance as well that Carlson offered, I've got a feeling, but 213 for 6. Higgins again. How often do they throw the ball to Higgins? Higgins and Rowland Jones. They brought in Patterson this year and he's bowled very, very well, but again it's Higgins and Rowland Jones that the wicket-taking duo just coming up with big wickets at big moments as Higgins is in, bowls, that wraps on the pads, did it straighten enough? Not so, leg by signalled as this ball goes down to long leg. Van der Houten remains on naught. 318 for 6, 2 balls to go of Higgins's 16th over. All of a sudden it becomes quite a fascinating day because I think as you were saying, or to back up what you were saying, were Middlesex to go bang bang now and have them 8 down overnight, as you say, probably the most pleased out of everybody would be the Glamorgan bowlers. As you say, right, don't let a couple of their boys get a century, because that's what has made up the first day as forward goes. He goes cooked to a full ball from Higgins, and he picks up a single out to deep point.
Van Hoogten, fresh from his 61 knock against Northland, so can more than hold his own, Tim Van Hoogten, with the bat.
10 overs on this second new ball. Middlesex have to make it count at this stage as Higgins is in. Bowls edged, gone at gully. Higgins has 2 in the over, 1 first ball, 1 last ball. Van der Houten goes for a 4th ball duck. It's 319 for 7, and the late evening fight back on this first day is very much on for Middlesex.
It is indeed. So Middlesex are hitting back late on the first day. And again, a good delivery by Ryan Higgins, who has had his just reward. Just a bit of movement off the seam once again, and the temptation was too much from Van der Hoogten. Had to play at it and taken easily at slip. Slip stroke gully.
Yeah, Geddes in there in the Ryan Higgins position. Higgins would usually be that 3rd slip stroke gully. But it was Geddes in there with Higgins bowling, and a good sharp catch, and it went straight to him actually. Very well placed there, Geddes, it must be said.
Well, at this rate, they might have to bat now.
Well,
they'd lose in the change, obviously.
A couple of it'd have to be 2 wickets in this 3 wickets indeed in this over, wouldn't it?
But this changes the dimension. This pushes the agenda a bit, because time-wise now, Glamorgan would have been looking to bat tomorrow morning.
Yeah, like I say, the agenda is I pick up on your point there that so often that now that Middlesex have signed Zafar Gohar, you might see Middlesex batting first and one of the opposition spinners gets one to turn or bite, a bit of bounce, and you think, oh, Middlesex are rubbing their hands together now, because look at they'll be thinking Zafar Gohar will get it doing that as well. Likewise, you see that ball seam back in there from Higgins late on this first evening, and we've seen seam movement all day, but it's not been consistent. I think consistency. It's been occasional seam movement, but when it has been there, it's been reasonably pronounced. So again, it's about 2 batters get in any situation, be it a chase, be it a first innings, a second innings, whatever, saving the game. It's about 2 batters getting in, and it's about a partnership, and that's what today has been about now. No matter what happens in these next few overs, today has been all about a partnership. And Middlesex, you already switch your mindset to, well, hold on a minute, the batters had an absolute shocker against Leicestershire. Here's Sharma back into the attack.
In he comes, full delivery, and that's left outside off stump by Chris Cook, who's unbeaten on 20. He's been joined by Andy Gorvin, who's scored a half-century earlier in the first game against Leicestershire.
Penny for Patterson's thoughts that he's whipped out of the attack at this point.
It's been that day, isn't it? It doesn't go your way.
I mean, but good from Roland Jones that he backs his youngster. That he was going to bring him on anyway, but you got 2 new batters out there now. You had 2 anyway, didn't you, with Van der Houten? But
so Glamorgan need Chris Cook to play a decent role. That's wide, and bounced a couple of times through to Davies, the keeper, not taken cleanly.
Yeah, I think from a Middlesex perspective now, he's bowled really well today. Sharma, he's been expensive because he's a youngster and there's going to be 4 balls served up, isn't there? But I think putting him in at this point, you'll say to him, just make him play. Get every ball on the stumps right now, because all they're thinking about is survival.
Sharma coming in, bowls full again, and that's given the treatment it deserved, really. Wide outside off stump, and there was no way Chris Cook was going to miss out. He dished it out as Cook straight through the covers for 4.
I mean, I'd be happy. He's a youngster, so you wouldn't put any blame on him just in terms of relaying the match situation. You'd be happy with the youngster bowling at the stumps and being whipped for 4, but long half volley wide outside off, unless that's That was a sit up and hit me ball all day long,
It
wasn't
was.
it? So yeah, get it up there on the stumps, I'd say at this point.
Sharma in bowls. It's a better delivery, but again, tough for on the half volley that Davies had to take that behind the stumps.
And he'd say it's a bit of experience at the moment. Maybe a bit of excitement. Maybe he is going for the stumps. He's just overexcited. He's thinking, right, new ball. It might be as close to a new ball as he's got so far for Middlesex. 5 overs on it from this end, 10 overs in total.
So the pendulum hasn't completely swung in Middlesex favour, despite the wickets that they've taken late on. So it's still, Glamorgan would still be happy if they could push on to stumps and come back tomorrow morning with 3 wickets intact. That's cut incidentally to backward point for a single. And push on to, well, I don't know, anything north of 350.
Yeah, I mean, look, if you offered them 380 now, they'd chew your arm off, wouldn't they?
Yeah, 380 would be more than a competitive total.
Whereas Middlesex would be saying, come on, no more than 350 now. You've got a chance to keep this down. No more than 350. A leg gully has been put in. Is that to say to Sharma, come on, at the stumps? You've got a bit of backing up there. You've got a catcher in that position now. Get it on the stumps. Last ball of the over.
In he comes, bowls, and he doesn't do exactly that. That's wide of off stump. Well, we saw that tactic after tea, didn't we? Trying to get both Carlson and Northeast.
Well, he went with the real bodyline theory then, didn't he?
Yeah.
But yeah.
End of the over, incidentally. Cook is 25. Gorvin yet to get off the mark. Glamorgan 324 for 7 with 4 overs remaining on the opening day.
Good from the skipper, a bowling skipper, to back the youngster and throw him the ball at that point. But if that was a senior bowler now who delivered that over, we'd be the skipper, I think, would be fuming at him, saying, what have you just done? End of the day, what do they want? They want the ball hung outside off stump that they do not have to get involved with at all. And then, of course, there was the juicy half volley there as well. But Higgins now, you'd imagine, very tight on the top of off. 2 slips and a gully go down. He bowls. It's outside the off stump and it's edged away.
What's going to go?
Deep backward points giving chase. Max Holden, he won't get there. Gully, I think it went in between gully and second.
Yeah, there are a few groans there.
It was second slip that turned to chase it, which is why I think it was in between gully and second. We'll have a look and see now. In fact, it was the other side of gully, so... edge though, Cook's on to 29, 328 for 7. It all feels so much more precious right now, doesn't it? Every ball, every run. Having removed Northeast, 2 in the last over. Higgins, 3.5 left of the day, but they feel like a huge 3.5 overs. We said Middlesex would be greedy and think at least 2 more once they had the 6th. Well, they've got 1 of them. Can they go off with an 8th? Here's Higgins in. Bowls, that's a beaut. Oh, it's an absolute beaut on the off stump. Out of the hand, that's looking to angle back in at the off stump the whole way. Down the track comes Cook and prods away at the surface. Well beaten by that ball just outside top of off stump. Brilliant ball from Higgins. And that again goes back to your point that the Glamorgan bowlers wouldn't mind seeing the way that... Higgins has gone about this little passage before the close of play as he's in now. Bowls full, just as though it was going to swing back in for a moment. That one just had a little bit of shape in the air, but pretty much held its line and is eased for a single wide of Roland Jones. Well, let's hope the weather plays its part. 'Cause 329 for 7. A few balls left of the day. It's just about Glamorgan's day because they've got that, again, it's that run rate which separates it for me. You know, if the run rate was 2.5 and they were 7 down, I'd say, yeah, pretty even day, but 3.5 has just pushed Glamorgan's noses in front. Higgins is in, bowls, length ball, it's left alone outside off, through it goes.
Yeah, 330 on the board is always
it's a lot of runs.
Good place to be as well.
It's a good amount. You know, and again, you've got a Middlesex side coming off the back of that second innings against Leicestershire where, you know, from 50 odd without loss, skittled for about 100 more thereafter. It's Glamorgan will be well aware of that, and they'll be looking to put that pressure onto that Middlesex or top order and have them a couple down quickly. Higgins bowls, it's full, it's dug out. Up to mid-off it goes, a dot ball. Gorvin, none for 3. If it wasn't his debut, it was very early in his Glamorgan career against Middlesex. I remember running in, I like the look of him, almost a young Murtagh. Murtagh's probably a bit taller actually. Murtagh is a 6-footer, and you kind of forget that. But Gorvin, that kind of skiddy bowler that could just put it up there on the top of off stump. Skiddier length rather than hit the surface hard. Higgins bowls to him now. It's a bumper, and he plays inside the line of it. And Higgins just tailed off a little bit in that over there, didn't he? He looked straight to mid-off, whether he and Roland Jones had a little ploy there, because there was a smile on Higgins' face. The beautiful Cardiff evening skyline appears on the screens in front of us. A puffy white cloud away to our left with a more filled-in sky behind it, isn't there? Whereas it's mostly blue skies overhead and away over the city centre. It's a lovely, lovely sight, and if only we could package this weather that we've had today and keep it for the 4 days, then I think we'd certainly have a good match on our hands, so fingers crossed.
We'll see. There could be some disruption, which will play a part as Sharma will continue from the Cathedral Road end. 3 overs to go then today. Chris Cook facing, and that's chopped down into the offside, and there's no run. Toby Rowland-Jones, the pick of the Middlesex bowlers with 4 wickets, aided by Ryan Higgins, who's taken 3. No luck for Patterson, yeah.
I mean, that's the thing. There you go. I think that sums up the day for me. Those 3 have all bowled well, haven't they?
Yep. Patterson's been desperately unlucky not to take a wicket. Was really bowling well this morning. Sharma in, and that's short of a length that time. That's dabbed down into the onside. There's no run.
And Sharma's shown glimpses throughout, but as the youngster, he's going at 4.5, 5 and over.
70 that he's gone for in his 16th over.
I wonder, there's 3 overs to go, isn't there, including this, whether it's a 1 more at this end. If this over isn't particularly illuminating, do they throw the ball to Zafar Gohar for the final 6 balls of the day?
Sharma comes in, right arm over, and that's leg side, taken by Davis, the keeper.
Because there's a mental toll as well, isn't there, on a youngster? You know, when you're in the side, you're in the field, there's a nervous energy about you all day. So, alright, he's only into his 16th over, but they're big first days, aren't they, in a young career? You know, you've gone out there and taken a little bit of tap, so... He started well today, though, I thought, and indeed there were a couple of overs mid-spell which he got through quite economically. Just the 1 maiden in his 16.
Cook trying to play this one out until stumps, but he'll go for that. It's cut, but didn't get the full meat of the bat behind that one, and there's only a single taken, which brings Gorvin on strike.
Roland Jones coming across to have a chat with Sharma. Again, there's 2 things here. 1, put it on the stumps. But 2, I'd say he's got 2 balls left of his day, Sharma, because you've got to throw the last over of the day to Gohar now, haven't you? There you go. The change of field. He's going to go for something else. He's going to say no, don't go for the stumps. Then go for the armpit. As deep square is set back.
2 slips. That's an orthodox position, which is almost gully. With backward point, there is a leg slip now. As that's banged in really short and takes a couple of bounces through to the keeper. Just got that one wrong, and
it's I mean, he looks tired to me, and as I say, he almost looks tired mentally, and that's fully understandable.
Yeah,
fully understandable. He's a youngster. He's playing his 2nd game. I mean, so much nervous energy. First season as a whole, really, isn't it?
Starts his run up. Does Sharma in and bowls, bangs that wind shot. That was a better ball, and it's left by Gorvin. Flies through to the keeper. So 1 to go of this over. 2 overs after this remaining of the day. That run rate has crept up since the lunch interval, still on 3.5, which would be a concern.
Yeah, it's that wicketless afternoon, wasn't it? And that's what happens. A partnership will do that. And that's the task laid in front of Middlesex's batters.
Sharma in full, and that's dug out. They'll try and come back for a second. Gorvin did want to, but they decide against it. That is the end of the over, and probably the end of Sharma for today.
I do like that he's backed the youngster. I do like that he said to him, go on, have a go. See if you can come up with something mercurial in your early career. You know, does he have a double wicket maiden? Well, it wasn't a maiden, was it? But 2 wickets in the over like Higgins. Is he able to generate one last burst of pace and aggression in the... I say aggression, that doesn't mean banging it in short. You know, you can be aggressive on the off stump, can't you? You know, attacking them. Because you almost have that freedom to go at the stumps at this stage of the evening, bowl at the stumps rather than bowl in the channel.
Yeah, well, certainly Higgins does.
Here comes Higgins. Right arm over from the river end, he bowls and he's straight on that spot. In behind it, Gorvin defends. Definitely a little bit of shape through the air there for him. Gorvin covering up fully. He's not the quickest, is he, Gorvin? You talk about him not being the tallest. He's not the quickest either, is he? But accuracy is going to be his greatest ally.
He's quicker, I think, than perhaps we give him credit for. In terms of pace-wise, but yes, he's more a skiddier bowler.
Here's Higgins, who's often mistaken for a skiddier bowler. He bowls on a length again, and he's bowling exactly where the batters don't want the ball, which is top of off stump right now. Every ball is hitting top of off.
Is that awkward pace, Andy Gorvin, for any batter? I'm sure he'll have something to do with the ball when it's Middlesex's turn.
4 balls left of the day for Higgins from the river end. He's in, bowls, and that is a lovely ball again. So, for all the world, angling as shaping towards the off stump, and then it leaves the right hander off the surface. So still that seam movement. Gorvin plunging forward but beaten. 1 from 9 for Gorvin. Scratches away at the crease.
Given that seam movement, and I'm still surprised that Leonard wasn't given the nod for today.
Three dot balls so far in the over for Higgins. He bowls. It's full and straight and defended. Solid defence again from Gorvin. And this is the spot where he just put it to pick up that wicket at Van der Houten, called it at gully by Geddes. Geddes and Van der Houten, I could see that tripping me up at some point. Van der Houten bowls to Geddes. So when Higgins first broke through, Higgins and Gubbins broke through at the same time. It's like, so those two in a rush when they're batting together. Huggins and Gibbons. He's past the umpire now, Higgins. He bowls, and that's a length ball that seams away again. This is a beautiful bit of bowling from Higgins, and it would be testing any top order batter at the moment. Gorvin coming in at 9. Boy, how they'd love to walk off with 1 more tonight. He could potentially walk off with 2 if he could take a wicket with this ball. Otherwise it will be 8 down at best at stumps, having put Glamorgan in today. I don't think, and that's the funny thing, I don't think you particularly look back and well, they got the toss wrong, didn't they? Because other than that partnership, it's been a pretty good day with the ball for Middlesex. Higgins bustles in, bowls a bumper to finish, and Gorvin has nothing to do with it. He ducks underneath it. That's the final over from the river end. There's 1 more to come from the Cathedral Road end. Glamorgan a 3-3-2 for 7. Gorvin has 1, and Cook will have strike on 31.
Great spell from Ryan Higgins.
I've got you going now.
You got me. 3 wickets for the bowler. And let's see who. Well, will be Sharma, I think. Yes, it will. So we thought it might have been the spin of Zafagoa, but he will have the last over of the day.
It looks as though they're going to bump him as well. Everybody's gone back, unless they're giving him the single to bowl at Gorvin.
Here he comes. The last over then of the first day at Sapphire Gardens. Sharma full. And there's a shout.
Big, thick inside edge on that one.
Yeah, it was a muffled shout, it has to be said.
He's asking the question of the umpire, though, Sharma. And to be fair, again, he's a youngster. He may not have seen that inside edge. All the energy, all the adrenaline pumping through him.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah, I think they
Was
might.
it pad first? So was it pad onto bat? But I think actually, looking at that replay that we've just seen, it was drifting down the leg side anyway, wasn't it?
Sharma coming in, and bowls full again, and just an easy single taken by Chris Cook, which will move him on to 32, which will bring Gorvin on strike.
He has a very open leg side stance, doesn't he, Cook? Which is where I think that pad went forward, but didn't particularly go across. Whether there was the bat involved first or not.
133 for 7. So we have 4 balls remaining today, and is there going to be a short leg going in? Helmet is out. Bit of rearranging the field by Roland Jones.
So having got Gorvin on strike, that was clearly what they wanted then, so the field was dropped back to give him the single.
So the short stuff is going to come in, you would think.
Well, it could be nose, but it could be toes, this one, with the short leg, couldn't it? It could be the bluff. What would you go for first, the bumper or the...
I think it's the bumper, is it? Yes. Indeed, it was the bumper.
A bit too short, isn't it, from the youngster? But he's got pace, though, hasn't he? He's banged that in. That's a quick ball.
Yep. But Gorvin had none of it. 3 balls to go. So Glamorgan will just see this one out. We'll come back tomorrow morning and try and add, to try and get, as we mentioned, that 380 mark. If they could get there, then they've got runs to play with.
I think Roland Jones likes having this fourth seamer with a bit of pace. Brooks, Cullen, Sharma. She's able to say, go on, let rip at the ribs.
In comes Sharma. It's full that time on his left, outside off stump.
Yeah, just didn't quite get the radar right on that one way or the other. The line is key at the moment as much as anything. The line is for me, is the most important thing, as opposed to the length. Whether it's toes, knees, nose, you just got to be exactly. You just got to have that. The body and the stumps in play. You don't want to be leaving them alone outside. Or if you're a batter, you do want to be leaving them alone outside off stump at the moment.
Penultimate ball of the day then, taken by Sharma. That's a bettered ball, and that's worked behind square, and they will settle for a single. Chris Cook is on strike for the final ball as the sun disappears for the first time today behind the clouds at Sapphire Gardens.
Didn't get forward to that, and he just felt like he got the bat down in time, Gorvin. Otherwise, he'd have been absolutely plumb. And that was it. Angled in, speared in at the stumps. That's what the batters just don't want. They do not want to be fending off every ball, be it fending it off the nose or the top of off stump.
So we're ready for the final ball of the day. Sharma coming in, right arm over, and that's wide and left, outside off stump. That is stumps on day 1 here at Sapphire Gardens, and compelling day's play with Middlesex getting the better of Glamorgan, who endured a torrid morning, losing 3 wickets, but a sublime partnership of 228 between Kieran Carlson, who made 109, and Sam Northeast, who made 122, have put Glamorgan in a very good position. Middlesex have hit back in the final session, courtesy of Roland Jones and Higgins, 4 and 3 wickets respectively, but by and large Glamorgan probably just have the advantage at stumps on the first day on 334 for 7.
Yeah, Glamorgan's day. Glamorgan's day for me, and the onus is on Middlesex now. They've got to come out in the morning. They can't afford these final 3 wickets to come out and add 100 runs in the morning. they've got to come out and say, right, final 3 wickets, done. This job is done quickly. Bowl properly, top of off stump. Hold those chances if you come your way, finish this off. No more than 350. Roland Jones and Patterson straight back at it first thing in the morning. Relatively fresh new ball, 16 overs old. And then it is about, right, okay, well, what have Glamorgan got on this pitch? Can they tightly put it on the top of that off stump, relentlessly leave it there? And if they do, then are Middlesex able to find a pairing, a partnership that can just alleviate that little bit of pressure, because there was a lot of pressure either side of that partnership. So it's a fascinating game. Let's hope the weather plays its part, because I think it would be a really tasty encounter tomorrow and thereafter. But it almost feels like in this game, they say day 3's moving day. It almost feels like in this one, day 2 is.
Well, the star men for Glamorgan undoubtedly Sam Northeast bowled. Batted brilliantly, 122. Carlson went for 109 after Glamorgan was 71 for 3 at lunch. The pick of the bowlers were Toby Roland Jones with 4 and 3 for Ryan Higgins. So Glamorgan will be hoping to kick on tomorrow and hoping to possibly add 50 runs to get up to north of 380, which would be a competitive total and put scoreboard pressure on the visitors Middlesex. A compelling day's play here at Sophia Gardens. I'm hoping you've enjoyed our company. It'll be Dylan Griffiths joining both Kevin Hand and Nick Webb for the second day's play here at Sophia Gardens. So that is it for today on BBC Sport Online, BBC Wales and Radio London. Hope you've enjoyed our company at Sophia Gardens. From Sophia Gardens, a very good evening, Nostar.